Wanna join me? Come and play, but I might shoot you in your face. Bombs and bullets will do the trick. What we need here is a little bit of panic. Do you ever wanna catch me? Right now I'm feeling ignored. So can you try a little harder? I'm really getting bored.
Hello and welcome to the Wednesday pre-show. We are here on the first day of the week. It's myself, Valdez, and Hooney and Wolf. Hooney joining us for a very special pre-show that we do have prepared here. We're already on week 3. We are getting close to the 1/3 of the way mark here in LCK Spring 2023. And what have you guys thought about the LCK so far?
Well, we have the patch, delayed by a week, so we are going to be playing on 13.1 for one more week. I don't think we'll see too many major changes this week, except a little bit more of that 80 support potentially. I'm hoping that we see more of it because I think it's so strong right now.
Yeah, I mean, the meta has been it's staying pretty it didn't really get changed a lot, but I think like more so the player actually found out like the way that how to they break the new meta right now, and it's apparently it's going well. Like a lot of the new pick is like as a win rate, like compared to other regions, especially in LCK, they're doing really, really great, and it's really good to see like other players like trying new thing, and it's working well.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. We are stuck on this patch for a while, so players, they had to adapt. They had to find new ways to handle it. So it has been fun so far. Why don't we go ahead and check out the standings now for the LCK so far. T1 is on top after their win over D plus Kia on last week's Saturday Showdown.
It's really critical that T1 took that win over D plus Kia to take first place. We're putting right now T1 and D plus Kia at a different tier than Gen.G, but that could change tonight. If Gen.G actually gets the upset win over D plus Kia, they'll move up into second place. And I think it'll solidify, instead of a top 2 here in the LCK, a top 3. But that's if they can make that win happen tonight.
And also, it's like I think Leap Sandbox is doing really, really great. Especially like no one really expected they're gonna be like top 4, or like even though it's like really early of the Spring Split. And we will see like how far they can make it. And it's also good to see that DRX break the 0 win. They finally got the first win.
Yeah, definitely really good stuff to see. Kwangdong's still looking for their first one as Closer is in first place. He is a little bit larger than everybody else. Wolf was saying he looked a little bit scary.
Big Closer is a scary look, man.
Yeah.
Big. Giant Closer.
Again, another kind of surprising thing. A Live Sandbox player, Closer, in number 1.
Zeka also, I think, being up here is really huge. I mean, he's carried his team to their only victories, right? Like, it's been a struggle for Hanwha Life Esports in the early part of the season. I think he deserves the credit he's been given here in POG votes for how he's defined their playstyle so far.
I mean, also especially also I would like to just shout out to the pace. Like, he started really slow, but I think he proved himself that like after the like few games, I think he got more used to play on the stage, and his performance was like way better than for sure like compared to before.
Yeah, I mean, it's clear that he definitely has the skills to pay the bills. He just needs to get his mentality a little bit, screwed on straight and get used to the LCK. You guys are talking about the crazy new meta stuff, obviously. We can take a look at the LCK's pick ban top 10 and just kind of break down what we've been seeing so far.
I think it's really interesting to take a look at some of these picks that are so commonly banned, but rarely actually show up, still have a sub 50% win rate, like Kassadin, for example, Yuumi as well, paired with the Zeri. We're seeing this champion very highly prized in draft, but then when it comes to the Rift, it still isn't finding success. So we know the potential is definitely there for some of these picks, but more reliably, picks that make it through, oftentimes like the Lucian, like the Maokai, they're high win rate here. Caitlyn as well, really a big standout.
I mean, additionally, what Wolf says, I definitely agree. Like, because it's like, even though they're like really good pick, but some picks are actually really hard to execute it. So that's why I think there's like a strong team for sure can execute it like no matter what without making any single mistake. But usually weak team can make a mistake and then they can't like keep the snowballs up, and that's why it looked like much weaker to compare to like when a strong team actually pick it those champion.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, oftentimes we see some of the more popular picks get picked up by every team, including the teams that are not winning, not having success, so kind of that hurts the champion win rate as well. So you can take little pieces from each one. It's kind of interesting to see one of the, I suppose, harder picks in the Caitlyn support at least, coming out a lot here, being picked up by Beryl and Keria and having a lot of success. And speaking of which, definitely something to talk about for this week. You mentioned it, Wolf, you guys were both talking about it. How many more 80 carry supports are we going to get, and who is going to lead the charge? Obviously, I mentioned Keria and Beryl, but what have you guys thought about this new creative support pick meta?
The bottom lane has been so defined by pushing, getting prio, and actually being able to take turret plates out and take early leads. So it's no shock that we do see Caitlyn, Kalista, right, coming into this list. Jhin, a little bit more of an outlier here. I think more utility coming into this, but the strength of Umbral Glaive and Serrated Dirk in the early game and how much power it gives you is just massive. Ashe obviously is not even a creative pick per se, but this is another pick that has so much utility outside of its laning phase. You can just set up so many picks so easily that it's extremely strong and honestly probably the most dangerous pick to leave open right now in this meta.
I mean, also it's a really good example that like the later on the value like right now is like it's not really important as much as like compared to the first laning and also middle like before middle game. Like whoever like the reason why it is the range support, the 80 support is the showing off it's because of the vision score as what Wolf said. And also the first thing is like the Umbral Glaive is like really high value, but like also whoever gets the fastest size taunt is like really important. Like completing the support item, like it just gives you huge impact on the map. Like it's really helpful for the jungle, mid, like just anyone who played in the Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, that support item has been a topic of discussion for many a Twitter analyst nowadays and many a major region analyst as well. We'll have to see if any changes are made as Keria, he's right here with us on the desk right there. Very good picture of him. What's happening in Keria's solo queue? Because we've seen a bunch of picks here already in the LCK, but what else can he bring out? What do you guys think about this lineup?
I mean, I think the Varus and the Twitch are the big standouts here for me in terms of what their potential is right now, obviously with what we know about the meta. Like the Karthus, the Akshan, that's a little bit more niche. Xayah, still build lethality, push those lanes, very survivable support. So the Akshan and the Karthus, definitely stuff we have seen in the past, experimented with, but not sure how sold I am on those picks just yet.
I kind of agree. Like I think more so, I'm kind of excited for Xayah more so. Like, I think it's gonna be really strong as a carrier, like because he's really good at like using CCs and then using ability, like hitting ability. The performance is like really great. At the same time, I think he's like just good at an 80 carry. So and I think the Xayah like he can make a lot of good play and sick play. That's what I feel.
Yeah, I think, obviously Keria can, because he's already proven he can kind of play some of the new picks, he's also going even deeper because I think he can. And again, there's a question, right? Like, can everybody do this? Is AD carry support really strong? Why are they going for AD carry support in this sense?
A lot of these supports that you see here obviously have great wave clear. The Varus, really stands out. Twitch can help push really hard. Xayah also decent here, and you get an early Dirk. And the lethality stats are most valuable in the early game. So if you have something like a Nautilus, sure, the CC can help you all in, but doesn't have the same sort of pushing power. If you can actually take an early trade, just constantly push those lanes in, take down plates, you can set up dives. You have both the ability to crash a wave quickly so that a dive can come through, but also you're doing so much damage to the enemy champions while doing so. So you're basically doing everything all at once in the early game specifically. And if you can snowball, it's so powerful.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree. Like, especially as I said it, like if you're not making mistake, be able to keep the snowballs bigger and bigger, and also making the lane inconsistent is not like always like bad thing. Which is like if you make inconsistent the lane phases like on the bot, like the mid laner need to be like on tensions on the bot. Like jungler cannot even go top side. Like that's the exactly like what's going on the meta basically right now, and that's why the jungler picking Wukong, Sejuani at least like it's really ganking base that like you must help bottom. Otherwise, either you just lose the bot because they're from the bot, or you win from the bot.
Yeah, I think it's a really good read. We're just going deeper and deeper into this only bottom side meta. We can take a look at the LCK win rates here for some of the champions. Obviously, some of the higher win rates, Lucian Nami, not surprising. The Elise, you guys mentioned, we've been talking about this pick a lot. It's being played even in Challenger League here in Korea. Anything else that stands out to you from this list?
I think the biggest standouts for those were just the high skill champions. I think Elise is one of those picks that your team really has to understand how to play that bottom lane to get the most value out of it. Same to be true of Caitlyn, right? You mentioned how complex Caitlyn can be to play, but if your team is really good at macro, you're going to get so much out of the pick.
I mean, for bait picks, like I'm really happy that Victor is like at the bottom, because like every single time when I see the Victor, like that pick is no good. Like everyone just like pick just like whatever they want, and then they just have a better high value. And every single time I just telling them the roto baits into tier build from the Victor, it's just completely bait. And happy to see that that's a 10%.
I was a little bit surprised to see Karma this low. I think she has a lot of value nowadays in this meta. Talking about LEC, LCS picks, we've been seeing some mid Tristana. That's been the topic on Twitter, as well as support Azir, because, I mean, why not?
I like that it's kind of like cheese picks here, because I think the Azir support can do a lot of similar stuff that we were talking about with the lethality champions, just doesn't have the same amount of damage, but still can push. This is a prio type choice where you're trying to push bottom lane in. Tristana, same sort of scenario, kind of like Lucian mid we've seen in the past, where you're trying to all in, get massively ahead, and then push that value into other lanes. I think even though that's an 0-3 stat line for those three we saw there, I think they're good ideas, and I'm glad that we're seeing the other regions experiment a little bit more outside of the box here in what's been mostly a stale meta.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree. Like, especially on LCS, it's like they tried a new thing. It's not like that, not normal, and which is like they try to do something stuff. But like, I think especially that game, the boost heal of the, the ability, whatever he brought on the team, like was not enough. Like, that's all I gotta say. Since I'm on the LCS agents.
He is the LCS agent. You guys should watch the Secret Boardroom show.
It's true. Guys, we're going to talk about the best ceremony that we have seen so far here in the LCK. There has been a kind of uprising in, pushing some of the players to go for this. This has been some memes and some of the content that we're doing as well. We are going to put a Twitch poll, is what I've been told, to vote on the best ceremony you've seen so far.
I actually, honestly, Willer's was my favorite so far. Like I'm
twice.
I'm not gonna lie. Like him doing the bang with the smoke clouds coming out of the gun was definitely my favorite. This was cool. This is when Live Sandbox did a ceremony together for Ryu. If I'm not mistaken, say it's your birthday, and we're gonna give you a win for your birthday, and they did.
It's pretty sick. I mean, I wish I can get it if I was a head coach.
Yeah, nice little coach ceremony, I guess. So those are the ceremonies that we did pick out from this past week. If you guys want to vote, I think there should be a Twitch poll up. You guys can vote on this one. What do you guys think? What would you pick? I mean,
I said Willer. I don't know about what do you think?
If I have to choose, I would choose the Guba. Like Guba used there.
The arrow?
The arrow's I feel like every single time when he does the ceremony, I feel like he's bringing really good energy, bright energy, and it's I feel like the fans love it too.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why I think he become really star. He makes it himself, that brand is really bigger, and then it's really good to see it.
Yeah, I mean, players growing their brands, always definitely a good thing to do. Hooney, you're pretty good at that as well. Let's take a look at some of the Preds that we have had from week 2. This is where Wolf wants to go hide behind the couch, but...
Oh, I'm actually better than I thought.
Yeah, you're up there tied with Atlas and Hooney.
That's not bad.
I had some predictions that were pretty bold, like the prediction of Kwangdong over DRX and the D+ prediction over T1. I really thought, I was pretty confident in both of those predictions actually at the time. So I was worried that when they went bad here that I would be like sitting at like 5 or so, but it was not that bad.
Pretty much everything else.
You and I both up there with Atlas. Sorry, Valdez, and then Kronko just one behind.
This should put Atlas at first place now, because he was tied with me for first place from week 1, and now he's tied for first place for week 2. So I guess it's just play-by-play victories here. Well, not victories, maybe just victory for Atlas. He's doing a great job. We can take a look at week 3 matchup. What do you guys think about this coming week?
I mean, especially for today, I think Leap Sandbox versus against the Nongshim, I think it's really good game that like Leap Sandbox need to like prove themselves that we are at the top 4. Like Nongshim game shouldn't be that hard. And after the game, the D+ Kia and Gen.G, today's a really biggest match. I think D+ Kia like had a really good performance against the T1 compared to Gen.G like the last week that whatever they shown the performance. So I think it's gonna be really exciting.
Gen.G versus D+ is going to be great, right? That's going to be the second matchup of today. It could put Gen.G actually into top 2. If Gen.G lose that matchup, even if they win, match 26 on Friday, Gen.G versus Live Sandbox is going to be pretty awesome. And Live Sandbox could actually break into consistently the top 3, depending on the results of their match against Nongshim and that Gen.G match later today. So, like Live Sandbox, I feel like we almost feel like it's a fraud. Like we're not ready to believe. We're not sure if we trust yet. But they keep getting these wins, and if they have a big week this week, take the 2-0. I mean, maybe they just are a top 3 team in the LCK.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, if they keep winning, absolutely. And take a look at this. Atlas actually voted against Live Sandbox today, which is pretty interesting. I mean, the guy is currently winning in the predictions, but he does stand out there. There were a couple of votes for DRX against Bro. Hooney, maybe you want to explain yourself on that one?
I mean, I thought just like DRX, they had a 1 game, like as I mentioned it like earlier, like they had a first win. I think that would be the really good, like the hole that they can breathe like way better on the stage. And I feel like they're trying to find their own flow. So I thought they will have a like better chance to win.
A pretty easy week for T1. KT also should have, you can see the consistency on our predictions here, they should have a pretty easy week with Kwangdong Freaks and Breon here, but with KT Rosa, you just never want to trust early. You know, want to trust at the end of the week. So we did trust in our predictions, but let's wait and see. Let's wait and see.
Yeah, it's funny, you know, it's pretty clean across the board. We saw the Korean predictions as well. Everybody predicted the same teams, and they all predicted Bro. They all predicted Live Sandbox to win this first one as well. So kind of makes sense. You know, we're pretty much all the same on everything outside of those 2 matchups. So yeah, it definitely feels like one of these weeks where there are teams that should win, but we might have some big upsets. Yeah. Any ideas for a team that might upset?
I just want to say KR side is like a little bit boring, you know? Like we want to take some more adventures, you know?
True. Yeah.
Like that risk.
They're safe. Let's say safe, okay?
we take more risk, you know? Like, you know, like let's make some fun, huh?
I think that could be there could be an upset with Sandbox and Gen.G. Like I'm not predicting it, and I didn't predict it there, but that's one of those upsets I think fans should look out for potentially. Because Live Sandbox has upset so much already.
Yeah, maybe Hama Life as well. We'll see if they can step up. But guys, we are done here on the pre-show. It was a lot of fun as always. Hope you did enjoy it. But let's go to the intro, and off to week 3 we go.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the caster desk for LCK Spring 2023. I'm Atlas, joined by Chronicler for the very first time on a Wednesday. Feels very strange. Feels like we're doing the week backwards. And I'm kind of into it. I need to admit something to you guys. Really, really sorry. It was incorrect. I actually predicted DRX to take down Bro. And I needed to be honest. I couldn't hide behind a fake prediction graph. I'm not a Bro leaver this week. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was getting a lot of flack for not being a Bro leaver from a lot of people, you included. And here you are.
Yeah.
Stuck in a DRX prediction with me.
I'm also stuck in a Nongshim prediction. I am going to almost every week be predicting the fall of Live Sandbox because I just think that they're overperforming at this point in time. So I'm thinking that maybe it's today.
I was hoping that you'd have faith in my boys, Nongshim, after seeing we're challengers, which actually
that is also what I'm doing. I'm
go.
doing that as well. That's the other side of the coin that represents my predictions this week. Live Sandbox, as you can see, in 4th place, and honestly, maybe I'll need to rethink my predicting ideas. But I'm in 1st place, so I guess maybe something's going right. We'll have to see how it's going. Let's hop into our first match, though. Dreamy 3-win streak. Live Sandbox versus spicy first win Nongshim. I think Nongshim actually looked pretty impressive last time out, and one of the reasons why I'm sort of voting for them is because I liked how they were playing around the map and the pace at which they were playing. Because if you're talking about pace, when you're talking about the Bro versus Live Sandbox series that we just witnessed, it basically doesn't exist. There was no pace. It was 2 teams sitting down, doing not very much at all.
No, it was a very, very slow-paced match. Not a great look for either team. What has been a great look, though, for both these 2 teams have been their junglers. Obviously, Willer is king of the thieves at the moment, is the best heister that we have within the LCK. But Sylvie, a player that already impressed us when he had his run together with Nongshim last year in both Challenger playoffs, has really stepped up to the LCK stage as well, and has actually been, to me, one of the lighting examples of this team and really what makes everything mesh together.
Well, tied for 2nd place in solo kill ranking, Closer and Fiesta. Fiesta has been a huge standout. Chronicler watched a whole lot of Challenger. He, of course, stayed in. We all went out the night of the Challenger final in summer last year, and Chronicler stayed home to make sure that he could see what would happen when then Damwon Kia faced off against this Nongshim roster. And Fiesta wasn't necessarily one of his key picks. We'll see whether he can stand against the solo POG leader in Closer as we introduce Live Sandbox to LOL Park to start this one off. The bottom side of the map also performing a lot better than I think a lot of people were expecting. Envy is starting to turn people's opinions around after what was a very difficult time last year in spring.
What's important for this Sandbox roster is that coming into the split, they were rated fairly lowly. Again, I think the bot lane plays a large part in that. Envy was just a big problem for this team.
Yeah.
Birdle, even though he's had moments where he looked good, he has very clearly struggled a lot with the pressure that was put on him both in Gen.G and on DK. And as a result, after that D+ match, everyone was going, okay, this is what we expected. It was brutal. It was worse. But after beating Hanwha Life, NKT, really, teams starting to change opinions. But this team, near and dear to my heart, have stuck together through thick and thin. Very fun players. Peter, fan favorite. Dundun, if he isn't yet, I assure you he will be.
And Vital, OCE talent.
Oh yeah.
Of course, born and raised here in Korea, but did spend some time over in the LCO. So very excited to see what this team can do up against Live Sandbox. Because if it's Nongshim that brings Live Sandbox down a peg, like, wow.
Perfect.
That's poetry in motion right there, especially if it's Dundun that helps do it. Because he had probably the best K'Sante performance of the LCK in their last time out. And I'm not even saying that with any hint of a lie.
Which
he was
normally
absolutely amazing. Yeah. Oh, what a time to be alive. Anyway, Closer versus Fiesta is obviously going to be our key player matchup here. And Closer, not necessarily up there in the KDA, but look at his CS numbers. Gold difference at 14 as well. He has been able to get stuff done. And both of these guys just behind Zeka, I believe, in solo kills.
Yeah.
Across the entirety of the LCK.
Zeka maintaining the identity of Hanwha Live Esports as a team built around a single player. Throwback to the Chovy Live days.
Yep.
But closer to me, even though some of his stats might not look too impressive, has been, together with Willer, the standout performer for this Sandbox roster. And Fiesta, the fact that he's as high up as he is, that he was able to get as many solo kills as he did, even if when his team didn't look that great, to me is really surprising, because I was expecting Fiesta to be the guy who struggled the most.
Oh yeah.
When it came to actually matching up, the LCK mid laners are quite literally the best in the world, so coming up to them is a very, very rough ordeal, and seeing him do as well as he has thus far is very inspiring. As man on your screen, Dundun versus Birdle should be a very fun matchup as well if the draft allows for it, which probably means that it won't be. But they have been flexing a little. Throw your mind back to when Dundun got Relia, which was a disaster, but they did draft for it, which I appreciate.
And Dundun has been outspoken, saying that he's not just going to be a tank guy, he's going to try the carries as well. I'm kind of hoping that he just accepts who he is and plays Gragas every game.
His Cassante was really good.
His Cassante is a tank, Chronicler.
Technically. Only technically, Atlas.
He gets to build the tanky items and take not that much damage, okay? That is the Dundun way, and we appreciate him for it. I'm looking forward to seeing how Vital and Peter do up against Envy and Kyle as well, especially with where we've got these drafts situated, because bottom side of the map can be something you can get an edge in on red side, and can be something you can be put in a massive hole in on red side as well, depending on how these first few bans are going to go.
And one of the big defining factors of Sandbox for me was that they actually have adapted. We saw them get completely smashed prioritizing the Zeri against Canyon, and then they actually pivoted, which for a lot of our LCK teams is very hard. Shouldn't be a high barrier to cross, but we for a fact know that it is. So the Sandbox draft to me should be an edge that they have over Nongshim here. Let's see what we get.
Indeed. Here we are into the draft for game number 1. Live Sandbox taking on Nongshim at the beginning of our 3rd week of LCK. The Renekton to be taken away from Dundun straight out the gate. He's just an intimidating guy. You've got to get rid of all of his champions if you can. Peter's cat also going to be banned. Oh, I'd be so sad if someone banned my cat. Not if it's Yumi, but imagine it.
I'd rather not. Your cats are adorable.
I know, they are adorable.
They're really
And which
cute.
one would they ban?
Both in their own way as well. Well, they've done both.
I know.
If you ban
so
one
you'd have
cat,
to
you gotta
ban, like,
both.
yeah, Rengar and Yumi.
Yeah. Can't just ban one.
Yeah.
That makes 0 sense.
My cat's actually, I think the personalities kind of match Rengar and Yumi. One of them's a little bit more aggressive than the other.
Yeah, I've experienced it firsthand.
Yeah, well, Cassante going to be taken away as well. Bit of a nod to how well Dundun played last time out. And Nongshim getting rid of a lot of bottom laners. Caitlyn still standing out like a sore thumb. Zeri there as well, of course. And it will be the Caitlyn ban. So, Varus first pick, likely here for Live Sandbox, and we'll see what Nongshim have got prepared for it.
Heimer is a possible response. We've also seen the Jhin be used with great efficiency. Personally, wouldn't mind the Jhin Maokai lock-in here. The more we've seen of that specific combo, the more I like it. Do really appreciate what it's able to bring.
Or Heimerdinger Maokai.
Also, yep, on board with that as well.
Karma is left up though. Yeah, so Karma being available means that you do have sort of the Karma-Heimer trade that you can theoretically do.
I personally prefer Heimer in that equation, but I do know that the Challenger as well really prefers going for the Karma.
Yeah.
I think the execution on Karma is a little bit more straightforward. And additionally, Karma also remains a possible flex. So knowing that does mean that the Karma doesn't lock you in quite as much. Now, obviously, expectation is still that this is just going to be Peter. But that little extra flexibility can possibly be useful. Giving over the Maokai to Willow, though, and this is looking amazing from Sandbox thus far. Like I said, I highly prefer the Heimer. Do think that you're able to farm up your support item very quickly. You're able to get prio very, very continuously. And for Nongshim, a Jhin pickup would make sense here.
We'll see. Currently hovering over a few different other options.
Imagine.
Yeah, Sona Karma, that would be a heck of a lane. I don't know whether it would ever win, but it would be a lane that exists. The Jin will be locked in like you were talking about. Pretty straightforward there. Doesn't give them a heck of a lot of power towards that bottom side, and so we'll have to see where the picks are going to line up, because Nongshim have the opportunity of going double melee. Certainly a fair few other options here, depending on what gets through the draft.
And that is what they are signaling to me. R4 Silas seems like a complete no-brainer here.
Yeah.
Both against the Maokai, very high-value ultimate, as well as banning Gnar is about as obvious as you can get, so wouldn't mind Sandbox banning that one away. Also want to highlight that, like I mentioned, I do really like the combination of the Maokai with the Jin. Karma, additionally, I think works really well, able to fire off an ultimate and speed everyone up to get the most out of it. So I would be very happy to see Nongshim actually then utilize the power of the Sejuani, right? Make sure that you draft at least one melee solo lane and really try to apply the early pressure advantage that you can have in that matchup, as unsurprisingly, Silas does get taken away. Very telegraphed here from Nongshim. Akali, what about Kassadin? Although Closer plays Aurelia, so can save that for R5 though, in case that Nongshim are willing to ban or pick rather a blind Gragas for Dundun, which
I really hope that
me.
they do lock in top lane instead of locking in mid, because I think giving Closer a free counter pick is so dangerous. That Kassadin, they're not going to risk it.
Yeah.
It's going to take that one off the board. So now, Vital, what are we collecting and who are we picking for? As this is a flex and also denies it from
Look
Closer.
at his grin.
Kind of cute.
Look at Alt Reliable. Don't do it, though. Just pick a Z. It's not interesting, but Kassadin's banned. This is...
Yeah, I like that they're picking top lane. I think that is the right call. Allow Fiesta to have the best matchup that he can.
Camille going full skill matchup. Birdle want to take the risk. Alternatively, we have seen the return of Cannon. I actually really enjoy the pick for what it offers. This makes your poke extremely oppressive for Sandbox. You're also extremely hard to engage on, and thus far, Nongshim is probably going to pick up a melee mid laner here as well if they want to make full use of the Sedge. So, like the setup from Sandbox so far, can go for an Azir here to really round out the composition, make it even harder, make your poke stronger, and make you harder to actually engage on.
Ah, Singed, obviously. Well, now we're getting a bit confused if this is actually going to be locked in, and it's going to be Fiora. So the Jace into the mid lane, much as our good friend Showmaker did like to do. Of course, Chovy doing it last year, but more recently it was Showmaker that brought it back out. As Fiesta, thinking about heading towards that Azir that you were talking about, wanted to make sure that he'd secured the matchup. Not going to have to worry about something like an Aurelia. Syndra also an option, doesn't give you the Sejuani value, but they are just going to be able to get a decent laning phase, hopefully not get jumped on by the Jace. And the thing that's really cool about Double AD for Live Sandbox is they have Maokai and Heimerdinger, the two in their roles that do so much magic damage. You don't need to worry about it.
Absolutely. Overall, the compositions, I would prefer the Sandbox one. You have a incredibly strong poke unit with which you can siege. You also have a Fiora that, provided that you don't fall behind in the 1v1, should have a good matchup into the Jax here. This is definitely one of those matchups where if Sylvie visits top and Dundun gets 2 kills, Brodo doesn't really get to play the game. But it works both ways, so maybe we'll see junglers acknowledge top. I'm not getting my hopes up because that generally isn't what happened. But the single target pick from Nongshim is really good. And this is a team that has been very vocal. They love playing aggressive. And if you hit a scatter, if you hit an ultimate, the follow-up with the Jin, with the Syndra is really, really good. So overall, there are definite possibilities for Nongshim. But the stability, the pressure that they have in terms of priority, and overall, I think the cohesiveness of the Sandbox composition is going to make this a relatively hard game for Nongshim.
No, I agree. I think they do have some avenues towards early and mid-game to get stuff done. And like you say, single target pick, something that we have seen working out for a lot of our teams. It's pretty straightforward to play. The other issue that I have is the complete misunderstanding of how to utilize Fiora for a lot of our LCK teams.
Yeah.
So, Live Sandbox, try and go with Teamfight Fiora. I kind of hope they lose, because we don't want to see Teamfight Fiora as a thing that a lot of teams think is a good option. But here we are. These are your drafts, and it's time to move towards Summoner's Rift for our first game of the day. All right, let's see how it's going to go. Bertel has, of course, played a fair bit of Fiora in the past, and he was on, Gen.G for a little while, where they did utilize split pushing sometimes, but it was also an organization that was notorious for just defaulting back to teamfight as well. We'll just have to see how it's going to go, because Nongshim are a team that did manage to win a certain best of 5 by split pushing. Maybe Dundun
have we
the
told,
way.
Have we told the story too many times?
Probably. Probably. But we do need to make sure that everyone knows.
We're going to summarize it because I don't want to deny anyone the possibility to watch that VOD one, on a bored winter's day. But Dundun went 0-7 and still got MVP and won the finals single-handedly. And if that doesn't make any sense to you, well, don't worry. Didn't to me at the time either.
He was also playing Jax at the time.
He was,
a bit more poignant.
Same pick. Makes it for a fun little memory, and whether that is going to be repeated here, I highly doubt, but should be mentioned as overall, looking at the runes here, do see that the bot side going for double comment, obviously in case of Heimerdinger, pretty standard, but Envy opting into this as well, so really not looking to try and actually give Vital the opportunity to go in for any early autos.
Yep.
Not giving the opportunity to go for a 4th shot, but instead fully just hit E's and Q's. And this is why I think the Heimerdinger is so obnoxious to play into. Because this is Karma.
Yeah.
Like, Karma has been the support for how long now? Like 8, 9 years?
Yeah, it's the I want lane priority support.
And here we are, looking at a weird head Yoda with glasses. Just not caring.
And speaking of not caring, Fiesta didn't care about the fact that Syndra's win rate has been pretty abysmal over the last little while. Currently 3-7, but those 7 losses have been in a row. Right now, level 3 to level 2, it's looking like Syndra's a pretty good pick. But we'll see how it's going to go as this game continues. It's the longevity that I think has really been the struggle for the Syndra.
And looking at some of the rune choices here, we already went shortly over Envy's closer, also going for the Electrocute. Playing into Syndra, they're obviously going to be a lot more burst involved, a lot of shorter trades, so being able to try and match the Syndra is going to be very helpful in that regard. And overall, a lot of resolve here. We see it in topside, obviously, with the Grasp, but Dundun and Clover also going both for that secondary. To try and keep up a little bit, as I love that interaction so much. Like the mind game of Riposte versus Counter-Strike is just a joy to watch. Always really, really fun. There, obviously, Bertel getting the better hand is Sylvie.
Yeah.
Doesn't have Smite, but
no one does, and in fact, they have mid lane priority. So I really like that Sylvie just didn't even think about Willa possibly contesting because his Syndra was so much further up the lane, and there was no way that they were going to be able to contest. So now an opportunity for that double scuttle. Sejuani off to a flying start here. Not seeing anything represented in the gold or anything like that. But if you are a Nongshim fan, it's definitely what we're going to need to see, because this game does get more difficult as time goes on. They're going to need to find some edges, find some avenues to break this game open and allow their pick composition to actually get picks, right? And that involves breaking down turrets, getting early advantages, and causing some chaos here on the map.
Yeah, I do think the Nongshim composition, provided the top lane matchup doesn't spiral, still has some mid to late game win conditions, even if they lose some control. But as you point out as well, if there is a Maokai sapling in every single rush and Kyle gets the setup around objectives, then for Nongshim you can't really walk in, right? You need to catch someone in a rotation. You can 5v5, but I do think that overall it will be a lot tougher. So looking at some of these first fights, if we get around a first Drake, if we move towards a Herald early on, that's where I'd really expect Nongshim to try and hard force As overall, this bot lane not very eventful. Mid lane, both mid laners teleported back to the lane. Fiesta now hitting nearly level 6, but barring any crazy missteps, don't think we're going to see that much action until later on, as Wheeler just going to help out Closer, say hello.
Yeah, bit of a drive-by. Now Fiesta has to pick up a kitty cat on his way through. Doesn't feel fantastic. Winter's Wrath there, doing a fair bit of work for Sylvie. As Scat of the Week also connects. That was really cool, Fiesta. Nicely done. Swifties picked up by Vital. Best boots in the game. I will not hear anything else. And Willa will just go back into his jungle and see if he can catch up. Sylvie has been farming very effectively on this Sejuani thus far, and I think the double scuttle certainly has helped him out. Dundun and Bertle. Dundun with level 6 already picked up, and Bertle holding on to his teleport here, as he can see. He didn't need it in order to catch the wave, and so he'll have that little advantage if this gank does actually come through.
Yeah, there isn't really a cost here for Sylvie either. If Bertle does decide to go aggressive, which based on the wave state clearly doesn't really need to, then Sylvie can go in, but top side still clearable. Then I actually have been really liking the kind of communication and the cohesion between Sylvie and Fiesta. Coming into this, we were talking a little bit about how Wheeler and Closer have actually been a very strong mid-jungle 2v2, as now even Dundun, right, just helping his jungler get another scuttle.
Yeah.
Right? Trying to get his team ahead, making sure he actually utilizes the priority. It's nothing crazy from Nongshim, but when it comes to these challenger teams, this is where I'd expect them to look the most cohesive before the map and the game really opens up. So actually seeing them do so is quite nice.
Absolutely. And we're now going to see Vital try and catch back up in farm. He was actually doing a very good job staying even as we get to 39 stacks on Fiesta. Picked up a whole bunch of slivers, shards, splinters, I was to say it correctly. So it does have that first upgrade on the queue. Extra charge, feeling pretty good about it. See where the items are going to go. We've seen a few different choices from Syndra's. Fiesta looking like he at least wants a Seraphs at some point.
Yeah,
where he goes outside of that, we'll have to see.
I like this more than the Rod of Ages Syndra. I think Rod of Ages, if you're actually able to utilize it well, is great. So that means that you're either a Swain who can really utilize the health that it provides in a great way, or you're casting a Rise because...
Well, Silas, yeah.
Yeah, Silas, yeah, Silas is another example of obviously loving every stat that it gives. And then in terms of Rise, literally skills with mana. Kassadin is kind of gated by mana, but on burst mages like the Syndra, we've seen it on the Victor as well, and it just doesn't really feel that good. Doesn't feel great. Bot lane priority now turned into a nice pickup from the Dragoness.
Well, Fiesta going to throw that gameplay button out. Sylvie threatening the Glacial Prison. So therefore, Liv Sandbox going to back away for the moment. Saplings flying about. That control ward immediately going to get taken down. So Liv Sandbox with a bit of free time on this outer turret, sort of what they've managed to get for themselves, and that will be plate number 1, while Sylvie heads over towards this Rift Herald and looks to lock that one down. The Maokai on the bottom side of the map, so therefore I think Sylvie should be able to get this one, especially with Dundun having a bit of priority there towards that top side.
And Closer with this setup as well was, Vital. Might be in some trouble here. Does know his team is picking up the Herald, so is going to peace out, but this already evens up the score for Sandbox, right? You're already getting your 2 plates. Yeah. You're also denying here. And that roam from Peter towards mid was, I think, a good idea, making sure that your jungle can actually go for it. But with KL on vision in the bot lane, didn't really need to go for that. And as a result, if Peter's there, then Vital can stay, hold the wave, but not going to be the case here. So bit of a mistake there from the Nongshim bot lane, which they should still come out favorably in terms of gold when the Herald actually crashes. Gold now even between the two teams, but those are the type of moments where, you know, if you have Peter there, then maybe you drop a plate. Yep. But just a little bit of optimization as...
Ooh, okay, Closer going to be able to flash his way out. Still, that is flash on cooldown into a Syndra, a dangerous position to be in.
Yeah, I want to highlight as well that the double Merc Threads buys from Willer and Closer actually help a lot. As, bro,
this is pretty cute. There's the flash forward, but Dundun not going to have enough to take down Bertle this time around. Sylvie lurking, and Dundun getting a solo plate in the 1v1 against the Fiora on this Jax. You can say what you want about the matchup. I'm looking at the players, and I'm proud of Dundun.
So reliable. That's what he does. I'm not sure if he autoed a minion or cancelled his auto. We're going to see that in the replay, but even without him getting the kill, right? Like, shoves in the wave, gets a plate,
20 CS up.
Summoner, 20 CS up, single-handedly. Still, admirable performance here from a top laner that has, again, had less than stellar individual laning performances.
Yeah.
On the Jax. As I was saying though, I really like the. I really want to highlight, and I really like the double Merc spy from mid jungle here, because it does mean that both the setup time is less. A lot of the Sejuani's kit gets weakened. It's also just in general a good buy in the Syndra, and as Vital and Peter.
All right, Nature's Grasp gonna come out. And it is a double snare as Chains of Corruption comes in. Decent little ult as Peter going to be able to have a shield. So he should be all right, but can't participate in this 3v3. Piercing Arrow does come through. Nongshim are going to be able to back away.
And nicely done there by Sandbox. Still able to get out a lot of pressure, but they don't really get that much for it, right? It's now, this wait state, not great for Birdle. You're playing into Dundun, who already finished his Sunderer, so lane a wee bit unplayable now for the Sandbox top laner until he can at the very least match the item, which I don't know how long that's going to take him. Doesn't have teleport either, so...
I don't know what you're talking about. Birdle has 5 items. Dundun only has 1.
Okay.
It's a fact, you know. Is 5 items better than 1? We'll just have to see.
Well, I wouldn't call them items, I'd call them components.
I think they still take up an item slot. And what do you put in item slots? Items. That's what I'm saying. I think Birdle's doing just fine.
I think you're on the verge of a discovery that might revolutionize League of Legends as we know it, Atlas. I think you should dive deeper.
You should talk to full build Kyle towards the bottom side. Absolutely incredible. As Birdle will pick up this wave, and he's under no real issue right now, of course. Trading Ghost for Flash, you feel pretty good about that. There might be a window in which he'll have that Summoner Spell advantage and a Jungler in order to get something done against this Jax. There's Vital down here, going for the Ghost Blade to start things off. I thought, after seeing the Fleet Footwork, that maybe we'd see a bit of a variation, but it looks like it is once again going to be the more lethality-leaning Jhin we've been seeing sort of taken over recently. As there's another Nature's Grasp. All right, Rift Herald going to come through. That is going to deny plates for Dundun, or just in general, as Close is going to turn up. So Nongshim get no money for that Rift Herald that they picked up.
Double teleport invested as well, and that's really the downside for Nongshim. They might not have gotten themselves this crash, right? You don't get the first turret, but regardless, but you could have gotten the plates. But because Fiesta also invests his teleport, the trade overall, much less than you could have gotten out of it. And as a result, maybe a bit quick on the trigger there. Nice cancel from Sandbox. And as of right now, are matching what Nongshim is doing very nicely. And if Nongshim, like they have thus far been unable to, gets onto the mid-game on even footing and towards these objectives on even footing, it's not impossible, but it will be very hard. Right now that they're spiking hard. They have first item spike on Sylvie, Fiesta, and Vital, so if I was Sandbox, I'd take it very easy. Isn't the case for you. And there we see again, yeah, the lane assignments from Nongshim just a little bit behind the curve, and Sandbox keep using it to pick up free leads across the map, which really keeps them relevant here in terms of gold.
Absolutely. Vital going to make his way back down, but notices that there are 4 plates missing from his turret the last 5 seconds, and MB was able to pick up his 4th. So this Varus in a great position, and as you can see, money starting to pile up. All 4 plates going over to the Varus. So Envy's mid-game going to be feeling very good about. Does need a bit of a reset, I think, in order to spend some of that gold, because like you were saying, item spikes were in a great position for Nongshim. I think that was to do with reset timings as Sylvie coming on over, clearing things out where he can, but Kyle and Willa taking a decent amount of control as Dundun looking for Birdle. I've seen this before. That flash just barely not off cooldown. He's playing this matchup out very, very well as Nature's Grasp is going to fly forward. All right, let's see what Willa can do. Bramble smash onto 2. Fiesta going to get taken down first. That's first blood at 15 minutes in this game. There's now Dundun walking on over, looking for Birdle, finds himself the Counter-Strike Grand Challenge has been issued, and Dundun says, yes, please. chasing after him now, and with the Ghost running, Bertel is going to be able to make his way out. But I think Jax is winning this matchup thus far.
Yeah, doing a really good job. Unfortunately for Nongshim, they got caught not ready for Liv Sandbox, who were, regardless of those item spikes, going to contest the objective. Also, as a result, not going to be able to get the first turret blood here on Dundun, who is desperately trying. And I would have loved if Sylvie and Fiesta communicate a little bit better here, because I don't think this fight is great, because, again, Jin isn't roaming up yet, right? Not able to get it, missed the ultimate as well. And because of how Nongshim lines up, it isn't just Sylvie that catches the Maokai ultimate. So, as a result, Sandbox a bit quicker on the trigger, nicely done by them. And it also showcases what we were saying earlier. You saw some of the health bars on Nongshim actually being quite low. You can't just hesitate against Jace, Varus, and Heimerdinger. And even Maokai at this point is a poke champion, which still feels weird. But really, he is in this type of scenario. So, need to see a little bit more decisiveness from Nongshim. But they have a man with a dream.
Yeah.
And his name is Alt Reliable.
He's a man with a dream and a lamppost, and he's going to see what he can get done. But right now, you're exactly right. I think that the map play has been better from Liv Sandbox almost across the board. Nongshim feeling like they're playing on the back foot with a composition that would really like to be making first move. As Vital, that wasn't the move that he wanted to make.
Yeah, he's very far behind because, as mentioned previously, even though both AD carries are currently on 0-0-0, Envy picked up first turret blood.
Well, Envy also not going to pick up the prison, as Deadly Flourish is going to connect onto the Varus, but that is a point-blank massive amount of rockets. Salvo, that's what's the word that I was looking for. And Kyle going to force out the Sejuani.
Nice use of the Ghost Blade there by Envy as well to get himself the sidestep, and that's exactly what I was talking about. You are still substantially ahead, and now Sandbox just very cleanly turning this lead that they have in the bot lane. Coincides with Jace picking up his Eclipse, so spiking is Sandbox right now, and even when they weren't, they were able to get the better end of these trades, and it kind of ties back into what we were saying. I don't think the Heimerdinger would have solved issues for Nongshim, but it would have prevented the bot lane from being as big of a problem as it was, because Kyle and Envy have been shoving since like mid-1.
Yeah,
right? And Varus alone is really good at fighting for prio, one of the reasons why the champion right now is one of, because again, he's just very well-rounded, a lot of early game power, but especially when combined with the Heimerdinger, you're just going to be stuck underneath your turret. And I think Nongshim is really noticing that here right now, and it's not impossible for them. Again, Dundun in a dream, and they still have pick. So if Sandbox overstep and someone just closer, for example, walks into a Syndra stun, they can follow up very easily. But right now, not looking great for Nongshim.
No, it's a difficult time. Peter taking half of his health bar from one piercing arrow, as Sylvie looking for his option, looking for a way in. Has an ultimate, but otherwise not too much more. And Vital just has to watch as his turret falls down. Fiesta moving forward. There's a Glacial Prison. It is going to connect, but it's only onto the Heimerdinger, as the Nature's Grasp is now going to be in response. Sylvie just going to get locked down by everyone. Fiesta suffers even worse fate. And yeah, we said that Nongshim had pick. Liv Sandbox seemed to have more.
Both a little bit disjointed from Nongshim there, with Sylvie, right, hitting an ultimate and Vital not being on time. But even if he had rooted, I don't think it matters. The moment Nongshim attempts an engage, Wheeler throws down an ultimate, everyone's rooted, and then it's just a shooting gallery, but like not a rigged one. You know how you go to the carnival and you're like, this is rigged? Well, this isn't. And then all of a sudden it's very easy, as Dundun does have reinforcements on his way.
Indeed. So we're going to move down. Doesn't have ult. Should be able to at least help the Jax do battle. As closer, with W in your gun form, you're feeling pretty good about taking down that turret. But minions are going to run out, so at least a little bit of respite there, as Fiesta struggling to find value out of this Syndra. Yet again, really does seem to be Syndra's fate. You get to mid-games and you find yourself extraordinarily squishy, and if you don't have any control of the map, really isn't too much that you can do to stop it.
And it's really tough. I think that Nongshim, if they pivot away and draft, like, look again. Even if you do hit the W here on KL, you can't engage, right? Your turret's almost is immediately down, but you need to engage because if you just sit around, you're gonna get blown up. So it makes the game very tough, and fortunately for Nongshim, and this is me trying to be positive as always.
Yep.
Dundun, if he can get a good flank off, can get on top of Envy, might at least be able to force some summoners. And then on the next fight, you might have a shot, as that really is all that you got right now.
That is a point-blank ulti. Let's see whether they can take down Closer. Already Fiesta is almost just dead. The Jin tries to get the work done as Karma's dead as well. Yes, they managed to get Closer, but at what cost is the question, as Dundun going to get challenged. Bertle really wants to find himself some revenge, and I think he may just get it, as Dundun does his very best to try and get out, but he's not going to be able to make it happen. And Liv Sandbox are going to look at Baron here at 20 minutes into the game.
Coming into the night, we were talking about Sandbox, how their adaptation rather in drafts have been great, and this to me is a great example. Really think that they're showcasing that what they got is very, very strong. They're able to set up a lot of these mid-game fights. Nongshim is trying to force because, again, they can't really just sit still, because even with Dundun winning inside, that's not enough, right? You're being sieged, you're losing objectives. So look at Peter and Fiesta. They're 75% before the fight has even started. Closer doesn't even die, courtesy of, or well, in the end he does, after Dundun teleports in, but doesn't die for the larger part of the fight, and at that point it's already a loss. Wheeler able to lock down multiple targets, and it's just pretty straightforward. Cleanly played by Sandbox. I like that draft a lot. They're playing accordingly, and for Nongshim, into this Baron, I think we are going to be looking towards the second game.
I think so too. I think Nongshim probably need to hang up their hats and think about what they're going to be picking into the next game that's going to be allowing them to win. Because so far, I mean, the best part of the story is Dundun, as he's going to get discovered. Sylvie alongside him. This Baron buff now getting to work. Inner turret taken in the mid lane. Top side of the map has equalized, so Nongshim doesn't have to worry about that for now, but you can see the rest of Liv Sandbox just bearing down on this bottom lane, whilst playing a bit of 2-3 to get these things shoved forward.
And if Nongshim had picked themselves up, Heimerdinger and Maokai on first rotation, the game could have looked very different, really seeing the power of these picks. Right, the moment the ultimate comes down against the overwhelming focus. Oh no.
Oh dear, Envy is dead. Well, this is going to put a little bit of a dampener in what Liv Sandbox are trying to do.
Well, that was unfortunate. Big oopsie there from Envy. Gets caught well underneath the turret by Jin.
And now, Vital has a bit of extra money in his pocket.
Yeah.
So that's good news for him. Blade of the Ruin King done here for Dundun as well. So, look, there's stuff to defend with, but I think it's still a circling of the drain that we are having a look at right now. Sylvie turns up in the nick of time. Nice capitalization there. But Liv Sandbox, I mean, for Nongshim, this has bought a bit of time. And I think that that's all it's really going to do.
It's not going to have a big impact, or shouldn't rather have a big impact on the outcome of the match. Mistake from Envy.
We're going to need more mistakes like that, all right? If you're a Nongshim fan, you're looking at Liv Sandbox to drop the ball a couple of extra times before we're really going to...
Still possible.
I mean, of course.
That's the beauty.
There are nexuses on both sides of the rift.
Back to the Nexus theory again.
Indeed.
But I'm talking about realistic options.
Well, one of these Nexi will die at the end of the game, and it's either Nongshim's or Liv Sandbox's. So I think still a 50-50. As Nature's Grasp coming on through here.
I got 1 day. 1 day of rest.
I know, it was not enough. It was not enough at all.
It was too much.
Yeah.
I need to actually spend every day with you to keep my tolerance high. It's the opposite approach.
Oh no.
If you didn't watch the Challenger broadcast on Monday, great choice.
Yeah, good idea.
You made a good decision.
Yeah, there are certainly some recordings of what we were going through.
It was very
You can go back and watch those, but you definitely don't need to watch the entire thing.
I would strongly recommend against it.
Yeah. Especially because you don't get chat replay anymore, which is a bit of a shame. That was definitely one of the best parts. I think you do on YouTube, but...
Well, I don't know, because I think outside, other people can still make clips, which I think did have the chat, so... We just don't get to. But I don't know. Doesn't really matter for the overall outcome. As right now, game state for Nongshim is really hope someone just walks into you.
Yeah. They did get a dragon, and that's an infernal. I mean, that's news.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they need Closer, Envy,
No one can take
or
both.
maybe Cal to just walk into unwatered territory and multiple people alone.
Yeah.
But they have full vision control.
Ow. Oh, Vital's like, I'm leaving.
Closer doesn't even have his... Oh no.
All right. Okay, Fiesta. Where's that flash button? Oh, okay. Mikhail's going to be used. May still need to flash. Doesn't. However, he's very close to dead. 35 seconds on this Infernal.
Hey,
Looks like it's going to be soul point for LSB.
Like that itemization from Peter. That's a positive thing to say about Nongshim here.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, they lost 2 fights, and the game is kind of over. Nongshim, that is.
Yeah.
And for Sandbox as well, you know. Hats off to them. Drafted a great comp. Play around about. Look at the vision. Look, you can't do anything.
No.
There's saplings. There's wards. There's turrets. It's too much stuff, Atlas.
So many things that they have to worry about. As now, Dundon going to move towards Closer here. See what he can do. So, Live Sandbox, they'll get to work on the Drake. Next thing to worry about, as far as Nongshim is concerned, is this Baron, and how easily Live Sandbox are going to be able to lock that one down. Right now, fair bit of vision available for Nongshim, but Live Sandbox are focusing on collecting this Dragon first. That is going to line up the Infernal Soul in 5 minutes' time, if they make it that far. And the Baron going to be the next option there. So, Nongshim, can you get vision down, or can you catch Live Sandbox whilst they're trying to get vision down? Maybe that's the opportunity. Maybe that's the way.
Well put, Atlas.
I mean,
there's really not a lot to talk about this game, unfortunately, at this point.
yeah, this is a cup with like not very much in it at all that we're trying to explain is half full.
Even I can't really justify it. It's like maybe 30.
It's like a very empty cup, but it's like I'm saying that it's humid in this room, so actually there's a lot of moisture in the cup by it just sitting there empty.
There's a couple of droplets.
Yeah,
some leftover tea.
I mean, there's generally moisture in the air at all times.
True.
You know?
Yeah.
And it depends what percentage of humidity it is. So even an empty cup on some days could theoretically almost be half full, right?
Or even full.
Or even full.
Might not
there you
look
go.
that way.
Whoa, that's some serious positivity. Love to see it. Dundon, walking up this this river here.
I personally believe the problem is that Dundon hasn't died enough. He's not drawing enough pressure, so the rest of his team doesn't know what to do.
Ah, so in the end, it's Dundon's fault again.
It is, yeah, absolutely. He's not doing enough. It's the only reasonable call here. There you go. He's doing stuff. Here, look. Immediately.
He struck the Fiora. Absolutely incredible. Vital needs to not take any damage, and it feels really, really impossible because he just isn't very durable. Avoids that shock blast, definitely good news, but as you can see, all of that vision was just transferred towards the top side, and Live Sandbox are getting to work on this Baron. See whether Nongshim utilize their blue trinkets right now, whether they're going to wait, because right now the Baron is being taken, and they have no idea what's going on. There it is. Secured basically 2 people, and I think Nongshim knew that they didn't have any opportunity to get anything done. Because now, Nature's Grasp going to come through yet again, but looked a little bit more defensively orientated, and Will is going to have that one up and available again pretty soon.
Yeah, we're circling the drain here, and you can argue about whether or not there's a lot of water circling, you know, if it's half empty, half full.
Yeah, that's true.
But there is water. It is circling.
You're saying that the drain is half full that we're circling.
Well, the drain is fully full because there's a lot of water going in.
I think this
We're
drain
talking
might be half
talking
empty.
about the bath. What can a drain really be empty? I mean, obviously when the bath is empty, but then the bath's empty, right? It's not really the drain. The drain isn't really a container for anything.
No, it's more of a, yeah.
It's a conduit.
It's a conduit.
Yeah.
For emptiness. That sounds very sad. A conduit for emptiness. All right, well, we'll see whether we're going to be able to claw our way out of this conduit of emptiness, Chronicler.
Well, I think the game is ending soon. So
indeed,
that should help.
That will be an escape. As Willa does have the ulti back available yet again. Fair bit of ability haste in his build. So therefore, was able to just utilize his ult whenever he sees fit. And then fighting quite nicely here into Bertle. As another ult, just a little bit of an R button press, and now Buzz going to dive forward. Scatter the Weak comes through. Sylvie did make it out with the help of the Mikhails from Peter. Now he won't have that one up and available again. Vital in trouble. As the inhibitor does finally go down. Liv Sandbox just leaning on Nongshim right now. And their backs are beginning to break. As mid lane also going to get taken down. Scatter the Weak on cooldown. And Nongshim, there just aren't that many options. There aren't many things that they can do into this composition at this point in time. And I think they're just going to have to watch as their Nexus turrets fall down. Bertle even able to take the top inhibitor turret as well. Dundun, can you do anything? Can you salvage this situation? He's going to get challenged. He is not going to fall. There is one turret in the way. It's all right. Sylvie dives forward. They get some damage. Willa doesn't have very much mana. Chronicler, there is at least that. But there is one turret between Nongshim. One turret and a dream is all they have. As Liv Sandbox with this Baron with a billion minions and not very much of a health bar on the side of Nongshim. They should be able to barrel down and take this one. So the Nexus will be the focus and Liv Sandbox will walk away victorious from game number 1.
Very clean, very calculated, maybe not the most high-octane gameplay, as we got what was effectively 7 kills in a 30-minute game. We got an 8th one at the end, but that one doesn't really count. But what can you say? Nongshim took 2 bad fights, and then the game was over. That's really, they got the one fight in mid, the one fight in mid after the one fight at Dragon, and that was it.
Yep.
That was the end of the game.
Yeah. I think a lot of it does come back to what we saw being drafted. The R5 Syndra getting completely pummeled and not really doing anything the entire game does mean that you don't get a lot of payoff for what makes Red Side, in a lot of cases, quite powerful. This time around, Nongshim will have blue side, I guess, moving into game number 2. And so we'll have to see whether any of those big adjustments will actually get made. As looking at this, not as much damage for the Maokai as I was expecting.
No, we were only engaged. There were not a lot of stalemates because stalemates were immediately won by Envy and Closer. One of which is, I'm sure, is going to pick up the POG. I was leaning Envy, but then he got caught and extended the game by 5 minutes, which I thought was rude. So we'll see who ends up getting it. But overall,
I think it's Willa.
I like Willa.
I think Willa was fantastic. He sent out the cats many, many times.
He did. Bertle got close, but ended up being fine against Dundun as well. And for Nongshim, gotta look for a different draft in game number 2.
Yep, let's see what happens. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space. And then, of course, that game number 2. We'll see you there.
이제 만화 없다 얘들아. 나 끝났어. 나 볼까?
좀 받았다. 해봐.
끝. 야 다시 배치.
야 다시 배치하면 보자 이거.
왼쪽에 기대서 해봐. 신드라 조심 얘들아. 딜러 뭉쳐있지 마. 엑스 뿌리고.
이 라인이 끝내 생각해보자 이거.
딜러 뭉쳐있지 마.
대본 라인 지운 중.
오른쪽에 바로 먹고 줄게.
야 템포 2개야. 천천히 그냥
야,
턴 쳐도 돼. 알아서 깨자. 신들아.
천천히.
친다.
아, 죽여. 나 한번 봐줘야 됐어. 아, 봐줘.
쪼라 좀 봐줘. 막아줄게.
야, 끝내. 아이고야. 나 죽는다.
미팀 포킹 조합.
야, 이거지.
나이스. 이거지.
야, 나 잘려갖고.
Hello and welcome back to the space where we do not have a carpet anymore. It is me, Valdez, and we are joined by Hooney and Wolf today. A very special Wednesday that we do have. And that first game, guys, Not so sure about that one. Liv Sandbox, I feel like they got away with a lot, and Nongshim really weren't able to punish much. And then Liv Sandbox, pretty free win for them, and I think it all starts with the draft.
There were a lot of things in this draft that, on both sides could have been better. We were a little bit concerned about the Karma opt-in here on the side of Nongshim, but what really stood out to myself and Huni in particular was this Jace pick, which felt very unusual. It's a strong pick, very flexible, obviously, but you're on blue side, so you have to also show your top side with this. And into, at the moment it was locked in, you're like, who do you shoot with accelerated shock blast in this draft? You're firing into a Karma, and all of those shields, a Sejuani, you have a Jax, not a lot of great targets. Of course, the Syndra is locked in later and was bullied by this Jace, but we were kind of concerned, like, how is this draft going to work out in actuality in this laning phase, especially because he took Electrocute and fell behind.
I mean, also more so, I think the Leap Sandbox, they high prioritize the Virus and the Maokai Heimerdinger. I don't know why the other side, it could have gone just like take it away. The Maokai especially, I think it really boosts up the Polcom, and also the Heimerdinger, the boosting up the CC chain, and plus with the bottom lane phase, on the control, I think that was like really big wonder for them. And also, I think as you mentioned it, I think Jace is like really hard to play against the Sejuani Syndra, especially level 6. They did punish one time, but for sure just one time was not enough, just burning the flash. But I think they needed just kill them and bleed more. I think only lane phase was like fine for Syndra, but I think Jace was like just going it was like going really well for Jace, and no one could stop it like at the middle after middle game.
Yeah, it definitely felt like, Nongshim had some ways to win this game, certainly. I feel like the Sandbox draft was a little bit risky. Like, if you don't get ahead, you're very much indexed into 4 poke champions, and then the Fiora, which you are expecting to get ahead, which, by the way, did not get ahead. That's another story we'll be getting into, but yeah, they were able to just kind of sail through the early game, Liv Sandbox, and Nongshim didn't really punish much, as we do have to jump into highlight number 1 right now and take a look at the one highlight we have for this game.
So this starts off with a Glacial Prison coming out here, but the Maokai ult actually catches Syndra. And this is just positional error here. You're super greedy trying to clear this wave, and then we go to the top side. We'll pause here for a second. Notice the mini-map here. Closer's up here. He's completely uncontested. He's been up here for a long time. The Syndra is walking back to lane after dying instead of TPing, so you're giving up an extra turret here to Closer, who's already accelerating this game, already soaring towards 2 items, and at this point in time, I think a TP was warranted, but Nongshim needed to be willing to make that potential sacrifice, because you don't know where the Maokai is at this moment as Fiesta. Got to TP top and clear this wave. You might die for it, but if you just let this wave go, you let this turret go, you lose more and more vision. Jace loves when these turrets are down on the map, because everywhere there's no vision, you're just not going to be able to survive. You're always going to be flanked by Jace, by Maokai, and giving up another turret like this really hurts after getting picked, just caught on the edge of that Maokai ultimate. Got to be positioning better. If you're out of position, you're going to have problems, of course, against this composition.
Yeah, I mean, additionally, like for the Dindin's stats, I think he really had a really strong lane phases against the Fiora, and he almost made it solo kill like more than twice. But I think the middle of the game, like especially the first Herald in the Nongshim, they had like really had a poor plan. I think the biggest thing, like they couldn't use the Herald just headbutt on the turret and becomes like nothing. They just wasted the first Dragon and first Herald, and it apparently just gave away the gold. And I think the other side, like which is like, I think they had a really better plan that just how to cover it, how to like the Heimerdinger was covering top. They were OP2 using TP like really fast, and I think a lot of the cover that it stopped accelerating the Jax's snowball, and I think that was a really great plan.
Yeah, so far I think the top lane and jungle here for Nongshim have been surprisingly mechanically playing well, although I think in this game especially we got to see a little bit of some of their, coordination issues, perhaps communication issues, because there were a lot of chances to play around this top side, a lot of chances to use Dindin's lead, and they just were not able to do any of that. The Sejuani wasn't able to help in mid either, so there were just a lot of angles that Nongshim could have used, but they were unfortunately not able to. But guys, we do have the POG ready to go. Let's see who does pick it up. It will be Kyle.
Yeah, I looked at Huni, I was like, who's POG? Because we decide together, right? And I was thinking the whole time, I want Kyle, but I want Huni's opinion. Huni just looks at me and says, Kyle? I'm like, all right, we're going for it. And I was like, I'm willing to be the hipster on this one, but his grenade usage was great, his laning was amazing, and he turned this composition that obviously has a lot of pick potential into consistent picks every time. I think we even missed some of his early game grenades here where they were looking for fights and choke points. This doesn't even tell the full story of how dominant he was on this Heimerdinger again here for Liv Sandbox.
I mean, the crazy thing is like, especially like when he started the fight, I think it was like really great uses on the grenade, and it just like turns the Baron, team fight, like just burn the additional like gold, I think it was like great.
And you can see this.
The support, we made it out.
Couple of votes as well for Envy. Did a lot of damage. Mid lane, you know. Closer was doing some boom boom damage. It's the way it goes when your comp gets ahead. Either way, guys, we're done here on the desk. Let's go back to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, and it was an absolutely fantastic game from Kyle. I think that there were quite a few that just played that composition out very, very well, and I'm personally hoping that we see just a little bit more competition as we head towards our second game of the day.
As overall, I think Sandbox a great look, but as the casters also highlight, or as the spacers rather also highlighted, do also see that for Nongshim there were a lot more opportunities, as that is Sandbox Gaming's CEO and one of their content creators visiting here today as well.
Very, very cool.
And they've been doing really well.
They absolutely have. Certainly a bit of a good luck charm here today, and obviously the correct day to come and check out Live Sandbox play. So, as we'll see whether they can do it again in game number 2. We are probably going to have a switch up of sides. Most of our teams have really started to work out. The blue side has been pretty strong, and so there it is. Nongshim move over to blue. We'll see whether that changes things up. But the issue for me is that they got all the way through the draft. Things were kind of okay, and then it was like, aha, Syndra. And as soon as that happens, you don't have a lot of, you're not overwhelmed by faith.
I'm with the Hoon on this one. The moment that they went for the Sejuani and the Karma, I was like, nah, not a fan. Let's see whether Nongshim is going to actually adapt here, because truly think they need to. If they try and go for a similar draft, or they keep their prioritization the same, it wouldn't be impossible for Sandbox to actually get a really good position here. But they pick up a lot of the wins, and it looks like might also be that they don't really want to prioritize this Maokai, but they also don't want to let it open, so it will get banned here on blue side, because a Maokai first pick I think is perfectly fine. But maybe want Sylvie on something a bit more proactive.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind the Elise priority going up, as Varus is going to be banned away.
So Heimer first?
Caitlyn first?
Yeah, that could also happen. Rise is also still open, so Sandbox might also pivot away from banning either of those and then pick up whichever is left open.
We have to remember as well that Cassante and Renekton have both made it through the draft. They were banned in the first round last time, and there is the Elise that we were talking about. So Sejuani stock on the rise.
Is it Rise or is it... No, is it Rise or is it Caitlyn?
Please make it not be Karma.
Is it... Oh, is it...
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna ask... Oh, that's neither.
Okay. So
you pick Caitlyn.
You do. And you pick Sejuani, I guess. Yeah,
yep.
There we go.
Yep, you pick Sedge. So, for Nongshim, going to stick to this Karma pick here. Now, the one upside is that generally, as Sandbox, you try and combine the Caitlyn with something that actually utilizes its strengths well. We haven't seen Morgana in a while into Karma. We're not going to see it either, but Lux is another possibility. But Sandbox can also just go for Heimer anyway. Right? Like, it's not like Kate Heimer is amazing in terms of how they synergize, but if you hit a stray grenade, you're still fine, and obviously they shove together very well. But no, Nongshim is going to stick with it. This Jin Karma is what they perceive as a very strong bot lane. Unsurprisingly, there is the Lux after all, and I gotta say, this is what I was worried for with... Even on red side, Nongshim's prioritization was more so the issue, and I think that continues here. I do like Sylvie and Wukong specifically. I think that part is great, but your bot lane might struggle again here.
Certainly will. It's a bit ironic that the Karma first pick is extraordinarily uninspiring. As the Rise to be banned away, Kassadin to follow up, and I think that a few of these dangerous mid lane picks do need to be focused on. So Kassadin going to be the first one to go. The Sylas or the Akali, I guess, the other choices. As with a Sejuani and Closer, banning things becomes very difficult. And hopefully Fiesta has a decent idea as to what he wants to get done here.
Going to be a toughie for Nongshim. And have to blind at least one of their lanes. Looking right now like we might see another Jax. Because that top lane really wasn't the problem. Sandbox can opt into the same matchup and should be fine there as well. Then we get another counter pick for Closer, because to me, Closer is the best counter pick opportunity that you get on Sandbox's side, with very high lethality picks. Akali this time around also open. Irelia, of course, another one that we've seen them use with great efficiency. So Jack's pick up here, I would love, can go for the Fiora again as well.
Yep, wouldn't mind something that does a bit of magic damage, but the Fiora for Bertle is going to be the option. Likely we'll see Dundun's Jax once again. Of course, I think a lot of us were pretty impressed with how he played, but the real worry is what Fiesta's going to do as far as his blind mid lane choice. And Akali's certainly a choice you could make, and they are going to lock that one away. So it looks like we might be heading towards Akali Sylas territory here for Liv Sandbox. Not exactly a matchup that the Sylas often opts into, but is something that he often finds himself in. And we have seen that it hasn't been always Akali favored.
No, is definitely execution dependent, and would mean a lot of fireworks are in the mid lane. Also, Sylas obviously amazing with the Sejuani, so again, we find ourselves in a position where I'm looking at the Sandbox draft, and I think you got it all, right? You have a ton of great ultimates on the enemy team, most notably the Wukong, and the Akali. Then you're looking at a Lux Caitlyn bot lane, who Vital and Peter do have a better matchup this time around, but a single mistake can mean the end of the lane. And
I don't think that it's that much better, you know?
I really hate Heimerdinger, so I'm personally of the belief that the Caitlyn Lux lane, while insanely strong, incredibly strong, does have more of a skill floor where it can look a little bit lackluster if you take some bad trades early on, right? And the Jin Karma gets to take control of the lane, gets to shove you in aggressively, then you're stuck underneath the turret. So there are some possibilities there. I don't think that should happen, but that is something that Nongshim at least can cling on to. Top line matchup should go well again, but it didn't matter last time, and I don't think it's going to matter this time around either.
Yep, I'm looking at mid and bottom, and I'm thinking that Liv Sandbox should have those lanes under control, and we know that as soon as you have those lanes under control, most of the early to mid game is also then yours for the taking. But we never know. You never know what could happen here, and of course, Nongshim, they've been playing together for a very long time. They have the power of friendship on their side. We'll see whether that's going to be enough to bring us to a third and deciding game in this series. Liv Sandbox, throughout the majority of their games, have gone the distance if we're going to do a 3-game check. Checking it out here, their last one against Breon was definitely 3 games. 3 games against KT and 3 games against Hummer Life Esports. So they haven't actually had a 2-0 victory yet. And we'll see whether this is their first one as we hop onto the Rift here for Game 2. Alright, Liv Sandbox fans, voices very, very loud here in LoL Park today. And they are moving towards this bottom side of the map. Closer also here as well, but not going to be able to find anyone. Just going to be some defensive posturing.
Yeah, make sure you get brush control level 1. Already important here for this early lane, as Envy will spot them.
Yeah. Alright, Envy taking a bit of damage here as Vital's moving forward, and Closer's going to find some chains. Vital has to flash already, Envy going to flash after him, the heal's going to come through, and the autos are down! Already, Nongshim off to a horrible start. Liv Sandbox picking up everything. They don't have very many summoner spells left, but that's about the end of the positives for Nongshim.
How are you feeling about level 2 gank, Sylvie?
I mean, hopefully he's feeling okay about it.
Yeah, because the game stayed pretty rough. As mentioned previously, level 1 control, very important. Well, that's not happening at all. And even a little bit, and look at this as well. Sandbox, they know as well. So they have literally every possible angle warded here, right? There's no cheesy move for Sylvie for him to go over the Dragon Pit and find an angle that way. Is currently getting spotted on top of his Raptors. So now Envy and KL get to do what Caitlyn and Lux do best, which is just... Oh, God.
Perpetually shove. As Q's going to go wide from Peter.
Ugh.
And I don't know, man. I know that we've seen... And this is the difference between Challengers Korea and the LCK, and that is the priority on the Karma. We were seeing Karma banned every single game in Challenger, but not so much here in the LCK. And Nongshim, of course, they are the Challenger champions. As Dundun in a bunch of trouble here. Arctic Assault is going to go wide as he leap strikes to get himself out, and that is a surviving Dundun under his turret.
Costly missed that from Willa. He gets that.
Fiesta as well will land himself the backflip. Closer thinking that he has the angle. Not going to fight it out as Sylvie, he is here.
Yeah, based on the position, I'm pretty sure that Cal and Envy are suspecting something.
But that is a big old flash forward. Envy, remember, does not have his flash available. Deadly Flourish misses, but Sylvie still able to pick it up. And that is the answering kill 3 minutes into the game.
Very, very important kill there for Nongshim. And I think Liv Sandbox had an inkling. Might have felt safe, not going to be the case.
Oh dear. Willa is going to be able to find Peter here, and Sylvie's going to have to make his way back down again, but I think he's going to be too late. Another Deadly Flourish will connect. A fair few minions here, but Willa is going to be able to walk it off, and so Liv Sandbox answer immediately.
And that is really a roller coaster. Went from very bad for Nongshim to nice play Nongshim to, okay, no, we're in deep trouble again.
Oh dear, Nongshim.
Yeah. Very, very, very rapidly as this setup, nicely done. Obviously, they are aware of the fact that there is no flash on Envy, and as a result, Sylvie able to take him down. Combination of the Ignite and the red buff does find the Caitlyn lane, but then, yeah, being up here, KL really nicely set up bait. Ritter coming straight from base after getting a top flash, and man, Willa making big moves here early on.
Certainly is. As Closer as well, having a good time into Fiesta, as we can see.
Ooh, has not cleared any of his bot side jungle.
Well, now he's indicating that he is going to head over there and do so. Fiesta's going to miss a cannon. That feels real bad.
Well, who am I kidding? Doesn't matter. Top side isn't real.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Top side,
what were you talking about?
Is a construct created by bot laners to try and, you know, have some 2v2 time.
Yeah. No, I think you're right. Closer is, you know, he's taking some buttons here, but you can see Fiesta's winning out on all of these trades. Losing out on all of these trades. Doesn't really matter too much. Checking in on the CS. Mid lane is they're just fighting one another as often as they can, and otherwise trading farm pretty evenly. As this is, I mean, it frightens me every time. Every time Closer goes in, I'm like, is Fiesta about to die? Not happening. Does have his Shroud off cooldown at this point in time, so he should be alright. Deadly Flourish from Vital. And when you're sitting back and farming with W, and that's all you can really do, it doesn't feel fantastic.
On the contrary, Atlas, it feels bad. It feels very bad. Yeah. As right now, MV and KL going to be able to just continuously poke. Sylvie doesn't have his ultimate available yet. Also see some pings going down, so Sandbox should have a pretty good idea that the Wukong is in the bot side. Going to be able to get a shove here and then look for a back. MV probably sitting on a fair amount of gold as still sticking around for a little bit longer, trying to keep Vital and Peter under pressure.
It's a good move. Now Nongshim do at least have some space that they bought themselves by avoiding a bunch of these skill shots. But it's still not really working out here. And as you can see, the CS gap is just massive. And now, even Closer's moving down. They are taking the Drake. So I don't know whether it is going to be a 4-man dive, but it could certainly happen. As Dundun is able to take a plate here. Birdle going to get the heck out of dodge.
Power move from Birdle to pick the matchup that you got slapped.
Sorry, it was Birdle taking a plate. I tell a lie. I'm used to them being on the other sides of the rift.
Yeah, well, also just a power move, no? From Birdle to say, I'm going to, again, play the same matchup that I got.
Yeah, and this time do better.
I loved him so much.
just battling nothing.
He's stretching, Atlas.
It's
important.
It's so good. Oh, okay. Nice
keep
little
those
trade
muscles
here from
flexible.
Fiesta. Indeed. They were well and truly warmed up. As that cannon was secured. Love to see it. There's now a bit of a turnaround. As not really as much as you'd want.
Yeah, Fido just having to heal that because otherwise he'd die. Very sad. Sad state of affairs here for Nongshim in the laning phase again.
Yeah, and I'm still trying to figure it out, you know, the Karma priority that hasn't really shown itself that much just yet.
It's better than last game. They haven't actually dropped a plate yet.
It is true, as Dundun is going to get challenged, does move away from the Winter's Wrath, but I think he's still dead. They want to give the kill over to Birdle. He does flash, but he's still dead. Willa picks up the kill.
I don't know about that one, Dundun.
Sometimes you just flash, you know.
But this is much better. He's going towards the power spike.
Yeah, that's true. And the sooner you flash, the sooner it's back off cooldown, Chronicle.
Yeah.
You know?
Fiesta is waiting for Willa to show up at his doorstep. Oh, well, he does, and then leaves again. That was a roller coaster of emotions. Coming to cinemas near you.
Well, in fact, I think the LCK is shown in cinemas.
It actually is
for some of our games.
Yeah.
Thanks
Tragic love
to
story,
our partnership with CGV. As Closer, taking a bit of damage here from Fiesta. Does have the ultimate available, does use it. I think it was timing out as well, so probably wanted to. 5-point strike avoided. Thumbs up from Fiesta. Love to see it. Just encouraging one another there in that mid lane. As Envy and Kyle just going to move once again with this huge minion wave towards the turret and see how many plates they can gather.
As long as you don't get unlucky and roll a Chemtech Soul, you're in a great spot there. Oh, Sylvie in trouble.
All right, well, in goes Fiesta. Let's see whether they can actually win this 2v2 as already they're going down extremely low. Fiesta picks up the first one, but the Silas is going to go down in the end. So nicely done here by Nongshim to be able to at least get something even. But when we're talking about them getting something and it's even, and that being a good thing, you know that things aren't necessarily going super well. As, walks onto the trap, Vital in trouble. Headshot not prepped.
Yeah, I got to peace out now. There is still flash and heal available here for Envy. So that's going to be the first plate dropping surely. Unfortunately, for Nongshim, things are not looking much better. And this is very unfortunate because just getting pummeled in lane isn't really going to teach you that much. I think in the previous game, even though their bot lane got pummeled, they at least had like the 2 fights, you know, that felt like they could have maybe won if they'd done a better job. Right now, though, Sandbox is just outlaning them basically everywhere. Have prio across the board. Obviously, the Caitlyn Lux lane is stomping, as we feared and were unfortunately correct about.
Yep.
And now you're going to go into any team fight with a almost 2k gold lead. And champions like Jin, when behind, do not feel great.
No.
They feel bad.
Yeah. And, you know, champions like Karma, if not ahead, like, even if they are ahead, they don't feel fantastic, you know? So it's definitely a huge negative, as Fiesta getting over that wall to follow things up. Was able to take down the Silas, but already going 1-for-1 there. You're kind of okay with it if you are Closer, who's heading towards his Rod of Ages as quickly as he can.
Yeah, just go for second Drake here. You have Perma Prio on bot lane, and Nongshim does have a lot of power. Sylvie is going to back here with 30 seconds on the clock. He's going to pick up a Sunder and does have his ultimate available. No flash, but this is still salvageable for Nongshim, provided that they can execute as well as...
All right, into the Shroud goes Fiesta. Closer picks up the ulti as there's the Permafrost. Even the final spark comes in. And that is, once again, immediate revenge there for Closer. Of course, it was Sylvie that picked up the kill, but he fell down also. So now 2-1-0 is Sylvie looking to try and get something back as Peter dives on over. Closer's going to die once again. Now they're chasing after Willa. Can Nongshim grab more? The answer's no. As Dundun, now with Counter-Strike on cooldown, but pressing W feels pretty good. He's going to be able to offer that one back. So, the Drake lives for the moment.
I'm hearing some trumpets, Atlas.
Some trumpets?
Yep. Some trumpets, maybe a saxophone?
I think a saxophone is definitely what I'm hearing. I'm often hearing saxophone. I like saxophone music a lot.
You are
I am a
big
bit
enjoyer of
a saxophonist, or at least a former saxophonist. It's all right. Envy?
Have you played recently?
No, not recently at all. I did go and visit my saxophone in Australia.
Nice.
I saw it. It was in the cupboard.
How was it doing?
My parents' place. Not sure. I didn't open the box. But I think it's doing fine. Might need to get a new reed or two.
And now, Nongshim, after what looked like them securing a Drake with the kill going over, have actually grasped back control. Right? They're getting plates.
Yeah?
This is really big. So what happens here is nice play by Wheeler here. Fiesta tries to sweep, tries to set up for the objective, but gets found. This is the Sejuani and Silencer, even with the chain being sidestepped. Nicely done. Unfortunately, not a lot to be done here, but then as they're shoving out... Oh, closer.
Oh,
yeah, I wasn't sure about why he died. I thought that Silva just got a good angle. No, that was just closer with a... Just because you have an Akali ultimate doesn't mean you need to use it.
Yeah, we were saying that the first pick, Karma, wasn't that inspired. Well, that also wasn't exactly perfect execution.
Okay, we're gonna work in all ultimates this game. Okay?
Yeah, we'll see what we can do.
All with
this
exactly
bottom lane
the same
is in
format.
Glacial Prison.
Sure.
Right? Although it's not that glacial. That was a nice W there from Sylvie. Get himself out of the way of any issues.
That mistake actually might end up costing them because it has given Nongshim a Drake, which will buy them a lot of time. Very relevant, especially against this Source.
All right, immediately follows Bertle. Can he get out? The answer is yes. He presses the ghost button. He's going to be all right. But once again, I mean, Dundun's showing that he wins these. He just needs to actually get a solo kill.
Well, yeah, that's the problem. He does win this, and in this case, actually, it's a big win because he should be able to get some damage down on the turret as well. But...
Oh dear. Okay, Peter's going to turn up. Let's see whether Sylvie can survive. Another Cyclone comes in, gets himself out. Fiesta, perfect execution, but can he get it? The answer is almost as Peter picks it up. The flash after. The blade binding is too good. And Closer picks up another kill. He'll even give one to Kyle, but now Vital's going to turn up. Closer, I mean, I was a bit scared for Nongshim there, but Closer decides to let them live.
And overall, we asked for a game with more action. We're getting it, but it's at the cost of cleanliness because there's a lot of shenanigans happening here. Both teams fighting to the death repeatedly.
If you're going to make an omelet, you got to break a few eggs, Chronicler. All right, and it's not clean. When you break eggs, it's less clean when you do that. All right?
How do you break your eggs? In a bowl, I hope.
I'm not very good at it, though. You know, you break it on the side, and then a whole bunch of it
No, just
comes
break it
out.
on a flat surface. And then you crack it in the bowl. It doesn't matter. Let's go over what happens here. As Sylvie gets engaged on, but is Wukong with flash, so is able to get out. Then Fiesta goes in and is able to do enough damage to kill Willer. And then here is where, unfortunately, for Nongshim, they are a little bit trigger happy. In the end, you'll take the trade. I do think that trading even for Nongshim isn't the end of the world, but again, I want to reiterate that my opinion, Sandbox is in a much better state if we get further and further into this game, so we're gonna need to see continuous skirmishing, and hey, guess what? Nongshim's doing it.
Well, we got a big old teleport. We'll see whether Closer's going to be able to stop it. The answer is no. So Dundun, he'll make it in. And Closer will immediately follow Fiesta on the flank, but he gets bound immediately. He goes into his shroud, but he's taken down. Envy locks that one up, and now Closer trying to finish off this jungler once again. Good Cyclone's going to be there, but I think Sylvie's still dead. As Peter, he doesn't have enough inspiration in order to keep his jungler alive. And Nongshim, they just walk into the meat grinder.
Not sure who warded there, but that person farming POG votes. That was an incredibly important ward. If Fiesta actually does get backline access with the Caitlyn and with the Lux, there is definitely the possibility to go in for quad kills. But unfortunately for Fiesta, if you get hit by any CC from Sandbox, you are dead. There's no ifs. You immediately get taken down. Oh, is it Kael?
Yeah.
Of course it's Kael. Oh, he knew. He knew. And the moment you get caught, like, look at the CC chain, right? Binding, then ultimate. Cal still has Everfrost as well.
Yeah.
Right? Like, there's plenty, use it there. There's plenty of CC available. And unfortunately for Nongshim, I think they are kind of forced to take these type of fights. And for the second time in a row, it doesn't quite work out. The previous one was even, this one is not. They lose the objective as a result. Now Herald available. Herald can be thrown mid, and then Sandbox can start stacking more and more Drakes. And not a great look from Nongshim, pretty good look from Sandbox. And maybe you predicted the downfall a little bit too early, but I get it because I am still worried that they will downfall as Birdle.
We'll have to see as Dundun gonna have to keep his back to the wall as Counter-Strike comes back up, and there's the solo kill we were looking for.
And Birdle in the player cam, not happy with himself, doesn't really need to go for these. Right now, the game state's great for you, your team's winning.
Yeah.
If you give the Jacks the opportunity, you might run into some issues later on. Unfortunate, Dundun gonna make the most of that.
Well, Glacial Prison going to connect. Final spark down as well. Peter flashes away as Envy just barely unable to get enough damage. It was pretty good calculation though as Dundun takes down this outer turret in the top lane. There's some okay news here for Nongshim. They're not down too much gold, but you can feel the game has slipped out of their fingers. Closer coming down towards that bottom side, steals away an ultimate.
That's first turret block. And the problem for me is that even with Dundun getting a lead in this lane, you have to be... Fiesta. Should be fine. You have to be way more fed to actually be able to just ignore the Fiora, right? Like, Birdle dying once here is not good. Shouldn't have tried to look for that all-in, but it doesn't really change the fact that he should be able to just hold on against Dundun in a 1v1. And that's all you need to do because the rest of his team is winning the map hard, right? They picked up a second Drake now.
Yep.
Closer clearly fully gaming as... Oh, Peter. Oh, no.
Oh, dear. Well, Ace in the Hole going to come through. Closer going to miss the chains. And he's going to be taken for a walk. All right, perfect execution comes down, and now Vital going to try and fight this one out. He does have the Gale Force. He's going for the more crit-based build this time around on the Jhin. Gives them a little bit more late-game staying power, I guess, if they somehow manage to get him to 4 items. But it is going to change things up a little bit. Does mean he has a slight trough at this point, though. How do you feel about the old
waiting?
Jhin?
Yeah, I think it's fine. I don't know how much autoing you're actually gonna get off here, but I do think that without it, ever killing Sejuani is basically impossible. And Jhin still isn't great, but at least you'll be able to get anything done. I also think that the upfront burst is quite nice as, yeah, Birdle doesn't need to go for this. Really nicely done by Dundun, able to hug the wall.
So close.
It really was, yeah. If he gets the Vital, he obviously wins, but...
And he's dabbing as well. Never changed, Dundun, never changed. All right, and yeah, that's not great news for Birdle, but as far as Nongshim's hopes in this game, it's all looking fantastic. Plus, you can add on top of it the fact that we have an Infernal Soul, which feels just brilliant for both of these teams, because there is a lot of damage stacked up. So we'll see whether Live Sandbox continue to grab those as Sylvie clearing out his Raptor camp. Will is going to move over, finds another one onto the flashless Peter, who is going to get taken down. Birdle going to help grab that kill as well.
That was a replay, right? We saw that.
Yeah, no. This is the replay, the Summoner spell list replay. It works a little bit differently. In the Choose Your Own Adventure, if you have Summoner spells, you go to a different page. But then you eventually get back to that page again.
Do those still exist? Because those are just video games now, no?
Choose Your Own Adventure books?
Yeah.
Yes. I'm pretty sure that's a sign of my age. As Fiesta is going to try and escape this one, but once again, he's just put into CC hell. And destroyed as, okay, I've seen this movie as well. I mean, this is basically like...
Yeah, but...
We're just seeing replays after replays. But
yeah,
it's in real time.
But again... You know, it's unfortunate.
Okay. I like the thought.
Oh, he has to. The rest of the map state's not very good.
Yeah.
So Dundun forced to make something happen, and he'll have to. He is the shining light. The 600, 700 gold lead that he has.
This might be Envy's getting caught moment once again, but no. There's the heal from Kyle, who's heading towards back-to-back POGs, I'm not going to lie.
I'm leaning towards Willa, but he has been playing really well. Flash shield there after Envy uses flash and heal. Really nicely done by Kyle. That's a true support.
Yeah,
right
it is. That is. And that is also Envy heading towards his Infinity Edge very quickly. As closer, he's going to open the curtain. Just throw some bullets around. As, yeah.
You gotta love Nongshim.
Yeah.
They're getting pummeled.
Shock Teemo, definitely a correct response.
Can't believe Closer hasn't played enough mid-Gen games to hit all those shots.
I know.
Not impressed, Atlas. Not even hitting one.
No.
Horrible.
It's not good enough.
Must mean he's a bad player, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
Or just was too young to ever play Xerath in the mid lane. Who has, you know, similar, just gotta hit your skill shot type ultimate. Although it is, I guess, quite different.
You want to talk about your Xerath experiences, Atlas?
Yeah, they haven't been great.
Against or
both?
As both.
It's similar to Yasuo, you know. If you've got one on your team,
they don't
going to be awful, and if you're against one, they have magnetized skill shots. Anyway, Willa going to move down towards this bottom side, claim a whole bunch of vision, and with 30 seconds left on this Drake, the Sandbox looking pretty close to that soul point. Envy sets up the trap wall as well, and they just have so many tools. Like, this composition just does so many things for Live Sandbox, especially in the position that they found themselves in now.
Sacking waves. 2 item spikes haven't hit across the board for Nongshim though, and even if they're behind, do note that the gold lead, not insurmountable. Fiesta does have TP here, but there's no control here, right? Like, look at the vision that's set up by the Sandbox. Very hard for Nongshim to either find a flank or catch them off guard.
Yeah. Grenade goes extraordinarily high into the air. Was a bit of fun as Vital moving on over yet again. He does have the ability to get cleansed. The Mikhails is done from Peter. Pose is going to steal his ultimate away as Dundun running for the hills. Permafrost comes in, but he does leave Strike and Flash. Blast Cone going to get him out to safety. Envy tagged as Fiesta gets away whilst also giving some damage back to Closer here. Don't know whether he wanted to go back in, but he did, and we'll see how that's going to go. Another Permafrost coming through. Willa is just always threatening with all this CC whenever he walks around a corner. Another flourish.
TP from Dundun.
All right, let's see whether Closer can catch him. He flashes after the Jax. It's a dangerous thing to do, but I think that they're going to be rewarded for it as 5-point strike comes in and Envy is going to be able to lock down the kill. And now Closer diving forward. The Silas goes down, but it's another kill for this Caitlyn. Fiesta getting out. The Raptors getting angry. Looks like Nongshim, the rest of them will survive, but that's only mid and bottom lane that they have left up, and they traded it for just Closer's life. So Live Sandbox will have Soul Point available now.
And unfortunately for Nongshim, that flank not working out. Birdo might not have won the 1v1s, but he did get the riposte there immediately. Do see the Jax go down, and all starts off with Vital walking too far forward here. As you point out, gets McKilled, but it's Closer who is, together with Villa, going in really aggressively here. Dundun gets tagged, can't unfortunately participate in this fight for now, and is going to be forced to get his teleport going as Fiesta going in there, definitely a risk. Dundun, though, does get spotted very early on here, and then I really appreciate the aggressiveness from Sandbox. This is Sandbox from last year, where someone's trying to flank us. No, you're not. 5 people immediately turn, a couple of missed skill shots here. Envy, for example, not hitting the net there, could have been a difference maker. As a result, Fiesta does get out, but for the overall fight, it doesn't matter at all. And now look, Caitlyn with a 3rd item done. Willa sitting on a Sunfire Cape as well. They got the 3rd Drake, and from this point onward, I think the game becomes nigh impossible for Nongshim to win.
Yep, it was already spiraling. But this is, it's starting to get to some real dangerous territory. I don't really have, I was thinking about a metaphor for it, but didn't quite get there.
Danger Zone?
Yeah.
You a Kenny Loggins fan, by any chance?
No, not so much.
You a Top Gun fan?
Yeah, I like Top Gun quite a lot.
Okay, so you're a Kenny Loggins fan.
I guess I am. As Willa's going to dive on in, and it's a really dead Akali to start this one off, as Sylvie's looking to try and survive. Peter does have some utility available, but he's going to take the ball for a walk for now. They are just going to back away. So, that is Fiesta dead, and now Live Sandbox can turn their eyes towards a Baron. As Bertel just going to look to keep Dundun busy. That means 3 versus 4. You're not really going to be able to stop this, especially with all the vision. And you can see they're wasting absolutely no time. They get over there, they start it up. Close is relatively low, but I think Willa can tank this for about 15 years. And Envy moving in. means that they definitely are able to do so. Bertle's just going to move back towards the bottom side, and yeah, that's if there wasn't a backbreaking moment already, this is definitely going to be exactly that.
Dunden did get the bounty though.
Hey, there we go.
That's something.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Could be worse.
Could it? You know, it always can, by definition, but find it hard to imagine. Right now, as unfortunately, Closer is level 16, and even if Willer wasn't there, I'm pretty sure that he'd be down to go in, but Willer is there. And as a result, even with Peter trying to make his way over, helping out.
Well, Closer's just going in whenever he can. Whenever possible, Closer will go in. He found a monkey in the jungle, and he went in. See when he's going to go in next. As this inner turret going to be the next cab off the rank.
Brutal, really showing. Top lane, doesn't matter.
Nope.
It's a team diffy here. Overall, as
another one has been stolen away as Vital. Tag, but not going to take too much damage.
I think he was actually aiming at the wave this time, so I'll allow it.
Yeah, I like that.
I'll give him that. I don't know if it was true, but we're just going to assume.
It's not really going in ultimate, so it shouldn't be one that really fits Closer's playstyle. As Dunden. Can they do anything? I mean, I think the answer is no. But is there at least one more team fight in Nongshim to try and get something done? As fourth shot does come through as Vital has to get the heck out of there. My goodness, the damage from Envy. And the Glacial Prison going to come down, and Vital, he's out of the fight. He's going to set up the curtains, but as soon as anyone gets within a screen, he has to get out of there because his health bar was so low. Cyclone comes in, Sylvie will get the knock-up onto Envy, but where's the follow-up? It just doesn't exist. And they take down the Wukong, and now Bertle, he's just going to dive onto the fountain. This Nexus is not long for the world, and Liv Sandbox, for the first time, will pick up a 2-0 here in 2023. And I think, Chronicler, I think it is time for me to just think that maybe Liv Sandbox are not going to have that fall from grace. This is just going to be a top 3, top 4, top 5 team the rest of the season.
No, I've been down that road, Atlas. Don't you go there. Don't you go there with me. I need someone to ground me. I will not get excited about Sandbox.
Nope.
Done it countless times before, and every time it has hurt me beyond belief. As overall, Nongshim, not the best opponents, really struggling in terms of lane in this one, and that is something that they're gonna have to fix if they want to showcase what I still think is a team that has a lot of great character and a nice cohesion. But if you fall behind this early on in the laning phase, it doesn't really matter. And for Sandbox, the aggression showed. Willer having an amazing day, and I wouldn't have expected coming into the split that the combination of KL and Willer would actually work out as well as it has thus far.
It looks incredible so far. Another thing that we have learnt today is that Karma and Jin together does not make a very good bottom laners. We're waxing on and we're waxing off.
I want to say that's Doctor Strange.
That looked like wax on, wax off to me, but maybe that's another sign of my age.
I think the hand,
that's a Karate Kid reference. Oh!
He's chinning!
No, that was Caitlining. That was acing in the hole.
It could be both.
It could. His opponent
I know he
was
played
playing
Caitlyn. Well, he was BMing Atlas.
He could have
was
been that as well.
BMing.
It did very much look like the curtain call animation, more than the ace in the whole animation. I'm not going to lie. But still.
We will never know.
And I do love that the players are really getting into these celebrations now. After seeing that they get represented in the pre-show, they're like, all right, this is where we do it.
And for Birdo individually, not the best day. Or on the flip side, nice showing here by Dunden.
Yeah,
and
I think Dunden's just going from strength to strength. I think in the end, to be a top laner, you just need to not lose by that much and hope that the rest of your team does well.
In the current meta, that is very much all that is happening. It's been that way for a little while now. Maybe one day we can see top laners be important again, but not gonna happen right now. And man, mid-jungle duos on Liv Sandbox.
Yeah, it doesn't matter who it is. Apparently, it's just always incredibly amazing. As he's certainly aged like a fine wine. You know, he was a little bit raw when he went to Worlds with Hanwha, but did show a whole lot of promise. And this season is definitely looking fantastic. This game, off to a great start for Liv Sandbox. And honestly, this whole series, it was just them being better.
It's especially looking at these replays, right? It really does feel like the Willer and KL train, right? Like this ward here immediately into the binding makes me go, okay, well maybe KL will get POG, but then you see the, 3, 4, 5 ultimates that Willer hit on a drive-by, taking full control of the early game as well.
Yeah.
Just expertly done. Really good look here from Sandbox. A couple of individual mistakes, Envy dying, I think, out of nowhere in the first game comes to mind, but Birdle, opting into a 1v1 and doesn't need to take another example, but those are pretty minor compared to the overall level of form that they've shown here today.
And I think this moment really does encapsulate what makes Liv Sandbox great at this point in
They're
time,
still
right?
the same.
It's just Closer saying, I'm going in on this target, you guys back me up or we lose the game. And they went in. They just managed to get exactly what they wanted. They secured it, as we have a listen in to Liv Sandbox as they make their winning push. And I could imagine just fairly calm, as they have very heavy wallets. Just slow. Good. You guys did the translation for that one, though.
I'm glad you did that. I want you to feel like you're
like I'm helping.
Great job.
Kyle's having a very good time.
까비
해줄게 태훈아.
태훈아 사랑해 미안해.
마지막.
괜찮아.
공간을. 나이스 정령하지 마자.
잘했다.
잘했다. 진짜 잘했다 태훈아.
Happy Willa, and I think it was a little bit of apology there by Birdle, but I don't think he needed to do so. As Kyle also doing a heck of a lot of damage. Where did the vote go for your POG Chronicler?
Was a toughie. I flipped a coin for Willer and Cal. Came up Willer.
Oh, did? Okay.
Yeah. Might be another Cal vote. The fact that Closer did the most damage in this game makes complete sense with how he played, yet is still very funny considering it's Silas.
Yeah.
And overall, I think great look from Sandbox here today. Should be favored against Nongshim based on the standings, but we're still very much feeling out where every team ranks, and Sandbox making a strong case for themselves.
Yep, and I just hope I never see Jin Karma again, as we are going to throw it back to the space to see what they had to say about this series.
Thank you, casters, for the wonderful cast there of the first series. Pretty straightforward. Liv Sandbox able to kind of put Nongshim in the bin for this one pretty quickly, 2-0, and it all starts with the draft. We highlighted some picks here that we did want to talk about. What do you guys think?
I think that Nongshim really high prioritized on the Karma and to set up the assuming the Jhin, but I don't think against the Caitlyn locks especially, it didn't really work well. And also I think the bottom lane prio really important. And also from the starting on the game, Jhin just had a first step and then it made even harder and didn't really have any really the basic clue basically.
And yeah, talking about that level 1, the reason why that level 1 happens for Liv Sandbox, or rather for Nongshim, which ends up being success for Liv Sandbox, is because they know that they're going to struggle to have prio even with this Karma pick. So we got to fight early. Maybe we can get a lucky lead here and then we can get an advantage. That already tells you you're struggling in the draft. You're fighting against a Silas at level 1. It's a great skirmish for Liv Sandbox. They get that first kill. One of the bigger, more glaring things, why we have this highlighted in red, is the Akali pick face up here into Closer Silas. Not just Silas, but Closer Silas as well. Just a really risky call overall from Fiesta, who's not a veteran mid laner here in the LCK. And he was crushed completely in this game because of his pick.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of an issue. The second we saw the Akali, all of us were like, oh, it's so obviously going to be Silas. It's Closer. Also, it's great into Akali. Also, Silas with Rod of Ages nowadays is unkillable. As we were able to see later on when Closer kind of just, did a little bit of this on his keyboard and ran at them. Let's take a look at highlight number 1, which was this fight here at the Rift Herald, the second one of the game.
Yeah, I mean the first spot, I think from the Nongshim had a little bit of the chunk from the poke, and then I think the Sandbox had a great start, and right here I think the Kyle had really great at the judgment that put the ward, make sure that Kelly cannot come, and then just put the CC right away without any hesitance, and they just focus on that Kelly cannot do anything, and they just wipe the team fight.
Both of those critical parts of this fight, putting Vital down to half health with a Q and then an ultimate, which chunks him out completely. Then, of course, you see Envy go for the ace in the whole follow-up, and shutting down the Silas. Kyle just having great reads. He had a great read in the mid lane right before that, helping to assist that mid kill for Closer. He was everywhere on the map with the Lux that the prio he had in lanes allowed him to have. And after his great Heimerdinger game in Game 1, I mean, the guy looks phenomenal right now. And the team overall, we weren't focusing on the bottom side. We're like, ooh, Envy's back in. It's not Prince. Like, this could be a rough season for Live Sandbox. But Kyle, he has never faltered so far this season.
Yeah, the guy was pretty insane. I'm pretty, in my mind, I feel like he should definitely pick up the POG, but we'll see where the votes do go. I don't have a vote just yet. I would flip a coin if I had a vote, but you know, to each his own. Let's go to highlight number 2, which was this fight here on the mid lane.
We were all joking about this fight because Closer, he had a lead in this game and he ended up being 2 levels up on his opponent. But it felt like a lot of this mid-game was him just being like, I have such a lead, I'm so tanky that I'm just going to play disrespectfully. Like, he makes a lot of misplays, but he just runs at Fiesta and he's like, I just don't care, you can't kill me, there's no way you can kill me, nobody can kill me, it doesn't matter. I mean, wanted to get this because it's so funny.
I mean, most important thing is like, that's how the value like really high on Salas these days. Like, he just goes in, like losing HP doesn't like really matter for the team fight, like who wins or who loses. He just started the fight, he opens the fight off, and even though he died, like he just doesn't care because he could still get the drag from the teammates who lived in, even though he died, like opponents just die more.
Berto also getting a good riposte this time in that fight, having a really rough series. Having a really rough back-to-back series. I hope he can get his mental straight here because he has looked like somewhat of a liability for them in these last few series, despite Live Sandbox's success.
Yeah, I mean, we know mechanically he's a great player, just needs to, I think, deal with some of the nerves that he is showing. Definitely better than what he has showed in the last couple series. So we're a little worried about him. Hopefully he can get things going. So yeah, that was the 2 fights. Pretty straightforward win from Live Sandbox. What do you think about them in their next series?
It's Gen.G, right, that they play against, and we'll see what happens with Gen.G D+, because if D+ does take that win tonight as expected, and Live Sandbox upsets, they actually get to be top 3 in the LCK. And I think if both of those things happen, Live Sandbox are top 3 team in the LCK. We can't well, I don't know, like still too early. No, I think we actually know if they actually beat Gen.G later this week.
I mean, I definitely agree. Like, I think Live Sandbox right now is like clearly they're playing really well against like the weaker team, I would say, and a strong team, which is like I think Gen.G is one of the, for sure we can easily say they're at least top 4, top 5 like right now, and I think that's gonna be a really big game for Sandbox. If they get to the win, I think they will have a chance to actually become a like one of the really scared team who can actually face against D+Kia especially and T1.
Yeah, it's going to be a really awesome matchup that we have coming later this week. Let's take a look at the POG for this one. We talked about our thoughts, and it will be Kyle with the back-to-back.
Back-to-back. My man Kyle has got that really nice pose as well. He's still letting him know he's going to lock him down with these bindings. This is the moment we were talking about earlier in the game where he actually has the assist in mid with his ultimate over here, locking another target down. The Wukong melee here just getting punished by him several times. We'll see some of his fights later on, his lockdown on the Silas flank on Baron. After, of course, chunking Jin down to half health. He's just had so many fantastic moments and so many setups in these fights. This is the one where, goodbye, I said Silas, but it's a Kali he locks down, of course. It just played out so many of these fights super well. Who voted against him? Progler flipped a coin. I guess the coin was against him.
I had the media kick W ready, but they're on point today.
They are. They're on the tracks, huh? Yeah. They're on the way.
It's good to see, you know. Good, they're reformed. Guys, let's go to the interview. Let's hand it over to G-Stone for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-Sung for the POG interview translation. Joined by the winners, Live Sandbox, and Kyle is the solo POG of the day. Congratulations! You guys are on a 4-match winning streak. How do you feel, Kyle? Yeah, the previous matches were always like 2-1 victory. It was always a close fight, but today we got a very clean win, so it feels amazing. Indeed, and Kyle, you are the solo POG on the set of Live Sandbox as a support player. First time ever in the Spring Split. Well, to be honest, I thought in game number 1, someone else deserved it. But the last game, I was like, I deserve POG for sure. And it feels great to win POG by myself for both games. You guys are on a 4-match winning streak after dropping the first game. How were you guys able to bounce back so fast? All of us are working really hard. And not only about, the performance in game, our current form as a whole is evolving every day. We can definitely see that in your gameplay. Let's get back to game number 1. We had Electrocute Jace. Could you tell me about it? Well, so Jace is a poke champion. He has to stay out of range and do damage. And Closer, he was really confident in Jace. So we wanted to give him a go. And everything worked so well in game 2. And Closer was very confident in going for a new pick here. And prior to this series, Heimerdinger had one of the worst win rates in the LCK. But your Heimer is currently 3-1, a very decent win rate. So a lot of people are now calling you as the god of Heimerdinger. Is there any tips to actually utilize Heimerdinger better, or why do you rate this pick so highly? So he has lane prio with the turrets, and also around the objectives. He can actually gain control, so I think it's really good. How confident are you in Heimerdinger? I would say 90%. People are already calling you the Heimerdinger god, but you still have 10% more to show. I gotta work on my skill shots. It has gotta be better. And then game number 2, it was the root god. Your Lux was binding all the enemies every time you were throwing the skills. What was the best part of your Lux play today? Lending my Q during team fights? I think that was some point. And Envy always show us some cool ceremony after wins, but Kyle, any Lux ceremony today? Some Demacia?
하나, 둘, 셋. 와, 팬분들이 너무 좋아해 주시니까 또 카일 선수
Lux ulting in real life by Kyle at the LCK arena. And today, we had the CEO of Sandbox Gaming come to support you guys. Any message over to the CEO of Sandbox Gaming? Anything you want from him? Well, thank you for always supporting us. I mean it. And yeah. In fact, he's not here right now at Lone Park, so he's gonna check this out later. Anything you want to add on to that? Maybe later, because I have nothing in my mind right now. Hope you get another POG when he pays a visit next time. And your next opponent is Gen.G. This is gonna be a challenge to get your 5th win in a row. Speaking of bottom lane, like as long as we do well, they are actually beatable. So we're gonna stay confident and do our best to take Gen.G down. Thank you so much for the wonderful interview. And this was the end of the interview from Kyle, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-san, as always, as we are back at the space. Awesome interview, as always. Let's take a look at the standings for where we do have Live Sandbox now after they were able to take this win over Nongshim. They are currently in 2nd place, but of course, DK and Gen.G have not played yet.
Yep, if Gen.G wins, or they'll obviously move up to the same spot. Same to be true of D plus Kia. And T1 hasn't played this week just yet, so they're still on their 4th game. So there's a lot of movement that can happen here going into this one. But, I mean, guys, I think Live Sandbox is a good team. I think we can say that. There are some serious problems with drafting, some disrespect in mid-games, but this team could be top 3. It could actually happen.
Well, I mean, today after this game, like especially, I think it guaranteed they made themselves they're top in 3 as a result basis. So I think that's really good to see it, and I think they're a good team and they know how to punish it and make mistakes.
Yeah, absolutely. So 2-0 for Live Sandbox. Our next matchup, guys, will be D+ Kia up against Gen.G. You do not want to miss this. We'll be back in about 45 minutes. We'll see you then.
LCK 아레나 지하. 은밀한 곳에 자리 잡은 지하 조직 LIA. 이들은 위협이 되는 존재들을 끊임없이 조사하고 분석했다.
자, 그러면 이제 뭐 내가 보냈던 영상 메시지 다들 확인했겠지? 일단 개막전 경기들이 다 진행이 됐기 때문에 간단하게 이제 분석을 해보라고 했는데 다들 준비됐어?
레디 됐죠.
뭐라고? 뭐라고?
레디 됐죠.
레디 됐다고?
네.
아, 준비됐다고? 알겠고. 자, 그러면은 일단 제일 먼저 개막했던 게 베이징 LPL이 제일 먼저 개막을 했어.
와.
왜 와요?
머리
아팠다고?
머리 아팠어요. 경기를 다시 보면서 스트레스를 좀 받을 정도로 여러 가지 장면들이 많았었는데 일단 제가 준비한 자료들입니다.
기대가 되는구만. 야, 똑바로 들어. 다음부터는 이제 하나 더 포장하지 마. 아, 너무 과대 포장이야. 자, 오늘도 역시 뭐 여러 가지 사진 자료를 이제 준비해 왔는데, 이게 뭔가? 룰루 아닌가?
룰러. 오른쪽에 카나비.
그렇지.
가 통역을 한다. 근데 인게임적으로 서로 간에 보이스하는 내용을 입수했는데 서로 간에 이제 콜을 하고 디테일한 오더들을 내릴 때 룰러 선수는 아직까지는 완벽하게 팀의 화합된 모습을 보여주지 못했습니다.
369.
Doing? Missing's gotta be a bit careful. The volley.
什么意思啊？两个眼。好，他们很急，他们下路。591。
来我这，来我这。없다 비카에 조심해야 돼. 나 가만 있어. 오케이.
我丢阿姨了，我们先进塔我就丢阿姨。慢点，慢点，慢点，慢点。
我
前排打，前排打。
네. 바텀 쪽에 특히나 이 서포터와의 그 소통이 굉장히 중요한데 뭔가 디테일한 상황이 벌어졌을 때는 조금 당황하는 모습도 있고.
저는 근데 솔직히 이 장면이 더 위협적이라고 느껴졌어요. 아직 소통이 안 됐음에도 불구하고 펜타킬로 데뷔전을 이뤄냈고 계속해서 안정감을 갖춰간다? 이건 나중에 징동이 더 위협적으로 변하지 않을까 걱정이 좀 많이 생겨요.
어차피 이게 시간이 지나면은 이런 소통 문제 좀 괜찮아지지 않아? 또 유학파 출신이잖아.
맞습니다. 저의 이제 경험을 토대로 바탕을 말씀드리면은 사실 한 6개월 정도는 어느 정도 듣기밖에 안 되거든요. 하지만 6개월이 지나는 순간 말하기까지 자기 이제 주도적인 플레이가 가능한 그런 콜을 이제 앞으로 나오게 되면은 이번 서머 스플릿 플러스 월즈까지 얼만큼 발전될지 너무 기대가 됩니다.
그러니까 스프링은 어떻게 보면 좀 적응하는 기간이고.
맞습니다.
또 서머가 제일 중요하잖아.
그렇죠.
이거 좀 무섭네, 징도. 자료가 많은데 오늘 다음 자료 한번 볼게. 이거 루키 아닌가, 루키?
맞습니다.
이게 무슨 사진이지?
루키와 더샤이가 만났습니다.
그럼 뭐 하는 거야, 지금?
같은 팀으로 만난 게 아니에요. 루키가 더샤이를 만났을 때 등장하면서 목을 긋는.
Hold on, rookie. Do you know who won't beat? No, rookie what? Oh, he's the shot!
확실히 웃으면서 하네. 그래도 친해가지고 서로
이제 좀 재밌게 비해서 쇼맨십이나 이가 많이 되죠.
더샤이도 그냥 받아들이고 재밌게.
For top East, and it's looking at rookie and Jackie Love. Obvious big carry potential. Yeah, so I guess it's really up to Weibo. Oh my god. Let's go! Let's go!
와, 탕미 달리.
네.
야, 더샤이다운 픽이네.
근데 또 여기서 싱팅하는 그 상태를 상대로 솔로킬을
He's gone all out, a lot of damage on the side. It's a 1v1. The execution, is it there for the Shy? He misses the spear, and the Shy, is he gonna go to the solo bolo? He's gotta get out of there. The execution, and the Shy.
더샤이가 사실 뭐 이렇게 다양한 픽을 좀 많이 활용하는 친구잖아.
맞습니다. 이번만 봐도 아크샨, 루시안, 애니비아, 칼리스타, 야스오, 리븐, 아지르까지 그냥 더샤이에게 챔피언을 준다면 탑으로 활용하는 선수.
근데 저런 픽을 해도 팀 내에서는 뭐 크게 뭐 이렇게 저지하지 않나 봐. 되게 밀어주나 봐.
그만큼 이제 팀원 간의 신뢰도가 높다고 볼 수 있죠.
사실 그냥 무시하고 하는 걸 수도 있어요.
그런 썰이 좀 있기도 하고.
네.
자, 그럼 다음 자료 오늘 많이 준비해왔는데 이거 뭐 네가 썼니? 이거 뭐 읽어봐. 이거 뭐야?
유쇼를 놈이.
저 뭔지 알 것 같아요. 베이징이 사실 악필입니다. 글씨 연습을 하셨구만.
근데 유쇼를 놈이 이거 사실 한국 팬분들은 잘 모를 수도 있어요. LPL에 관심이 없다면. YSKM IG의 탑라이너입니다.
아, 이게 그 YSKM
네.
그거의 약자였어?
맞습니다.
굉장히 좀 이 닉네임만 보더라도 패기로운 그런 선수네.
Sides into the break with a 2-0. That's oh, what is happening here? What is happening here?
저 뭐 하는 건가?
어떤 애니메이션에 나왔던 장면을 좀 따라하는 확실히 팬들을 위한 쇼맨십의 장면이라고 봐야 될 것 같아요.
연습은 되게 안 한 것 같은데? 아니, 그러니까 되게 저게 상대가 보고 위압감을 느껴야 돼. 상대 비웃고 있잖아, 지금. 너무 연습이 안 돼 있다 보니까.
Incredible. They're just staring him down. This is intimidation, Kitty.
이 선수야? YSKM?
맞습니다. 근데 이 선수가 이렇게 하고 경기력으로 보여줬어요.
She's got herself Kindle Gem. She's got some nice CDR. As I say that, we are going to see a bit of a 1v1 on the top side. YSKM. Oh, you should know my name. Side as well. Breathe trying so desperately to get something going. There is the grand challenge. All three procs.
Oh, the flash.
Oh, flash for flash.
One
Not
more
quite
kill.
able to get it. Oh, YSKM.
사실 브리드도 만만치 않은 선수인 걸로 알고 있어요. 그런 선수를 상대로 이런 걸 보여줬다고?
맞습니다. 그리고 또 LPL의 탑라이너 잭스는 무시할 수 없거든요.
내가 보니까 잭스로 조냐를 가는 템트리도 이제 보여줬다고 하는데.
최근에 이제 잭스가 리오크도 되고 나서 AP 개수가 정말 많이 늘었잖아요. 근데 그걸 또 이제 잭스가 한타 구도에서 어그로 핑퐁을 할 수 있는 템트리로 연구가 많이 되고 있었는데 YSKM이 그걸 완벽하게 증명해냈죠.
Do you have to fight now? You mentioned it, Kitty. They're just not able to get there. Flash forward. Just wait, get this thing. No, he gets killed before he can. And here come the solo laners, Dove and YSKM.
LC에서도 브로큰 블레이드 선수가 사용하는 모습이 있었어요. 확실히 LC 같은 경우도 굉장히 개방적인 리그라서 빠르게 도입을 하는 거죠.
근데 뭐 LC 같은 경우는 브로큰 블레이드가 이제 조냐로 좋은 활용을 보여주지 못했거든. 오히려 역캐리도 하고 그랬었는데 확실히 저 선수는 좀 남다른 것 같고 뭐 아직 초반이긴 하긴 합니다만은 좀 봐야겠네.
갑자기 존댓말을
네, 걱정. 당황하셨습니까?
경기력을 좀 존댓말을 써야 될 것 같아.
경이로워서.
나를 겸손하게 만들어줘.
역시 이게 YSKM인가요?
뭐 그런 생각 드는데 근데 좀 지켜보긴 봐야겠어.
맞습니다.
아직 초반이니까. LC, LC 기대되는데 소식을 나 좀 들었거든. 재밌다는 소식을. 어땠는지 구체적으로 한번 볼까? 여기 이제 또 준비된 게 있는데 이게 뭐야?
한스사마의 드레이브. 사실 한스사마가 복귀했을 때 어떤 퍼포먼스냐가 G2에게 아주 중요한 핵심이었어요.
그렇지.
왜냐면 G2의 그 작년에서 좀 아쉬웠던 건 역시 바텀이었거든요. 그런데 그 LEC의 전통의 라이벌 푸나틱 대 G2의 경기에서 15분 만에 3대 원딜을 상대로 5,000 골드 차이를 벌리면서 게임을 끝내버렸어요.
퍼포먼스부터가
야 이건 LPA보다 한수이네. 미쳤네 저기.
야외에서
지금 그 이제 G2에서 뛰었었던 레클레스 선수
확실히 이제 예전 동료, 옛 동료한테는 지기 싫거든.
그렇죠.
Romain came to show them to us.
Just playing with information here, G2. See if the mind game pays off here. Obviously, early trades. Very good cue to make it out.
Yike's not done yet.
Just trading a bit more aggressively, but again, Red Buff here is the big concern. Yike! Getting a little bit over aggressive. They're forcing out the flash. Reckless coming over the wall. Rux now in the area. Has the shielding.
여기서 미키엑스의 홈타임 더 차문적 드레이브.
노틸이 또 잘했네.
바텀에서 이른 타이밍에 3킬이 나왔는데 그중 2킬이 드레이븐에게 들어가요.
이런 라이브가 끝났네.
터졌네. 끝났죠.
Hansam and Mickey, are they still feeling confident in this one? They're forcing the flash because Caps is on the way and Razork has been caught out again. He just keeps cashing out. They're 10k up in 15 minutes.
와, 진짜 엄청 먹었다. 403 대 019.
아니 제리 원코도 안 났는데.
근데 제리가 또 많이 죽은 것도 아니야 보면은.
8분에 크라켄이 나왔어요.
와. 아니 이거 G2가 이렇게 다시 또 살아나는 거는 LCK 입장에서는 그렇게 반가운 소식은 아닌데.
맞습니다. 그리고
또 있어?
G2의 핵심하면 또 역시 새롭게 영입된 정글러 야이크 얘기를 할 수 있는데요. 바텀이 벌어다주는 플레이에 힘을 얹어주는 정글러가 정말 중요하잖아요.
정글 중요하지.
야이크와 바텀 사이의 티키타카 아래쪽 정글을 장악하는 움직임이 상당히 있기 때문에 야이크 녀석에 대해서도 좀 주의를 해야 될 것 같아요.
근데 G2하면 또 캡스나 캡스는 어때?
캡스 같은 경우에도 역시 작년 G2가 좀 어려웠을 때도 좋은 퍼포먼스를 보여준 만큼 이번에도 그런 모습을 보여주고 있는데요. 특히나 미드 자크를 꺼내면서
미드 자크?
사일러스를 상대하는 모습을 보여줬는데 단순 미드 자크만이 아니라 정글에는 킨드레드 그리고 탑에는 카르마를 꺼내들면서 그 조합의 시너지로 상대를 박살냈어요.
근데 가끔 보면은 LC는 그 라인의 어떤 그 뭐랄까 고정관념? 그런 걸로 좀 벗어난 그런 라인을 많이 서더라고.
밸런스를 실험적인 픽과 동시에 잘 잡아주니까 그 실험적인 픽들이 정말 유의미하게 성장세를 보여주고 있는 그런 추세인 것 같습니다.
와, 그럼 이거 캡스까지 잘하고. 야, 이거 결국 LC는 또 G2인가?
초반에 완벽한 경기력으로 3승 고지를 달리고 있고 이 G2를 위협할 만한 팀이라면 역시나 또 G2 출신이었던 이 퍽즈가 이끄는
발음 좀 조심해줘.
네, 퍽스, AKA 퍽스.
Procs in the back line. Neon and Perks aren't really doing much of anything already. One getting taken down on the top lane. Perks now pushing two back. Versus still in the back line, flashing out safety. Ruby still standing strong. What can he get done? Perks.
어쨌든 뭐 베이징하고 베를린 개막한 이후에 굉장히 정신이 없었을 것 같은데 준비 굉장히 잘해왔어. 고생했고 LA 너는 뭐 개막은 안 했지만 준비 왔겠지?
개막하지 않았기 때문에 제가 또 LCS 스토브리그 준비해왔습니다, 국장님.
기대가 되는데 자 그럼 한번 볼까? 어떤 게 있는지. 이게 뭐야? 한글 마스터? 내가 뭐 한국어가 부족하다니까 나한테 선물로 준 건가 아니면 뭔가 이게 지금?
대한 미국 팀이 완성됐잖아요. 팀 리퀴드. LCS 선수가 역으로 한국어를 배우고 있는 그런 역설적인 현상이 발생되었다고 합니다.
이거 익숙한 얼굴들이 많이 보이는데
트위터 공식으로 올라온 내용인데 밑에 보시면은 그냥 자기들 같이 올린 거거든요, 한국어로. 그만큼 이제 한국어의 진심인 걸 보여주는 장면입니다.
이렇게 되면 어쨌든 한국 팬분들도 이쪽 북미 쪽 많이 좀 관심을 갖고 보겠네. 아니 근데 보니까 이게 감독, 코치, 탑, 정글, 서포 이제 모두 한국인인데 이러면 미드원들 간의 어떤 뭐 소통 문제라든지 뭐 그런 거는 전혀 문제가 없을까?
사실 연 선수는 한국계 미국인, 그리고 해리 선수는 한국계 호주인으로 되어 있기 때문에 아무래도 한국어에 계속 노출되어 있는 문화적으로도 언어적으로도 노출되어 있기 때문에 저는 적응력이 남다를 거라고 생각합니다.
진짜 여기서 살던 한국인처럼 소통을 할 수 없겠지만 어느 정도는 알아들을 수 있고
맞습니다.
뭐 교수까지 받고 있다고 하니까 충분히 뭐 가능성 있는 것 같고 보니까 또 인연이 있는 것 같은데? 연 선수랑?
맞습니다. 또 연 선수와 제가 은퇴하기 직전에 같이 할 뻔 했거든요. 챌린저스, 이제 LCS 챌린저스라고 보시면 될 것 같은데 콜업이 된 거죠. 특히 이 선수가 주가가 이번에 아주 굉장했습니다. 스토브리그에서. 북채원이라고 총평이 나 있는 연 선수. 내년이 진짜 정말 기대되는 선수입니다.
팀리그 어떤 점이 좀 견제를 해야 돼 우리가?
팀 리퀴드에서는 22시즌에 LCS 역사상 사실 돈을 가장 많이 썼다고 그렇게 소문이 나 있습니다. 역대급으로 슈퍼팀을 꾸렸으나 롤드컵 진출까지 실패했기 때문에 이번에 그래서 한국 용병으로 아예 노선을 틀은 감이 없지 않아 있습니다. 그래서
그러니까 어떻게 또 다른 슈퍼팀이 된 거잖아.
그렇죠. 그렇지만 저번에는 루키 쪽보다는 좀 더 베테랑 쪽으로 다가갔다면 이번엔 확실히 루키 양성으로 갔기 때문에 그만큼 포텐이 어디까지 갈지 아무도 모릅니다.
이 사진은 뭔가 이거
이거는 이제 플라이 퀘스트죠. 이번에 LCS 이적 시장 최고 수혜자 팀 리퀴드에서 튕겨 나온 선수들 S급 티어가 튕겨 나왔기 때문에 이걸로 이제 다 몰릴 수 있었던 괜찮은데? 약간 이렇게 된 그런 팀입니다.
일단 보니까 탑에 임팩트가 있고
모를 수 없죠.
스피카의 빅나의 프린스 야, 엘리아까지. 빅나 프린스가 또 갔네, 일로.
그렇죠. 사실 이 팀도 지금 한국인이 벌써 3명이 도포되어 있습니다. 빅나 선수와 프린스 선수 아주 촉망받는 유망주 선수였죠. 작년 LCK에서 좋은 모습 보여줬고요.
이 두 선수 중심으로 또 임팩트의 어떤 경험치까지 더해져서 뭐 그런 식으로 이 팀이 꾸려졌다고 볼 수가 있겠네.
맞습니다. 그리고 또 스피카, 이 정글러 선수가 9인 슬립. 9인 수면. 사실 스피카 선수도 2021년, 2020년 모든 거를 프루브하고 온 선수입니다. 자기 가치를 증명을 분명 하고 온 선수이기 때문에 이번 시즌에 이렇게 슈퍼팀이 꾸려진 상태로 어디까지 올라갈 수 있을지 그게 진짜 관건인 것 같습니다.
그러면 이거 이 LA의 말대로라면 이 LCS는 지금 슈퍼팀이 2개인 거네요.
맞습니다.
아주 슈퍼두퍼.
슈퍼두퍼.
그럼 뭐 봤더니 일정상 보니까 이 두 팀이 바로 맞붙는데? 그 LA가 보기에는 어떤 팀이 조금 더 괜찮아 보여?
저는 6대4 정도로 보고 있습니다.
6대4가 비겁한 너무 보험 아닌가?
알겠습니다. 저는 그러면 팀 리퀴드 28분 35초 승리 예상합니다. 리퀴드 9대1.
To kill this top laner, but he survives, and he survives with enough firepower to hit right on back. Pioshical drop 2, but at least he trades one with whoa, but wins some. Should end it here, G.
자, 어쨌든 뭐 고생했어. 다들 고생했고 뭐 내려준 임무들을 잘 수행을 했구만. 특히나 뭐 LPL에서는 이제 새로운 루키가 등장한 IG. 그리고 LC 같은 경우에는 확실히 그 G2가 지금은 약간 독보적인 느낌이 있지. 그리고 뭐 아직 개막은 안 했지만 오늘 조사 괜찮았어.
감사합니다.
자, 어쨌든 오늘 다들 뭐 고생 너무 많이 했고 그러면 다음에도 임무 수행 잘 해주길 바라겠고 이만 해산하도록 하지.
네.
해산. 여기는 코드네임 서울. 이번 주 여러분들이 입수할 정보는 메타다. LCK가 철저히 대비할 수 있도록 모든 수단과 방법을 가리지 않도록. 이상이다.
너 라인전 뭐가 제일 편해?
루시안이 벤 나오면 애쉬 하는 거고 찾으면 그냥 벤다
애쉬다 이러면 뭐 할게요? 좋아? 그냥 카사딘 박을까?
카사딘 난 박아도 될 것 같다고 생각하지. 보여줘봐.
카사딘 하자 그럼 일단 먼저 카사딘 캐리 가자.
캐리 가자.
개정 좀 할게.
나 공간만 날릴게. 그한테 안 맞을 때. 오오오오오. 묶였어.
먹었어.
나이스 할만해.
야, 할만해. 이거 타워 깨져. 라이즈 노플인데. 내가 간다. 레이톤. 혼자 용할게.
혼자 용하면 될 듯.
라이즈 공 왔고.
나 주다 물리면 안 돼. 이거 봐주면 안 가?
나도 올라갈게.
빨리.
이거 카사테 아이어서 천천히 해. 나만 가. 공 깔아줄게.
오케이, 좋아요.
맞아줘.
맞아줄게.
상대 다 묶여요.
나만 가. 지렸죠.
좀만 집중해줘. 안 끝났어. 그만 날렸어. 여기다 날렸어.
카사테 내려봐.
다음만 해.
야, 체리 볼 수 있나? 체리. 나이스. 펜타.
이미 내가 먹어버렸어.
펜타 어디 갔어? 야, 러시스 시킬래 러시스 받아야 되는데.
울지 잡아줘. 들어가. 첫 번째 안 받았죠. 나이스.
야야야.
나이스, 지지.
제 눈빛으로 기선제압 한번 해야 될 것 같은데.
근데 기선제압 하다가 눈 맞으면 맞을 것 같은데요?
쟤네 근데 피지컬이 말이 안 된다. 야, 못 이기겠다.
그냥 운동부예요, 저거는. 말이 안 돼요.
얘들아, 근데 내가 쟤네 지금 표정 봤거든? 쟤네 잠 안 깼다, 아직. 야, 무조건 이겼다, 이거. 준비한 대로 잘하자이. 아, 깔끔하게 가보자, 오늘.
이거 나 미드하고 아래 다이브도 되는데 어때?
야, 한ля선이다, 이거. 얘네 다이브 하겠다. 안 죽어, 우리. 받아볼게.
할게.
대리볼게, 대리. 야, 옹 잡았다. 옹 잡았어. 까비.
야, 나 개잘 컸다, 얘들아. 나 캐리할게.
얘들아 우리 미드 정글 끝났다. 파이팅.
나 살짝 못 박았거든.
얘네 이제 내려간다?
야, 얘네 먼저 간다.
그냥 텐?
나 못 싸워, 지금.
야, 빼면서
해봐.
우리만 간다. 살기만 해봐.
야, 병기부터.
야. 천천히.
좀 애매하다. 에이지 미드 푸시 못할 수도.
얘들아 윌로 클로저 캐리 가보자.
가볼게. 가자. 이거 싸움 보자. 아지르 볼게, 나.
비 많이 받았어.
미드 궁 쐈다. 풀 쐈다. 오, 높여.
빨만한가?
이거 천천히 보자, 이거. 야, 나 최대한 빼볼게.
한번 빼봐 일단.
빼봐.
안돼.
쟤네 높이게 하네.
바로. 시야 지우면서 가죠. 렌즈 할게.
내가 바로 다시 가야 돼, 얘들아. 집 가면 안 돼. 야, 바로 스틸하다 볼게. 이거 천천히 봐주라.
7천, 4천, 3천, 2천, 1천.
아 천천히 빨리 나 가만히 있어.
아래 봐줘. 베리 쪽.
제리. 야, 지금 너 살살 해봐. 빨리. 아지르 봐줘, 아지르. 얘들아,
아지를 지키면서 해.
이게 많은데 아지르 쪽 버전에서? 아지르 쪽.
야, 나 이거 아지르 봐줄 수 있어? 아지르. 야, 빼봐. 내려와. 나이스. 끝낼 수 있어. 아니, 못 끝낼 수 있어.
아니야 지켜봐.
끝낼 수 있어.
아 끝날려나? 끝나겠다.
아니야, 잠깐 내가 막아줄게, 형님들. 기다려, 나 믿어? 5초?
할수 있으면 막아봐. 가보자.
보여줄게.
미친
기다려봐.
과학자 가보자.
3초. 나 2점 한번 나. 보여줄게. 막았어. 형들이 막았어.
Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, bloodstains washing underneath the waves. A beat reaching out to keep you safe. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting down to the other side. Try to pull us under. Keep holding out for the other side. Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. Can't help the rising and falling. Like a moth to a flame we are summoned. Now we gotta take that ride. Show some pride. Like a warrior. Burning up like a fire. Too late. No one can put me out. And we gotta fly. Yeah, yeah, ready now. We got the power.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2023. I'm Atlas, joined by Chronicler here for our second series of the evening. This could be a big precursor to what we're going to see towards the top of the standings. Of course, a little bit underneath T1, who remain undefeated. However, DK taking on Gen.G. Definitely a very interesting one when we're talking about that second and third position.
Last year, every single time these two teams faced off, it was amazing. It was amazing in the LCK. It was amazing in playoffs. It was amazing at Worlds. And hopefully they'll continue this trend here this year, because even a little bit, like 80%, I'll take it.
Yeah, because I couldn't handle the intensity, I'm not going to lie to you. As Live Sandbox are now in second place after their more recent victory. Absolutely crazy. One of these teams are likely to overtake them, however, with a win after this particular game. Of course, all of our teams having played less games than Live Sandbox and Nongshim at this point in time. But still, that is the reality as per right now. D+ Kia need to bounce back after a tough loss against T1. And Gen.G just looking to figure themselves out, I think. See where Pace fits in and see whether the rest of the map can work around it.
And as of right now, I think popular opinion is still T1 D+ are in a league of their own. And right now, T1's ahead, but D+ at the very least has the caliber of players and the understanding of the game to match T1. And Gen.G, this is to me a big test, because obviously their first match against T1 was so rough, as Showmaker versus Chovy. Last time they faced off was, of course, during the World's quarterfinals, which, like every series that year, Chovy was able to win. And they're 35 against 35 here, which makes this matchup very, I mean, it's always exciting, but it makes it extra exciting.
Certainly does. Whoever wins this series will have that head-to-head record as, all right, 3,592 days since the LCK debut of Deft versus 15 days since Paze's LCK.
Do we have another CG where we just have like the amount of international games and then the amount of international and the amount of games that Paze has played at all?
You know,
I love those.
You know
those
what makes me feel less old is that Deft is more old than Paze than I am of Deft.
That's a win for you, Atlas.
That is a win for me. I'm only 6 years older than Deft, and Deft is 9 years older than Paze. That is a large gap. As the team stats for both of these squads, of course, looking pretty similar if you're having a look at their Herald prioritization. First Dragon percent very, very low for D+ Kia, though. They don't really care about taking those Drakes. They just want to get tempo on the map, and it's been working out well for them. Although, Gen.G are hot on their heels when it comes to goal difference at 14. Just the amount of, like, one-sided series that D+ Kia have had really does skew that bottom stat.
In 2022, they also went the max distance, these two teams, every single time. There was never a 2-0 one way or another.
And it was always 5 games as well, talking about the quarterfinal.
And this was back when D+ was a lot weaker than Gen.G. Important to remember, last year the team, of course, having a couple of iterations. As you might be noticing, Kellen, unfortunately, still struggling with his foot, so he is still here at Lowell Park, just not going to be a part of the walkout.
Yeah, he walked straight to his desk last time around instead of taking the bow, and this time around he is going to be sitting on his desk waiting just to make sure that he doesn't put any extra strain on his foot than he needs to. This squad, however, are very capable of walking out and taking a bow. D+ Kia looking to try and bounce back after that one. And we'll just see whether Kellen's foot is going to be absolutely fine and make sure that him and Deft are going to retain the synergy despite Kellen's foot not being great and Deft's foot being fine.
And while we still saw a lot of the trademark D+ signs in the previous game, for example, Showmaker popping off onto Liat Canyon, having some great early pathing, when it came to creativity, something that we always prided DK for previously, they were actually beaten by T1. Carrier, of course, debuting a couple of really high-profile supports, and Guma and Carrier were a little bit too big. Now, for both of these bot lanes, however, for Pace and the Light, it wasn't a little bit too big. They got completely clapped, and whereas Deft and Kellen were able to really hold their own, Pace in particular, especially that second game, was a real sore spot for Gen.G. So also maybe for him, a point of redemption, because outside of specifically that series, he has looked incredible in the bot lane, racking up POGs and giving us truly unique interviews. One of my favorite parts. I love the
Yes, unique is certainly a fantastic word choice for that one. But I think outside of that, yeah, you're exactly right. I think Pays has not necessarily met like the most incredibly hyped Gen.G Pays fan, but certainly up there with many of our other very, very high caliber debuts. Maybe not necessarily Zeus just yet. Still, very, very strong. Speaking of strong, Deft, pretty good stats. Like, absurd statistically. Although, DPM needs some work. Only third? Oh, dear.
Wow.
Yeah, I know.
Shameful.
I know, really.
Truly. As overall, this being the key matchup should not come as a surprise to anyone. It was the biggest gap, as mentioned previously, in the T1 versus Gen.G series. And in the series that we saw, where Carrier was able to pull out its Kalista, where the Caitlyn was pulled out, it was... a lot of that was being able to shut down Deft and shut down Kellen. And they were able to hold on for dear life. It wasn't like they were getting completely clobbered out of lane, but they also had no say. And I think that it really showcased how much D+ had been relying on Deft, and Kellen do an exceptional job, because no other bot lane had been able to stand against them at all. And it looked a little bit more like the D+ we saw last year, where the cohesion wasn't quite there. And my expectation is in this match we'll again, as has been the trend, see a very strong priority towards bot side prior drafts, which in turn will enable Canyon and Showmaker to play a little bit more aggressive, and we should see the D+ that we've seen even in the win against T1.
And, you know, while history is written by the victor, in that series against T1, remember, D+ won that first game. They were things were very close in the second. This was a team that absolutely went toe-to-toe, and the bottom side of the map were absolutely fine in, you know, 50%. And then the shenanigans began, and it all fell apart. Happy birthday to Kellen, by the way. We very much hope that your foot feels better. And it's also Peanut's birthday in a couple of days as well. So a bunch of birthdays on each side of the Rift.
And you know what one of the most fun part is of when D+ plays is Gorilla comes back and says hello to everyone backstage. And it's super awesome every time.
It absolutely is. By the way, Acorn versus Score is a fun matchup as well. One that we would have spoken about 10 years ago. But now it's a different one, as D+ Kia are going to choose the red side. Chronicler, discuss. Tell me, why?
Their win rate on red is worse, but I would kind of agree that if you can make the most of some of the counter picks that are available in solo lanes, we have seen those actually work out exceptionally well. The Irelia that Sandbox pulled out comes to mind.
Yep.
And if there's one thing that we know D+ can do, it's find weird picks. It's find those off angles, really dive deep into the champion pool of players like Showmaker and Canyon, and wouldn't be surprised to see that here this time around as well.
It might show confidence in their bottom lane to just win as well. Of course, you know, that experience advantage plus Deft's form at the moment, you could understand that maybe they just think that if they get a decent matchup, then they can focus on getting better picks around the rest.
It also means that generally you'll be able to pick up a slightly less than optimal bot lane, right? Because you'll probably be stuck with not Varus is generally how it ends up going, or not Ashe, which I am sure will still get them away, at the very least on red side, unless they have a specific trap. But you do get first priority on the jungle, and I wouldn't be surprised if D+ want to make sure that they get whichever is left between Sejuani, Maokai or Wukong for Canyon here, get him that pick early on, because we have seen in the past that whereas Peanut has a mental of steel, Canyon has been known to get the better hand of him in pretty dominant fashion, as your hair will surely remember.
Yes, my hair certainly does remember that. It's Gen.G careening towards a Varus first pick here. Not a lot of support bans have gone alongside it, and so the Zeri is actually going to be the choice. Interesting. So this is putting a lot of stock into Yuumi still being enough to make Zeri good, I guess.
So now for D+, you can either handshake and go for Yuumi, Sejuani. Well, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the handshake where you will lock in
the Sivir afterwards.
Sivir on third, and then you're probably going to be still pretty happy. Then Gen.G here is going to lock in it's gonna. You can't really lock in Vi. I do think Vi is worse if you're playing it to Sivir, so Wukong makes the most sense. And Lulu. And any hopes of creativity that we might have had are going to have to be saved for, at the very least, the second rotation, because this is as cookie cutter as it gets.
Yeah. When I see Sejuani, I get not excited about Sejuani existing, but the fact that we will likely get some exciting solo lanes. Namely, Showmaker's pick could be more fun. But yeah, no, it's certainly not the most exciting.
We'll
we do
get
have
good
Delight
team fights.
We
That's nice.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And we have Delight and Kellen, who are definitely two players that do like to, you know, keep it to let's just play the supports and let's play them really well. You know, like we think of Kellen as incredible Renata play. We think of Delight as fantastic Rakan play. But that was when they were top of the meta. You know, it wasn't being no funny business. They're not funny business supports. You know, and so we're going to step away from that. Silas banned on red side, which I find intriguing. Would have been nice with a Sejuani.
4D+, the most likely here will be a, if it remains open, an R4 pickup of Renekton, Gnar, or Cassante. Which of those three is open, and then a counter pick for Showmaker. Wukong, or Talia rather, still quite strong. Kassadin ban should be a no-brainer here because it's both great on R5, you can't blind it, and it's Showmaker who, to a fault, picks Kassadin even when it's not good. And
I was going to say, I think he'd pick it R4.
Well, they
probably
would
be okay with it.
Well, no, they would not be okay with it, but they would. Yeah, they would definitely.
Oh no, as in like coming out of the draft, they'd be okay with it. Not about the result of the game whatsoever.
Thank you. I'm glad you cleared up.
Yeah.
That miscommunication. I was a little worried there. We both remember what happened as Ryze getting taken away as well. Ryze really dropping in priority here with how incredibly important bot lane and jungle has been, so not too shocking. It's going to be R4 Gnar or Cassante. You know, those are the two variations of top laners that we have. Can't pick
like
any other one.
Well, I mean, I don't, but I think it's the right choice.
Yumi is great. I think Cassante is the right choice. Also, is full melee as opposed to Gnar, who, of course, with Sejuani isn't great, and you can hear the fatigue setting.
Yeah, there is a bit of that.
We have seen this exact draft. I don't know how many times, but a lot.
You know what's really sad, Chronicler? The sad thing is that Kellen has an 80% win rate on Kalista support.
He's not going to lock it, man.
I know, he can't, because he's playing Yuumi. As that is Gnar and a Kali for Chovy. Okay, now what is Showmaker going to do? Because there isn't a Silas, they banned that away themselves, and the Kassadin is also gone. Is it Aurelia time? Are we playing Yone? Are we getting out the fun stuff and making it so that Yuumi is sole AP? That sounds dangerous. See where they decide to go. 7 seconds on the clock. Showmaker still making up his mind.
Defeating to lead. Oh, I love that. Yes!
On the hunt, Swain is terrifying. And so now, that Sivir-Swain combination, see whether that's going to be enough to push D plus Kia over the line.
There is also continuity between D plus the challenger team and D plus the main team, right? Being able to pull out the Swain, because Swain is Poolbay's favorite. If you're not excited about Poolbay yet, the only reason he's not playing, same for his jungler, is because Canyon and Showmaker are there. Yeah. That's really where we're at, and love this setup here. I think that you have an incredible front line for the Sivir. You have a pick that can actually brawl, right? One of the big issues you run in often with Akali's is that she's able to very reliably assassinate whoever she matches inside. Not going to be the case for Swain, especially as it will be the Rod of Ages build, as I expect. And as you pointed out, a Swain's biggest issue in most games is making sure that he can actually stick on the opponents. That's why he loves Rylai's so much. And in this game, not only is he playing into a short-range comp of Akali and Gnar, who outside of laning will be definitely short-range, and Zeri and Wukong, but he also has Sivir and Yuumi to bolster him even more. So I love the draft here. Great use of the R5 as well. Makes us a little bit more excited, so it's a triple win. It's a win-win-win, Atlas.
Yeah, we'll see whether Swain is enough to make the Cassante Yuumi comp actually interesting. That's a battle that you guys can have in Twitch chat. We will not argue about it here. But this is Chovy's Akali. This is also Pays on that hyper carry. He's been able to pick up a few POGs so far. We'll see whether the new player can do it once again. up against Deft and Kellen on the Sivir Yuumi, of course. Deft, what the heck? You can remember Julian Carr yelling that top of his lungs, 2015. We'll see whether I can give it a shot here, 2023. All right, and you mentioned Pool Bay. He was playing his Swain in Challenger this week. It was absolutely fantastic, but I think that a lot of people will remember Showmaker's Swain performance at Worlds and how he landed absolutely every Never move for like a period of, what was it? It was like a minute, and he hit everyone and then hit a 3-man at the end.
Was that Yuumi and Azil?
Was it what?
Was it Yuumi and Azil? Was that right?
Oh, I thought you said Yuumi. Yuumi and Azale.
Well,
yes,
I understand.
I believe it was us.
That is the pun. Because I remember distinctly. Because it was a 2-0 and then the almost reverse sweep and then, or after game 1 it was very not.
Yeah, it was
very
these two mid laners as well.
And I remember you distinctly screaming Showmaker pulling them into another game, which that was great.
Pulling them into a game 4. Oh yeah, that was that one.
Yeah, that was nice.
Hey, there we go.
Oh. Yep, we see the pinks. They're gonna know when the lane gets started up, as you have Delight trying to do some
ward protection. Kellen demonstrating some bopping and some blocking. As let's see, you're gonna have it's not going to.
Here,
it's not gonna go.
Hey,
all right.
Pace gets it.
Yeah, Pace and Delight.
You know what Deft
winning the battle?
No, that's not even talking about the laning.
Oh, what?
Deft picked up boots and cookies. You know, Pace did. He's a Gathering Storm gamer.
Ooh,
yeah.
Love to see it.
Yeah, he knows, because this lane will have no action at all.
And if it does, it's not the kind that they want.
Yeah, we'll have a lot of this.
Yep.
Like, you leave the wave. you.
We'll see who's actually going to be able to come out on top. Looking around the rest of the map, we do have Canyon pathing towards the bottom side. Peanut heading up towards the top side of the map. And Canner and Doran just fighting one another. Showmaker not quite finding the Never moves in the lane, getting his eye in at this point in time.
He's getting a feel, Atlas.
Indeed.
He is preparing, downloading Chovy's movement.
Indeed. Canyon is heading towards this bottom lane very, very early on. Delight and Pays looking for that crash. Oh, and Canyon's not going to quite get there.
Yeah,
Walking up and continue jungling.
Yeah, big wave, and they might have also been worried that Peanut would have looked around. They did, of course, know that he started on the bot side of the map, but it's the current meta, so he might also just be waiting in the brush for a counter gank. And that 3v3, not going to be looking too hot. Do think that the Wukong is a lot stronger in that, or at that given point in time. So instead, Canyon just says hello and pieces out, goes clear his bot side jungle, and we might have a relatively slow-paced game on our hand here, Atlas.
Ooh, some lull state, perhaps?
Well, I prefer calling it a ramp-up for when the action inevitably...
That's what a lull state means.
Really? I've seen it happen often where it's supposed to lead to something and it doesn't lead to anything.
Inevitably there is a more exciting part of some game in the future.
Even if game. It's not even
if
the same
lulls,
game.
No, it doesn't have to be the same game.
Well, I feel like that's kind of a cop-out.
No, not at all. It's just the lull state exists, and then it's over at some point in the future.
Doesn't have to be this game.
That's how it goes. As Pays, it's taken a fair bit of damage here in this lane. There's not too much to worry about. As we can see, Peanut is getting scoped out. Canyon throwing these wards in where he needs them. So he's going to respawn.
This is adding to the not a lot should happen. Both junglers are being fully tracked, right? Like with Peanut showing on bot, the entirety of D+ should have a very good idea of where he's going to be in the foreseeable future. And then on top, now Canyon is going to get spotted on the board, as our observers so graciously show us. And there is a ton more vision in his jungle as well. So everyone knows where everyone is. And no one is 6.
Not yet.
And even if they are, you know, the mid lane matchup effectively boils down to, I don't want to fight you because if either of these get a lead, it's very bad news. Not necessarily for Showmaker if Chovy gets a lead, if he does get ganked. But definitely for his bot lane. And if Chovy can't ever walk up the Swain, then he's going to have a really bad time.
Well, he's doing a good job avoiding the majority of the on-screen never moves that we've seen thus far. Certainly good news, staying very even in farm, as is Chovy's way, especially with melee champions. Showmaker hits that level 6, and Canna will find himself a Q, but the wallop comes in, and immediately he's ulted out. Okay, that's interesting. Canna going for it very early on in the piece. Has that level advantage, so he wants to just press the button as, oh no. Oh dear, Delight. This is so scary. He's only at 400 health. Deft and Kellen desperately trying to get this crash so that Canyon can visit.
So if the Suns
should
be aware of that this might be coming. It's a cannon wave as well.
Yep, Showmaker moving down, and Canyon's going to move in front of the minion wave. Arctic Assault doesn't find anything, but Delight is still extremely low. Canyon is in an awkward position as now Pays. Can he get the kill back? It looks like the answer is no, because he gets into the brush, and Deft locks down the kill. It's a disaster for Gen.G.
And this was relatively telegraphed, right? D+, getting some favorable trades on the bot side of the map. Pays and Delight stuck underneath the turret, but no help was coming. Showmaker shoved in Chovy. As a result, couldn't get there. Peanut not able to make it towards his bot lane either. So Gen.G, bot lane being left out to dry. And as a result, decisive early lead here for D+. And I'm gonna make the call that Gen.G was not aware that this was being set up, because you can only imagine that Canyon was sitting there for a little bit, right? Didn't come out of nowhere, sitting there for about 15, 20 seconds. Maybe there was an opportunity there if Peanut shows up and at least gets a counter kill. Will be great, but no cross map available. Not a lot happening on the other side of the map. And picking up an early kill on the Sivir is a big win for the D+ bottom lane.
Absolutely is. Kill shared also with Canyon, who will be able to spread that around the rest of the map as well. Showmaker doesn't find the never move that time. Deft with the spell shield, doesn't actually have it popped, but also isn't really under too much threat. And Moonquiver at the ready. He is absolutely fine. You and Me comes in. And yeah, Yuumi from ahead. Chronicler, it's often rough. As Peanut once again going to find himself on a ward. Sort of being perched on these all game long. And Delight and Pays will at least be able to get themselves a decent shove under this turret and go back home, grab something something else, some more items, something to try and salvage this lane state.
And overall, we do see level 6 is being hit now. Deft, Kellen, Pays and Delight not just yet. They might be looking for an all-in if they really want to around that level 6, but with the item lead now already in favor of D+, will be a lot harder. Extra pickaxe picked up here for Deft early on. And overall, Showmaker and Chovy both sitting on a lot of gold. Have not backed in quite a while now. I'm wondering whether we will be in fact seeing a rotation towards that Herald. So Deft and Kellen making their way over. Now Gen.G have two options. Can either let this go, which right now that's how it's looking. And at this point, as Deft and Kellen, ideally you'd start walking, but do note Showmaker isn't actually here, so means that Showmaker gonna cover bot instead.
Yeah.
Deft, Kellen on their way. There will be a man up then.
And they have Final Chapter available on the hunt there as well. And you give Cassante even more movement. It's going to be a very scary prospect. But still, 2 plates going to be secured here by Pays and Delight. It's fantastic news because it kind of evens out what you're going to be guaranteed from a crash into the turret by the Rift Herald. So nice little never move there from Showmaker, but Pays is going to be A-OK. And immediately we see this shove down. As Chovy taking a bit of damage there, but look at that. That is going to be a little bit more value, I guess, here for D+ Kia.
Good save, Alex.
Yeah, I almost... I've been pretty good at my D+'s.
Canyon running Demolish as well. It's like, I'm getting those turrets. And overall, I did actually like the counter response for Gen.G. I don't think you should try to fight into a Swain that is in a great position. Though, as mentioned previously, D+ actually rotating the Swain towards the bot side of the map. Still having Deft and Kellen there means they were up a member, and Phase in the Light can use the shoving power of this Zeri, especially when she is not facing anyone. Get a lot of damage out on the turret, but it didn't really lead to too much. And Gold Late still here for D+. Will be able to pick up an individual Mountain Drake, which is huge, considering the amount of health and resistances that are going to be available here for D+. And they're off to a great start thus far. It's not very exciting necessarily, but we already see D+ kind of out-moving the bot side, and Peanut, or Canyon rather, with a big early play, setting up the rest of his team nicely.
Yeah, it feels like the posturing war has been won by D+ here thus far. Also being able to get the plates in mid lane instead of bottom lane, it's a more valuable turret just in general for getting control of the map. And when you have this chase down comp that works so well over long distances, obviously not a dwarf, or any Lord of the Rings fans out there.
That one caught me off guard.
Yeah, no, you're welcome. But it does mean that opening up the map is definitely a big priority here for D+ Kia.
I do love my Lord of the Rings references. I haven't rewatched in quite a while.
No, neither have I. I really need to give it a watch. I always get worried that the ones on like streaming platforms, that they're not the extended edition, which is like the real one. It's alright, Prowling Projectile. Look at never mind. We're not going to look at bottom lane. Bottom lane is not interesting, as we're going to have a look at top lane, the truly interesting one.
In what world?
Wait.
In what world is top lane the interesting lane?
Oh,
are we a couple of years?
I don't know. Jonah Strong's world, I guess, because there was some almost action in the bottom lane, and he's like, "Nah, we're looking at top lane. That's where we need to be." And we did.
His
like
mind
half
moves
a
in mysterious ways.
It certainly does.
As the setup is good. We were just expecting maybe a little bit more fireworks, but those will come, Atlas. I assure you, once we get to the teamfight stage, this game will be exciting, surely, because looking at the overall setup, right? Gen.G, not in the best of spots right now, but they do have a ton of mobility, and if they can fight in tight jungle corridors, can start a fight on their own footing, they should have a lot of power. When it comes to the straight-up 5v5, though, in a nice front-to-back, I do think that you're going to run into some serious issues, most particularly with the fact that Deft is already accelerated, and there is also a triple front line that will be kind of hard to get through. So, overall, Gen.G falls substantially behind. They're going to be battered down by a bunch of meatballs as...
That's an ulti. They knew that Peanut was coming over, but they thought that they could just fight it anyway, and with the boomerang damage that just came through, kind of agree. They do deal with the minion wave, so ulti goes to Narnia, but otherwise still kind of sending the message that they wanted to.
Hey, forced out an E.
There we go.
Yeah.
Got that cooldown.
No cleanse, though, which is what I think he was fishing for. Didn't get that.
Getting an E absolutely makes it worth it. I think the E and Glacial Prison have the same cooldown, if I remember correctly.
I know you don't.
What? I beg your pardon?
I know you don't.
Yeah, I don't.
You heard me.
Hayes might be dead. Okay, no. Deft not going to go for touch.
Bait!
As Peanut's coming in. All right, let's see whether Deft survives this one. Final chapter comes in. That's a decent snare, but the flash is there to follow, and Hayes is going to join to help lock that kill down. Doesn't actually get it. Uses the flash, but still, Deft is going to die, and that is Gen.G on the board. They might be able to get more done here as well, as they have some spare time with the turret.
Very important moment there. Even though I should point out, kill goes to Peanut. Not the best target. If you had a choice, you would give it to Pace. But it both decelerates the bot lane, and don't think they got that fourth plate. So a bit unfortunate there for Delight and Pace on the timing, but might be able to pick themselves up an early turret if at any point this one is left unsupervised. Fortunately, Showmaker is a great supervisor.
He is.
He's the second time this game. He's been like, no, don't worry, bot lane. I got you.
And he does. He's also got a Rod of Ages.
He's very dependable.
Building that one up. We'll see whether he heads towards the Spirit Visage.
It's
like
actually
we saw.
made. It's not,
yeah, it's really cute.
As Peanut gets a smite off, gets exhausted, but the exhaust doesn't really matter. More about trying to stay away from the second knock-up. Unfortunately, he does have the flash. And as a result, Deft goes down. And now, first item spikes being hit across the board. Only one who doesn't have one yet is Doran, who certainly will on his back. We have also not talked about it, but he also went for Call. Another point of awareness that Gen.G is like, this game is going to go long. It's going to take quite a while. And as a result, we should be able to make great use of Scaling Rune. So that's up to them. Nicely done.
It all comes back to Gathering Storm in the end.
Hi, Chovy.
That's how it all works. Yep, Chovy teleporting back towards that top side. Vision of Empire here just to look for some minions under this turret. Bottom lane out are taken. That's why Gen.G managed to get themselves back into a gold lead. And Peanut going to collect second Herald here. At least if Canyon lets him. Let's see whether Gen.G can hold on to this area. All 5 members.
Ooh, might have a 5v5 here. Showmaker's on his way.
This might be the end of the lull state. Be careful. Excitement could be ensuing. As Canyon's going to move up. Let's see whether he can lock it down. He throws an ult all the way the wrong direction. Does steal the Rift Herald, though, as now Chovy diving into that backline. But Showmaker is soaking all of the damage forever. It is just insane what this Swain can do. And they'll take the Herald, and they'll get out just fine. With Canyon throwing his ult the wrong direction.
Doesn't end up mattering. Crucially, they get themselves the Herald, and they might also get a second Drake here. Now, the good Drakes have already been reduced by 2, so if you're a D plus Kia fan, you're really hoping for some hackstack action here. Although with Swain and Sivir and...
I reckon Cloud's pretty good.
Cloud's not going to feel as bad as usual. Let me put it that way.
What do you mean Cloud never feels bad?
Well,
I've been through this.
Well, I'm trying to...
Well, there's a cat that's here. Peanut's going to turn up, and Canna's going to run away.
I'm trying to talk about possibilities, Atlas. This is not about your feelings about Cloud Drake.
True.
Although if you want to talk about that, I'm here for you.
All right, thanks, man. Seagull skin. What are your favorite animals that Swain summons as he wanders around the rift? Do you like the dragons? Because I kind of like seagull skin.
I think it's dragon. Yeah. As want to highlight again here, as can be seen, even though Canyon's ult doesn't hit anyone, still splits up the fight very nicely, and it's looking not too bad until Chovy, who definitely needs to be in the back line, doesn't really have any backup. Peanut isn't quite there, and you can't ignore Showmaker, and as a result, Gen.G already running into the issue that we kind of suspected, which is if you take a front-to-back 5v5, you are not going to win. It is not happening, because you can't ignore Canyon, Kana, and Showmaker, and you need to get to Deft. If you don't get to Deft, it's pretty doomed. So what we saw there was Chovy going in deep, trying to get on top of Deft, but the rest of DK doing a great job playing bodyguard. They have the champions for it for sure, and we're 18 minutes in. Deft already sitting on 2 items, so he's feeling pretty good. He's got the Goon Squad, he's got a cat in the book, and for Gen.G, I think their 5v5 can be good, but they're really gotta catch DK unaware, right? Like either Peanut needs to find a flank under the back line. They need to be able to actually dive, because they can't really front to back. They don't have a traditional front line in the way that D+ does.
Yeah, or pull them around the map.
Also,
or catch them in positions where they haven't set up. Like when D+ Kia can find Gen.G doing a Rift Herald, it's kind of the perfect scenario for them to go in exactly the order that they want to, start the fight the way that they want to, and go from there. If Gen.G can, embrace the chaos, they might be able to find some opportunities to get a stray Swain or a stray Sivir wandering through the jungle, as this is going to be a stray Doran in a bit of trouble here.
I'm pretty sure D+ is just going to stay together.
Chapter, Vision of Empire going to do a fair bit of work there as well, as, oh no, Peanut! That was not the position you wanted to find yourself in. He was just trying to protect Doran, and he paid for it with his life. The ultimate sacrifice to be used by the Gen.G jungler. As Canna was looking for it, doesn't quite get there, and the Boomerang Blades are still hurting a heck of a lot, as in goes Canyon yet again. Mega Gnar is hit though. They get the Gnar into the wall also. Doran going down very, very low as Zeri finding an angle here. Definitely a possibility as Showmaker's teleporting over. Chovy gets into the Shroud as now Doran tries to find the house angle. Doesn't quite get it as I thought he might get out of there, but as soon as he starts backflipping back in, I get a bit nervous. Might have been the last series rubbing off on me a little bit.
So overall, I'd say not the worst trade. Obviously, you give up Peanut, but was also able to get Showmaker's TP, even though Chovy had to match. And it starts off pretty disastrous here.
Yeah.
At this point now, Chovy doesn't have TP at this point yet. Peanut just makes sure Doran lives. Pays with it. Pays forward, rather, with his life immediately. And then here, DK straight up disrespecting the fact that there is a Meganar there. And here you do see some of the power. If Pace has free items, this can lose you the game, right? But then the savior Showmaker shows up, and just because of his teleport, no one can follow up on Chovy's TP. And as a result, DK can just walk it off, go home, and be fine for the upcoming fight in about a minute, where we will be fighting for a Hex stack.
Yep, and you can tell that you know, there is a fair bit of copium that's necessary when we're talking about Gen.G in that last position. Because we were saying that it was kind of okay when they lost most of 2 turrets. As Showmaker going to demonically ascend. Let's see whether he can keep himself alive for long enough. The cavalry are not really arriving though, guys. So Showmaker's just dead.
That's quite big, because it doesn't have teleport available, and Dragon is spawning in 45 seconds, so with Hex Gates...
That's a Baron angle.
Oh, yeah, they're not stopping.
Well, Canyon gets a control ward in there. And this, if this is a 50-50, then that's not what you want. Teleport to come forward here as Canna looking to get over the top. Let's see whether he looks for an ulti, as Canyon not going to be able to find the Baron. Deft moves back again after they managed to get that turret, but now Gen.G with a huge advantage as they get around the rest of the map. And that was just off 1 kill against Showmaker, and the Baron is gone. Soul Point possibly to be picked up here by D+Kia on the reset. So that's something, but Gen.G finding a big swing back.
With Hex Gates, there actually is a considerable amount of time. Chovy also picking up a stopwatch. Gen.G, they smell weakness.
Yeah, blood in the water. All right, Canyon's going to move on in here. Peanut taking a fair bit of damage. Deft able to get a couple of autos as Chovy, all right, he's going to get bonked into the wall by Canna, but goes into his Shroud. He'll be fine. So we may just have a 5v5. Gen.G not wanting to give away Soul Point whatsoever. As Canna going to hit Peanut a few times. Let's see how this one's going to go. Never move connects onto Doran. It's only going to feed his Narbar though. Going to be pretty happy about that situation. This Drake actually being quite frustrating, doing a fair bit of damage there as well. As Canyon in the back of this pit, they do turn onto Doran as Showmaker. He ascends. Chovy looks for Deft, but the Yumi's going to eat so much of that damage, and the Ace Deft in so much trouble, and Pace picks up the kill. Showmaker now going to get knocked up as Chovy's now backflipping right on top of him. And Gen.G, they are going to win this team fight. They're going to turn the game entirely around. The Cat can't do anything, and the Swain's in the same position. Is this game, Chronicler? Like, what's happening?
Well, they can't, and the Nexus isn't going to fall, but man, when Pace went over that wall, I'm sure the life of every Gen.G fan flashed before their eyes, because that could have backfired horribly. But man, what a fight from Gen.G, and in the replay there's a ton of stuff going on. My MVP of the fight, even though Pace was the one that looked the most explosive, is Chovy, single-handedly keeping Deft and Kellen on the back foot through an exhaust. And Gen.G might have just found themselves the game-winning fight. As we're going back to this was Showmaker, he's alone. There's no one there. You're a Swain, you feel safe. My call was also that they would be expecting at this point Gen.G to go bot to try and contest, right? It's Soul Point.
Yeah.
You gotta go to the Drake. Well, D+ don't. And as a result, they're able to pick up the Baron here. And now, look at this fight. This Dragon doesn't actually matter, as Chovy, again, Showmaker, Deft, and Kellen, even through exhaust, are just dealing. And then Pace goes in here, and you're like, oh, no! But it actually worked, right? Because him coming in meant... Oh! Yeah, it's the lightning.
The ulti lightning bounced off Showmaker into Deft?
Well, the crazy thing is that because Pace goes in there and Deft is already at low because of the work that Chovy did, they have to kite into a Meganar. Because they can't keep standing there because they die.
Yeah.
So overall, beautifully done by Gen.G. D+ now, the tough position.
Yeah, this is a gigantic swing. As you can see, in that gold lead, it dwarfs the advantage that D+Kia had earlier on. And that afforded him so much control of this game. No longer the case, as Gen.G really finding their avenue back. And all of a sudden, by the way, Peanut sitting at 3-1-3. And he has a huge advantage, about 10 camps ahead of Canyon at this point in time as well. He's an absolute menace in this game. Gen.G really finding the angle, finding their form. And Pace has 3 items, like you were talking about. Deft still yet to collect his Infinity Edge.
Fortunately, for D+ fans, as we were saying, Gen.G fans might be worried prior to this point, feeling a lot better now.
Yeah.
But for D+ fans, you're also looking, you have Yuumi, a Sivir who's about to, you know, hopefully get towards an Infinity Edge, and then 3 meatballs. So it's not done. It's not even close to done, but Gen.G definitely in a demanding position here as Peanut, cheeky steal on the smite. Now 2 red buffs available for Gen.G, and crucially, D+ do hold on to all their inners, right? So the Baron power play, mostly used to get that Drake, mostly used to get a great fight.
2 for 2.
Yep.
Nice work, Peanut.
This is payback.
It
that
is.
one game where Canyon was playing Nidalee.
Imagine if he gets those 2 smites and then Canyon wins the next smite fight on an Elder Drake or something like that and they lose the game. It's like used up all of his good smiting karma.
That's how it works. You only get a number of them.
I think that's how it works, yeah.
Unless you're Willa.
Ah, yeah.
The LCK thus far.
And then
seems
you
to have
just
an
get all of
infinite
them.
supply. Yeah. Or you're Pierce get Wolves, and then you don't get any.
Yeah.
Even though you play great.
Yeah.
Sad times.
Sometimes smiting is difficult. As Deft does put that Infinity Edge together. See whether he's actually allowed to use it though, because there's a really cool hat that Chovy's wearing. And that what it says right across the front of that hat is, I don't like Sivers to have fun.
No, because Deft obviously can't really itemize MR. Does have his Infinity Edge now, which is big. But as a result, Chovy can just go full boom boom. It's just damage. You know, doesn't need to get a Void Staff. Not too worried about anything. And as we get closer to the 30-minute mark, you know, he's going to be reckoning free stats. That's pace. Deft isn't. He got his cookies. And I don't know if he ate them or sold them. But regardless, not in his hands anymore.
Well, let's see how this one's going to go. Because 1 minute 20 on the Drake. Gen.G secured the last one. Avoided Soul Point. It's Canyon. Almost spotted out there. Canner off to the side as well. Soaked a bit of damage from Peanut, I believe. But everyone, we're K-Ramen. Once again, as Chovy on that flank angle, looking for the opportunity. Peanut going to dive forward. Permafrost going to connect. Warrior Trickster now on cooldown as there is a Gnar into the wall. And Showmaker is massive in the front lane. Can Chovy find the back line is the question. The Cyclone is huge. Deft keeps himself alive and the Cassante falls down immediately. Showmaker can't do anything. Goes golden for a little while, but then is going to be taken down. And Gen.G feeling like they've taken full control back.
No possibility here for D+. Deft can't walk up to the fight. The health bars are low though. And I do wonder if Gen.G, they are going to go for this Baron. Do you think they should be able to get it? Yeah, and with Callan back in.
Teleport.
It's not happening. Teleport coming in. Deft's going to catch a bot wave. Well, Canyon shouldn't be allowed near this pit. And Gen.G says, no, this is not your party. And all you can do now is clearing waves. And overall, toughy for D+. And really, for Gen.G, it's they're firing on all cylinders, right? Pace isn't dying.
Oh, yeah.
Doran finds really good engages because obviously they're aware that this engage from Doran is coming through. And initially, I think they feel kind of okay about it because the health bars don't go down too soon. But then that combo right there with Chovy, Peanut, and Pazel going in at the same time, no meatball can handle that.
That was beautifully orchestrated by Gen.G. The Wombo combo burst damage, just nutty. And now they're going to be able to secure their next Hextech Drake. Couple of stacks on that one. The Baron already in hand. Now they need to get to work on these structures. It's still relatively slow-paced, but we're moving to an 8,000 gold lead. Starting to look like a Gen.G game, and it really swung like a pendulum. DK had so much control of the early to mid game, and it felt like we were heading towards a DK win. But Gen.G, they really picked it up, and that team fight around the Dragon, that first one, pays. I mean, I'm almost becoming a believer in the Zeri Lulu lane, which I never thought was possible.
Still see that Gen.G needs to respect a couple of autos from Deft, leave him alone in the team fight, and you might still be in trouble. And I agree. Actually making it look good here. Is it still kind of boring.
Yes.
Sure. But...
And we don't even know whether it is good. Maybe Pays is just good.
Well, I'm fairly certain that's the case.
Maybe Chovy's also just good at getting onto an AD carry in a backline and preventing them from playing the game.
Yeah, the beauty of... In a situation like this where the entire team is playing well, sometimes it can be hard to vote.
I mean, to be honest, Peanut has also been so incredibly
But
important.
you can always vote for Chovy.
You can always vote for Delight
always
as well.
The Wild Grove pick?
Just give it to the Lulu.
Oh.
You know, the emotional support. It's beautiful.
Give some credit to Delight. He's there.
Yeah.
He's protecting his team.
No, I actually think he's been playing very, very well. As we have seen, that those lanes can be very, very difficult to get through. Let's keep them together. Speaking of being kept together, D plus Kia, they still have their base. That is about it. We've crested the 10,000 gold lead. It really does feel like they've ran out of answers to what's going on here. Level 13 for Canyon, level 16 for Peanut, as illustrated by that graph before. Level 18 on Chovy, level 15 on Showmaker. Like, this really has become pretty ridiculous.
Oh, that is 4 items.
Yeah.
Might be a last stand type of deal for D+ here.
Well, let's see whether they're going to be able to make that one work, as Doran does immediately get caught up. Chovy also going to be exhausted, tries to get out of there, as now Gen.G are on the run. On the hunt has been used here. There's a lot of chase potential, but these glitter lances are so frustrating. And DK couldn't catch up.
Yeah, between the glitter lance and Pace gunning at them, Gen.G can't actually get on top of them.
All right.
But they hold on, live to fight another day. Gold lead 10k. Quick late's now done for Pace. So, things are not great. Things are not looking up, but you haven't lost yet, and that's
it ain't over till it's over.
Yeah, but look at the control as well, right? The item discrepancy in mid is absolutely mind-boggling, because Showmaker sitting on, I might get Rylai's relatively soon. Has himself a 10-stack Rod of Ages and a stopwatch, and then you look, or Zhonya's rather, and then you look at the other end.
Yeah.
And you see basically that, but then also a full death cap. And and a jewel. So Chovy, rich both in terms of jewelry and in terms of League of Legends items, which generally is a great place to be. We have the Guardian Angel done for Peanut as well, so you can go in even more aggressively, and really feels like D+ kind of circling the drain. Possibility for Gen.G to get themselves the next Baron, crack open that base, and truly end this game.
Does look like we might be heading towards the next Baron situation, though, with the low range that Gen.G do have. Zeri compositions often do have issues with closeout.
Their siege is not... They can dive, but I don't think you want to dive into D+, because...
Yeah, that's the only way that D+ win.
Yeah. You don't have to take any risk. Just wait for your buff. Okay, get your... Maybe you even want to wait till Hextech Soul.
Yeah.
I don't think you should, but you can.
Well, Gen.G might have to make a choice between the Baron or the Hextech Drake. Of course, not a soul or anything like that. D+ gear if they do manage to get it. But it might be a crumb that they can collect in this game.
Oh, look at all the flank wards. Well, they're just wards, but if you want them to be, they can be flank wards.
Yeah, every ward is a flank ward, if used correctly. As more seagulls flying down here, as Doran will find Meganar. Deft taking a bit of damage. Hyperbruck actually doing a whole bunch of work, as Peanut making his way over. Canyon on the flank. Deft moving pretty quickly. Canyon getting taken down so low. Vision of Empire does nothing to Pays, who just looks huge, but that Boomerang Blade getting some work done. Chovy, it's his turn, as there's a big Gnash. Showmaker does press the ult button. Now Deft has the Akali closing in on him. Canyon has to run away. Deft is kiting beautifully, though, as Peanut takes so much damage. Deft goes golden. Chovy gets exhausted. The backflip timing just beautiful. And Chovy crab raves as Gen.G make their way up mid to win the game.
No one died! They didn't lose anyone!
I mean, 5 people died.
That's a clean ace! Yeah, I know 5 people died, else I'm watching the fight! Oh my! dominance in the team fighting department here. Gen.G.
Gen.G just turned on. It ticked over like the 20-minute mark, and they're like, oh, okay, now we're feeling good. Now we'll win the game. And they absolutely did. They never let go of control after that point. And this is a side to Gen.G that I don't think many of us have seen so far this season, right? Like, this kind of late game dominance, this kind of like emotional control as well.
My God, it's summer Gen.G.
No,
it only took.
It's Gen.G versus D plus Kia Gen.G. That's the Gen.G that I'm
That's the
seeing.
angle you're taking. I actually do think that this is the style that Gen.G played for the entirety of last year. Is Pays as good as Ruler? No, obviously not. Ruler is, without a shadow of a doubt, one of the best AD carries that we have, / had. Little tear in the corner.
Who has ever played the game, yeah.
Yeah, and it's going to take time to develop into a similar style of player. But if you can teamfight well enough like this to win against D plus Kia, then you might be worse than last year, but you're definitely not bad. And Gen.G making a statement here as to maybe it is indeed a top 3. Maybe it's not D plus and T1 in a league of their own, like we felt after seeing this Gen.G get completely run over.
Yeah, no, they got clobbered, but the D plus Kia series that we saw last week on Saturday against T1, that was pretty close. So we came into this series kind of assuming that D plus Kia will have the upside at the beginning of the game. Did kind of look like that, but it absolutely did not. Really beautifully done. Seriously, I'm becoming more and more impressed by Pays every time we see him play. He kept his head on right, even though things were going a little bit rough at the beginning of the game, and just did his job towards the end. Chovy, absolutely outstanding play. Peanut as well. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space, and then game number 2.
우리 제리 날라가. 괜찮아. 제리 잡았어. 천천히. 야, 11. 천천히.
나 안 죽어. 괜찮아.
스웨인 봐줘, 스웨인.
나 가엔이야.
스웨인.
땀 보자. 11을 봐줘. 11을 봐줘. 끝났어.
나이스. 좋았다. 이거지.
너무 좋고.
근데 5대0을 몇 번 내는 거야? 그러니까. 잘했다. 한타 개잘하는데? 한타 좋은데, 우리? 좋아, 우리. 바텀 죽어도 괜찮아. 타워 2칸 먹었어, 전령 때.
전령 때 이득을 너무 많이 봤다.
나이스.
Willa now over the wall. BDD trying to stop him. He steals it away, and it's a massive gnaw from Bertle into the wall as well, as Willa's going to be taken down, and now KT.
They're collapsing lead.
Oh, Willa, he just walked in and steals it. That's the soul, but he's going to have to give up his life for it. Going to connect as Lahen's getting taken down very low. Willa gets on in there, and they need to save Stolen again! Are you kidding me, KT? Why? How did this happen again?
Better.
Yeah, I think that might be a dead Gumushi. He's going to dash and try and get out of the way of this one, but final chapter's there. It's a drive-by. from Kellen, and now Carrier is not going to be super safe, but Owner is in the area. Looks like D plus Kia.
Baron has started up.
Speaking to that dance again, Chronicler, they are going to do it one more time. All right, there's the steel pin. What? Deft steals the Baron, and the seismic shove is extraordinary. Carrier is going to go down as well, and now D plus Kia. They've turned the whole game on its head. Zayas, can he try to fight this? I think he possibly can, as the arrow is going to sail into the mid lane. Alger riposte. The riposte doesn't come in! The Ventral Maelstrom, that's not the ability. It's Slicing Maelstrom, and he's gonna pick up the kill. All right, here we go. The Ornhorn gonna come through. It's gonna get denied, as now he tries to get back, but it's actually the Rend that locks down the Ocean Soul. But still, the Sejuani gonna go down low, but look at the Kassadin damage. It is absurd! And this game, ladies and gentlemen, I think is just over. It's gonna be the Quadra kill. Or was it? I'm not entirely sure, but it doesn't matter. This game is over. T1 will take another 2-1 and claim the place as the only undefeated team. Security by missing 2 skill shots in a row and then nails the 2 that matter.
Oh, brutal.
Well, let's see whether Morgan can keep himself alive here. He does manage to break all the weaknesses. The flash goes forward, and Morgan, he may have done it, he did it! Oh, the Lord himself picks up the solo kill under the turret. He baits him in. Peanut diving forward one more time, but the Heimerdinger's already dead, and Pro are winning the fight. Oh my goodness! Pace is popping off though, and that is going to be the win, the triple kill in the end. Will come down to the side laning, I think. As Viper might be in a little bit of trouble. They're actually going for life here, as he does not have flash. He's just going to get sniped and killed, and we do have flash here for Viper, but he's just not even going to use it. Hello and welcome back to the space. That was Gen.G versus D plus Kia game number 1, and Gen.G were actually able to take them down in quite a back and forth game that we did have for that first one, but Gen.G really proving that they were able to take them late and actually outplay them.
I think Gen.G, first picking Zeri actually make the, there was a bit reason behind, even though they kind of, I feel like they could have just played a little bit slow, but like for sure, like they had a, they punished a mistake and then they were be able to just make another like really late game and then make sure Zeri get like 3+ core item and then they're just be able to lead the team fight and just choose the team fight and they can just generally just pressure the map.
The Swain pick here is designed to slow down Gen.G's approach and the front-to-back team fight here, but there's too many different angles they can take. Between the threat of the Gnar on the side, you have collapse angles for this Wukong and the Akali. So even though in a lot of compositions I think you're pretty well protected here with the Swain pick, unfortunately in reality, in practice here for this game, Showmaker just couldn't actually get the value out of it that he wanted. He was caught once on the top side of the map as well. Just a really unfortunate game here, I think, for D plus Kia because the draft is solid, but Gen.G just outplayed them.
Yeah, it did feel like there was a big damage gap as well in the late game because you have Zeri and even Gnar and Wukong are doing a decent amount of damage in team fights like AoE, and then of course we did have an actual mid laner for Chovy in terms of one that would actually do damage. But let's take a look at highlight number 1. This one was actually about 22 minutes into the game around the streak.
I mean, I think this team fight is just like generally they had a already bad position, which is like they had no Baron, and they already make a mistake that they already gave to the opportunity to Xeric to get a 2-core. I think that's a really, really big key. But I think Chovy really popped off his final angle that he just went into the, like, make sure Def cannot put any single DPSs anymore. And then basically Def is like completely trapped in the middle of the team fight. He has nowhere to go. And Doran just pushed the wall like with the ulti, and they were like really, really split. And I think it's like really good, great example that if you make one mistake with the swing comp, like stopping the snowball, it's like really, really hard to keep it up with the snowball team comp.
Yeah, in that fight too, Chovy gets on top of Def, so Showmaker has to come over and try to peel. He's unsuccessful, but so much of that early Swain ultimate is on one target, the single Akali, who's going to live through it pretty easily, has Merc Treads and doesn't care. So instead of actually doing peel for the entirety of the team fight, Showmaker's just on one isolated target that he's not really threatening.
Yeah, not much of a front line if they're coming in from many different angles. We can take a look at highlight number 2 as well, which was around the mid lane, where D+ kind of just grouping up for the Gnar.
Look at Peanut and Chovy here too, ready to spring the trap. And Peanut does get pushed back initially here, but Doran actually ready for this. They're all shoved out on the right side. He goes in first, and the follow-up is just so easy and so clean here. Look at the Wombo. It's just so easy to set this one up if you have vision of where everybody is, and everyone has to kind of operate around these choke points with Swain, but if you actually get the jump first because you're really well set up, you have those flank angles like Gen.G does, just super good. Like, they never went at Swain head on unless they had those combos ready, and that's why they won the game.
I mean, this point is again, it's like another, like from the pick and ban, the value differences, like especially at the 27-minute plus, I think it's like you can't really stop it after like Wukong, like especially against the Sejuani. It's more bruiser, like way more, has a higher damage, especially against like the Seeber who has no mobile ability. Like you can't really put the DPSs consistently. I think that's the really main key, that like you can't really front back after that.
Yeah, and Def was trying his hardest, but never really had a real angle in those team fights because even his frontline was getting kind of ripped to shreds, and he was basically being two-shot by the Akali. So we also had, we originally had a highlight for some of the plays that DK was doing down on the bottom side, getting their lane ahead. It seemed like Def was in a pretty good spot, but why do you think they weren't able to push ahead to the victory from there?
I think a lot of it came down to some key mistakes with the macro. The lane swap bottom side that we didn't talk about too much, where Swain actually caught the waves, cost him a lot of tempo, cost him a lot of CS. So there were a lot of problems down there. Plus the fact that Showmaker got caught on the top side of the map, broke his stopwatch, and that wasn't there for Baron. Just a lot of big issues, I think, around identifying win conditions. And Gen.G straight up out macroed them.
I mean, it's just like Gen.G, I think it proved like really, really strong team. As like, if you make one mistake, we know how to snowball it. And they were definitely started slow, but like I think they found like the way that they actually make the weaknesses for the DK, and they just got the snowball like as much as they can, and that's why they got lead like really, really a lot.
Yeah, apparently there were some comms from the side of Gen.G where it was like, it's okay to die early, pays and delight, it's whatever, we have amazing team fighting later on in the game. And they were right. I mean, it's true. It's better not to die, but it's fine, I guess.
I mean, that's the kind of thing you have to say to a rookie player, though, like Pays and Delight, who still doesn't have that much experience, right? Remember this roster originally with Ruler and Lehens on the bottom side, 2 veteran players, of course, no longer on the team, but so much experience there. And Pays and Delight still catching up in that regard. So if you can keep that bottom lane in the right mentality, despite those early losses, definitely a good way to keep your 5-man unit together.
I mean, Gen.G is like much stronger like compared to last week. I think they actually really, really stepped up, and especially against like D+ Kia today, I think it's gonna be really, really great, like really, really important. One of the most important matches, especially this week, and I think somehow they made it up. It's kind of crazy for me.
Do you? It seems like we do have some extra time. Do you guys feel like DK kind of fallen a little bit after their loss to T1 last week? Do you think they're not quite the same form?
I think this was some draft disrespect overall, and I think it was an overperformance from Gen.G. Like the clutch was there. Peanut had a really rough early game, but he actually set up so many of those later plays. So I think Gen.G overperforming. I'd rather say that than say D+ has fallen off after a loss.
Well, sorry, Huni, you don't get to mention, but it's okay. We are going to take a look at the POG now for this one. It will be Chovy. Very much deserved, did a ton of damage on the Akali.
I mean, for sure, well deserved, and like a lot of time, like he was like making a lot of spaces for the teammate in the team fight especially, and his lane phases was like really, really great, and especially like end of the game, like he was like having 80+ in the CS gap against enemy mid laner, and like apparently like whatever he brought to the team in the team fight, like he built up so much pressure to enemy AD carry, make sure cannot DPS, and he'd just be able to assassinate it like almost every single team fight.
Yeah, every single time he went on to Deft was just under so much pressure. He kites back, but like he can't do the ricochet damage he's looking for. I actually respect the Peanut votes here, even though he had a really weak early game, because so much of that late game was actually set up by his flanks, his vision clearing around objectives too.
Yeah, a lot of the team fighting from the two engagers, I would say, in the roster, from Doran, from Peanut, actually did set up a lot of those fights in their favor, so seems to be pretty good for them. But guys, we are done here on the space. Let's go back to the casters for game 2.
Thank you so much, Valdez, Hooney, and Wolf. Great to hear the breakdown of game number 1, and we'll see whether D+ Kia can bounce back. Don't you reckon Valdez would make an amazing bobblehead?
What?
As in, like, a bobblehead toy to put in your car, yeah. You know how, like, people have Elvis and stuff like that?
I can genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, I've never thought about that.
Really? But what about if you thought about it now? Yeah?
You need to let me finish.
Okay, sorry.
But you're right. I would buy one.
I reckon if that was the Valdez merch,
yeah,
I would be all over it straight away. D+ Kia going to choose red side yet again.
Yeah, why isn't there Valdez merch?
I know.
Yeah.
Oh,
should exist.
We should put a poll up in chat. If there was Valdez merch, would you buy it? Yes or no?
To do that.
We need to definitely do that.
As now, D+ on the red side. Again, because they are not swapping, at least in terms of the sides here. And I would not be surprised to see a somewhat similar trend in draft, as D+. Some of that game came down to execution. I personally didn't mind the draft as much, but gonna be the Wukong taken away here from Peanut. Have seen that pick be used with great efficiency, so the stock of Sivir definitely rises a little bit.
Yep. So that means Azir or Maokai will avoid being banned. I think they will still ban Maokai. I think that is definitely a pick that is warranted on the ban list on red side. But I don't know whether you necessarily need to ban Azir if you have a Showmaker. Because you can ban it in the second round if you're worried about it. I don't think they're going to need to worry, considering the fact that they do have the counter pick opportunity if there is an Azir picked on blue in the first 3. So Ashe going to be banned away yet again. I really like these blue side bans from Gen.G. Worked out quite well in the last game. No need to swap them around as we're looking for the Maokai button. Not quite. And the Azir is going to be banned. So, okay. I mean, Chovy is a fantastic Azir player, don't get me wrong. Just wasn't quite expecting them to stray away from the jungle bot lane.
Varus or is it Maokai?
I would very much respect the Maokai.
Maybe a Lock and Jin. That's a great champion, right?
Don't test me, Chronicle. Do not test me. Zeri just going to be locked in. Okay. I wonder what the gentleman's agreement's going to be. Whether it is D+ Kia just grabs Maokai and Yuumi, or whether they stick with the Sejuani.
It's Yuumi. Yeah.
Well, they're going to Yuumi at least.
I want the Maokai.
I want the Maokai too.
Hey!
Hey, there's a Maokai.
That's the button.
What did we say we wanted? Maokai. What do we get? Maokai. Man, and also if Canyon picks the Pajama Party Maokai skin, then he also gets to throw little Yuumis all around the rift. There's going to be so much Yuumi this game. Never mind.
God, Adler's so excited as well. As now the Lulu and the Maokai seem like no-brainer pickups. Do have the ability to go for a bit of a curveball here, as this is certainly a throwback to when Canyon picked the Kayn. And
so sad.
You can about the Kayn.
I also didn't call it Maokai.
Yeah, gonna be the Vi here instead. I do like Vi into Yuumi AD carries. Do think that the Sivir, as mentioned previously, can be somewhat of a problem, but should still work out nicely if Peanut can get on top. Will create a lot of space nonetheless, and his re-engages to me were a big part of why that early game was as decisive as it was, or rather the fights. His early game was not decisive at all. That was actually where Peanut, or Canyon rather, had a big lead, as has historically been the trend between these two junglers. So thus far, for D+, mostly the same. For Gen.G, the one swap up, but the Vi, more individual pick power, a little bit less power in terms of the AoE team fighting, and
I wonder whether that means we'll see something else out of Chovy. Of course, the Akali, still going to be fantastic. In this composition, I don't think it changes with just a Wukong being the switch-up, as Renekton once again going to be banned away. Sylas could be banned alongside it, unless Showmaker wants to grab that pick for himself. Cassante, whether that'll get looked at or not is another big question. Rise still available, as Kassadin going to be the first one banned this time.
Well, they meant Ahri.
Yeah, well, this is what I'm thinking is it going to be the Akali or the Ahri angle alongside the Vi?
We have seen the Ahri be pretty lackluster overall, ever since all the changes will be the Akali, so D+ clearly agreeing. And haven't really seen the Ahri ever since, you know, last year. Doesn't really come through anymore. Sylas still available here as well. Wonder if Gen.G want to take that one off the board. Maybe the Rise instead here.
I think the Rise is a little bit too important to remove. So Sylas could just be locked in here.
Okay.
And they will.
So, not going to take any risk in that regard. Couple of great ultimates available here already. And the most commonly seen counter, and counter of course is in quotation marks, is the Akali. Talia I would also love, although I do think that the value against just a Sylas not necessarily as good as we've seen in the past. So wonder what the answer will be for Chovy. We've seen Azir still just go into this matchup. It is open. Never, it's not. It's banned. I don't know what I'm talking about. So I wonder if we're going to see Chovy go back to some of his more slower paced picks, which I hope not.
Yeah, that's
okay,
that's exciting. This isn't. That's a fun one. Okay, LeBlanc being considered and will be locked in. Not the first time we've seen it. In fact, Showmaker was the first one to bring it out this season. And now D+ here. What is the response to the Cassante LeBlanc? It is probably just Gnar, isn't it?
Hey, Jax exists as well, but it will be Gnar. Yeah, that's my.
It's taken them a long time
educating
to find Gnar. There it is.
Yeah, Gnar pickup makes sense for D+. Can't also go blind Gnar for Gen.G because you're playing at Sylas. Don't want to give him free Gnar ultimate, so makes a lot of sense. The exciting part is we get to see Chovy's LeBlanc bolstered by Peanut's Vi, so really quite a similar composition. A little bit more oriented towards individual pickups with this Vi and with the LeBlanc, but overall I think going to play largely the same. For D+, Showmaker will have a lot more playmaking potential, and the power of Kana on his, I'd say, signature pick, hopefully helping out a little bit because he was not really anywhere to be seen. We've seen Cassante really take control of team fights in the previous game. That just didn't happen the way that I think they were looking for.
Yeah, Kan had a bit of a roughie in game one. Let's see whether he can turn it around as we move towards game number 2. Gen.G, it feels like their composition is angled a little bit closer towards mid-game, and like you were talking about, getting individual picks and things like that. Their last composition, team fought exceptionally well. As DefFan in the audience there, Gen.G also incredibly well represented. In fact, Lolpark is absolutely bursting at the seams here today. Everyone getting out, getting ready. See whether this goes the distance. 3 games. What do you reckon? What do you think the percentage chance of 3 games is?
I don't love the run back from D+ Kia, but if we get one more, we get Showmaker's 400th game.
Oh, that's true.
And historically, these teams have always gone to a 3rd game.
That is
over
true.
the last year. So I'm going to say 60%?
60% chance?
Yeah, I'm not really a believer, but the historical angle gives it a little bump up.
I like that a lot. Let's see whether Chronicler is correct in the 60% prediction as we hop onto the Rift. Okay, I think we are situated a little bit closer to the D plus Kia side of Lolpark because it sounded a bit louder in my head. We'll see. They are set up here towards this bottom side once again. Showmaker spending some time with his bottom lane.
It's important. You don't always see that much of each other, and you need to keep...
It's about camaraderie.
A tight relationship, yeah.
You also need to rely on your mid laner a lot. There is a reason why the top lane isn't often down here these days, because you don't need to see him very much during the game. There's not much upkeep necessary in that relationship.
Well, there used to be. You know, top laners loved visiting their bot lanes, but then...
Yeah.
Right.
When it was Sion, you could just stand in that brush channeling the Q. Oh.
Well, I'm more referring to when Riot took away the high-speed plane that the teleport, offered.
Yeah.
Able to see your family.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
Oh, Kana is going to get hit by a Q. And Doran is going to be able to zone him for a while. Gets a ward in there. He'll be all right. No worries there at all. Let's see how this one's going to go. Chains go wide the first time around. I'll have to check in on this lane a fair bit, as of course LeBlanc versus the Silas is something that's been picked into the Silas in the past, but certainly did fall out of favor just a little bit towards the end of last year.
Also note, Kane again going for the Demolish here, able to get a lot of damage down on turrets if he is left with them unattended. Pays again going for Gathering Storm. Nicely.
Love to see it.
Love to see free stats. As Jungler starting on opposite sides of the map, so Kane starting on his top side and Peanut on the bottom half of the map. Gen.G in the light, able to fight for the early cryo here. Obviously, when no items are available yet, Sivir still level 1. The Azeri auto/Q spam, depending on how you look at it, more than enough to take early control of the lane, especially when combined with some glitter lances. It's really must be really annoying because glitter gets everywhere.
Yeah.
It's really hard to clean up.
Imagine if abilities stayed on the ground
for
every
horrible.
single game. It would all just be, everything would be covered in glitter.
Ooh.
All right.
Peanut dodging the Tri-Burst ward.
Yeah, we'll see whether Canyon and Kana can make this one work as Peanut's going to move on in. There is first blood going over to D plus Kia, and Peanut is just going to evacuate.
Pretty underwhelming.
Yeah.
Was expecting a bit more there. Didn't come to fruition. Some disjointed play perhaps there from Doran and Peanut as... Not quite sure.
It was
they were setting it up. It was relatively, known that Kenyan at the very least had a big chance of being on top side, and Doran was also clearly playing like he was expecting to have some reinforcements, but didn't.
I mean, he did.
Well, he did. Well,
it's like more emotional support.
Are they really reinforcements if they don't show up in time?
Well, yeah, they are. They're just not very good reinforcements, Sometimes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So in the Netherlands, we have an expression for that.
What's that?
Which would be mustard after your meal. Which means it's too late. It's like it has no relevance. Although that's not entirely true, because what about cheese plate?
That's a very good point, as Chobi is going to get permanently frosted. Not sure whether I like that one.
What, cheese plates?
No. Permanently frosted is a reference to permafrost. Not great. Still, he is just going to be able to walk it off. No worries there at all. And Silas going to teleport back in as we have a look at this one more time. Let's get to the bottom of what happened.
Peanut using his Q to get over the wall here, and because it's still this early on, he might. I'm pretty sure he doesn't have it available here. So all he can do is use it as soon as it gets or becomes available. Okay, it didn't work the first time, but what about second time?
If at first you don't succeed,
hold up.
I don't know whether they even saw him.
Oh no.
All right, now Canyon wants to try and answer this. The Q not going to connect. Arctic Assault going to be enough there, so really nicely done. D plus Kia holding on to their top side of the map. Counter gank timing pretty beautiful from Canyon thus far.
And overall, Peanut clearly trying to be a bit more proactive in the early laning phase was the main point of criticism for him in the previous game. And with the calls being picked up with the Gathering Storms, it's a very clear sign that this game might not truly begin until we get to the team fighting stage. As our observers are showing, current wave state for Chovy. Gonna not feel too good. We'll be able to crash here, so shouldn't be the end of the world, and might provide a window here for Gen.G to maybe look for, say, play towards Dragon, if they do want to do so. Peanut, of course, does have a lot of early damage towards that objective.
Yeah. Showmaker handling this lane as best he can, but as you can see, falling relatively far behind. Does collect that cannon minion, which is obviously what we care about the most. We are a Jonah Strong approving broadcast.
Can you... Is it possible for someone not to be?
No, I don't think so. That is a
I've seen
possibility, but doesn't mean that we're not.
No, it's important to give positive feedback, because Doran might be a little bit of trouble. He's Kasante.
Canna going to do some punching. Doran's just going to walk it off. Guess we're going to be fine. Never mind. Okay.
Personally, hope to see the amount of solo kills. Oh no.
That's a ghost. All right, Doran's looking for it. There's the ulti. Canna just going to walk this one off as best he can. Oh, doesn't find it there. Now Canna chasing after him. We'll see whether he can actually get a few extra autos. Does not manage to do so, as now Chovy possibly in trouble, but he's LeBlanc, so he's not.
So as I was saying, I would like to see the amount of Kasante solo kills reduced, and thank you, Kana, for making sure that that stays the way. Or maybe Doran, depending on how you feel about the execution of that play, unable to actually get a kill, also using his Ghost and his ultimate. Might be a problem if they do want to look for a contest on the Herald in a little bit, but contesting Herald, when you're doing a mid-prio, is not really a thing.
And very tough.
Yeah, unfortunately for D+, Chovy is completely bopping in this lane.
Having a very good time. Lucidity boots put together already, as well as that corrupting pot. Slight gold advantage for Gen.G as Canyon makes his way top lane yet again. I'm going to look for Doran, who has successfully made it out.
All right. And two options for Peanut. One is go for Drake. The other one is zone away the enemy bot. Oh, they decide to stay. Peanut has flash, but don't really need to do anything here. As Showmaker coming to help his bot lane.
Like to see that from Showmaker, making sure that they don't get dove. Means also that they can actually walk up and collect this wave of minions.
Yeah. So Showmaker is a very team-oriented player, which is great in that play. But he also had to drop the wave, so going to be even further behind Chovy, who did not have to go anywhere for that. Cross map for D+ is that they do pick up the Herald, which is a nice win. So it's not all disaster, as we have the same two dragons.
Interesting. What's our soul going to be, is I guess the question.
Hex
Last
tech
time
again.
it was Hex Tech. It's a full regain.
Well, you know the drafts are different, right?
Yeah, no, I do know that.
Well, then it's...
But the teams remained on the same side of the rift. You know, that sort of stuff.
I feel like you're...
It's relatively slow moving, this game. It's relatively slow
running
moving.
in some trouble here.
Yeah.
The problem is that we kind of ran out of all our topics after Challengers.
Yeah, it's true. And a lot of those topics, you know, you shouldn't move them towards the LCK. That's what is somewhat of a difficulty. As Canyon's going to make his way over. They found the distortion, and Showmaker picks up the kill. Oh, man, I thought it was a lull state for a second there, and immediately in comes Bristle and saves us.
Beautiful timing there from Canyon. Able to catch Chovy as unaware as we were. Immediately throw down the Herald towards mid. Save Showmaker from this rough early lane. Funnel a bunch of gold into him. Might be able to pick up another blade here, but Paze and the Light gonna try and make sure that it doesn't happen. Oh, there we go. Does pick it up.
Love to see it.
Huge moment here for the D+ Kia mid laner. Able to now hopefully be in a little bit of a better position. Chovy also dying with Summoner up, really just getting caught off guard. And that's the unfortunate reality. If you distort away and you are a little bit too predictable, you get taken down. And in that case, he had to be predictable, because if he didn't go back, he would also die to the Yuumi ultimate. So not a lot of options there for Chovy, unfortunately. Nice timing from D+.
And remember, this is also Ignite LeBlanc in the mid lane, so definitely indexing very, very heavily into winning the lane. As now Deft is in trouble. Pays is going to cleanse the exhaust. Gallon trying to stand in front as Deft gets to relative safety, but the cat is not going to be so lucky, and Pays just runs at the bottom lane of D+ Kia and wipes him out.
And we have seen that the Zeri Lulu lane can be deceptively strong post level 6. In a 2v2, Kellen used his ultimate crucially on that mid play, right? And Gen.G's bot lane, very cognizant of that. Hard force and all in, knowing that they have ult advantage, and as a result, take down Deft. Or take down Kellen rather, Deft without summoners as well, meaning that a attempted contest on the next dragon will be a lot tougher, and immediately after D+ strike mid, Gen.G strike that in the bot lane.
Yeah, we'll have to see whether D+ Kia can be the first ones to respond, because there are no summoner spells left on the bottom side. So it's a possible avenue for either side to try and get something done. D+ Kia's answer looks to be just lane swap. That may work out. We'll see how it does go. Grab a few extra plates
Well,
here.
Kana has TP, so he should be able to just TP towards bot, because otherwise they're going to lose a lot of plates.
Oh, yeah. And it looks like it's a bit of a gentleman's agreement for the moment. Canyon moving down. Doran is up here, but it's 1 plate so far. 3 have been taken here in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I don't know about this one, D+.
Yeah, Cannon's still holding on to that teleport. And Deft got a plate. Pays got 4. Pretty good.
Yeah, and Canyon has the back as well. So Kana also really nicely done there. Peanut actually keeping him away, kind of zoning him off as Showmaker.
Yeah, Breaker comes in. There's the flash to make sure they have the chain CC, and you're welcome. It's exactly the same treatment, this time from Chovy and Peanut, to what Showmaker and Canyon just did to Chovy.
I'm starting to be very positively surprised by what Gen.G is doing here, because the previous game, it all came down to team fighting, where now they're just straight up dunking on D+. As mentioned here, Deft and Co. Kellen in a very long lane. Doesn't have the Yuumi ultimate available, because normally you can try, when the exhaust gets cleansed, or in that case, Pace might even hold the cleanse, to try and use it on the Yuumi ultimate, you can run away. Not the case here. And then, yeah, Showmaker, there's not a lot of counterplay here, unfortunately. Really cleanly done there by Peanut, giving minimal time to respond for the D+ mid laner. And, you know, 1 item spikes are being hit. The game state is not impossible, but already kind of losing control here are D+ Kia, and I think you're only 1 or 2 awkward fights away from this gold lead really ballooning. It's already bad.
No, it is. And this time around, Gen.G also have control of dragons as well. D+ Kia going to try and even that one out. But we saw last time that it was Gen.G able to pick up control of the game in about 7 minutes from now, I guess you could say. So that turnaround really happening earlier. Their composition certainly requires that a little bit more, but still, it's a really good look for Gen.G so far. Drake going to be secured. Ooh, the best Drake option going to be available for either side as well. Triple clouds up for everyone. Extra mobility could make this a weird and wonderful game as well, given the champions that are on the Rift. Looking for flank angles, things like that. Chovy, where is he going to be?
You get your wish after all.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Wonderful. Pretty pleased about the whole situation, to be honest. There's Shelly, or Shirley, going to be attempted by Gen.G. Showmaker moving on over, finds a control ward. Chovy is there.
Very
lined up as well. Yeah, exactly. Information advantage feels to be on D+ Kia's side. Gen.G are grouped up and ready for this.
No flash, neither AD carry.
Yeah. And kind of not going to get stunned up or snared by the chains. It's now Showmaker. He has a cease and desist available. Last time around, Canyon did manage to steal this. This time, Peanut locks it down as there's the Glacial Prison. Pays has the cleanse as the Cassante is going to fall immediately. We saw a very similar thing happen in the last game. But D+ Kia managed to also secure the Herald. This time around, not so. They are going to guard the eye to deny Peanut picking that one up.
Gen.G able to get the final smite. It's full
All right,
up.
yeah, Peanut going to dive on top here. That's too much damage, and the Silas is going to fall. Pays looks for the extendo beam. Canyon flashes. He's got a cat as well. But already they managed to take down Showmaker, who's just been prevented from having a good time this game.
Got hit by fire and then polymorphed, man.
Yeah,
they can't play the game.
What's she supposed to do?
Well, not a lot. Gen.G looking so good here. Very proactive. Obviously, they're not taking the risk. Giving up Doran is unfortunate, but the fact that Peanut is able to get this smite is very, very nicely done, as just a little bit late on the trigger there. And Delight, Pace, and Chovy get completely zoned off by Canyon first hitting an ultimate and then the Yuumi, so as a result, can't quite contest. And then Showmaker is just clearing a ward. Uses his chain, literally, Vial into Polymorph. Nothing you can do. Have to force out, or the flash has to be invested as well from Canyon just to stay alive, and things are slowly going from bad to worse. This is the D+ that was able to bring T1 to 3 games.
Yeah.
And they're looking pretty lackluster here so far, and
well, they're looking like they're struggling to bring Gen.G to 3 games as Showmaker. Oh dear, I've seen this one before. The flash does come out. I'll accept that for the moment. Showmaker allowed to live. But still, it really feels like he's limping this game. Canyon coming up, has a cat to deliver as well. So Showmaker will at least be gifted this wave. And he's down a lot of farm. 30 CS, the lead for Chovy. We often talk about Chovy having gigantic CS leads, but not so much this year, right? Like, Pays sitting on 180 at 17 minutes. The Zeri is going to be a huge problem very soon for D+ Kia.
As much as we meme about Chovy CS, I do think that even during summer last year, but especially this year, it's been very apparent that he has kind of let his CS over everything kind of go, right?
Yeah.
We've seen him be a lot more proactive in terms of his laning pressure. We've seen him be a lot more proactive in terms of trying to impact the map. And overall, it is still player that obviously puts great importance into laning, but it's interesting to see the transition because he used to just always have 10 CS per minute in every single game.
Yeah.
No matter the matchup, no matter the circumstances, and sometimes that's not what the game calls for. And instead, now Gen.G says, okay, well, Pace, you've been given your Zeri again. You know, you're new to the LCK. We're gonna be nice to you. Now sitting on a crucial power spike. As Hooney pointed out, that combination of the shield blow as well as the hurricane, very, very strong in terms of being able to deal a lot of AoE damage in these fights. And 1-1 in Drakes at the moment. D+ also hitting a couple of crucial spikes. Obviously, Canyon has had his Radiant Virtue very well, but Deft also sitting on 2 items. But it does feel like if you give up this fight, if you lose your mid lane turret, the game's going to snowball very rapidly, and not unlike the last game we saw between these two teams.
Yep, I think D+ Gear have an improved team fight in comparison to Gen.G this time around, if they do find themselves in an even scenario, but I think if Gen.G play it out the way their comp wants it to, we're not going to have the same style of fight. It's going to be more of this cloak and dagger, as Chovy doing a bit of that. Is going to have to flash though, as we can see Final Chapter comes down. They look for the LeBlanc and they should be able to grab her. Canyon locks down that kill. Now Cannon with a fantastic Nava. He gets polymorphed though, and he hops away. Meganar going to be incoming here. As now without Chovy, Gen.G are really going to struggle to hold on to this Drake, and they understand that. They do back away. Ulti times out from Pays. And the first cloud will be given to D+ Kia.
A little bit of vintage Casa Curse.
Love
right
to
there.
see it. Yeah, love to see it.
I haven't finished my sentence, or he gets immediately picked off. That was a little scary, as Canyon didn't have smite, so a bit worried there.
Speaking of worried,
I think it should be okay. No wave, so diving there would be fairly ambitious. And nicely done by D+. Canyon and Kellen together. More than enough damage, or more than enough CC rather. As, oh, this is still going.
Yep, they're going to try and save this turret. Cease and desist going to be used onto Peanut. A taste of his own medicine, if you will, as Doran pushes them all away, and it's Canyon that's the first target. Peanut taken down low as Showmaker just wants to escape, just wants to get out of here, but he's not going to be allowed to. It's a double kill for Doran on this Cassante as Gen.G get the kill lead.
And an overinvestment from the block. This is just going to be Baron again.
Another one.
This is the same thing that happened last time, but worse.
Yeah, because this time Canyon's not there to try and force some sort of 50-50.
Man, knock up, or knock in rather there from Doran.
It was absolutely beautifully done. And Def, all he gets is a mid-wave for it. So this is the Baron. It's going to be taken down. Pace sitting at full health. Very happy to have now a Baron in his back pocket. Help shove down all of these objectives. We have a look at this fight yet again. The caster curse onto Chovy.
Yeah, Chovy feels very safe. Is a LeBlanc, but unfortunately for him, not even LeBlanc can get away from that far. You see the Yumi ultimate being of great value there. And there's no possibility for Gen.G to fight it because Kana is going into Mega and you'll remember down. But then, here, we see that this initially looks to be a favorable fight because...
Oh, Callan gets knocked out, so he can't attach.
Well, yeah, not only that, but also the teleport to the turret that then dies.
Yeah.
Is a really big disaster because what happened there is Deft initially was rotating and if Kana, playing Gennard this time around, actually gets there, then you might win that fight, but can't teleport to the turret there.
Yeah, I think that was a minion wave, so...
Yeah, and now as a result, they're grasping this game after what was, frankly, beautiful fight from them is, again,
slipping away.
Yeah.
Well, Doran's looking for Kana. Meganar is en route. Hayes lurking over to the side. This control ward is going to survive yet again. Doran looks for it, doesn't get there onto Deft. Does have his spell shield available, but doesn't have his Infinity Edge up just yet. The money that Deft wants hasn't quite come in. Gen.G going to use that Baron. They'll take down the outer turret in the mid lane. 4,000 gold, approaching 5. Gen.G look to push ever further, and it's the same blueprint as the last game. I feel like we've been down this road before, Chronicler.
And the biggest problem for D+ is that, well, it's twofold. One is that Showmaker just not having a great day. Not really able, was one of the big win conditions when they played against T1 with his Talia, but looking a bit all over the place here. Some of that is focus.
Oh, yeah, Kana going to play leapfrog onto Def. Here's the turnaround, though, as Kazante gets out of there. Might be able to take down Kana as well. The whole team fight kind of gets split up, and that worked beautifully for Gen.G, because that was a lot of cooldowns invested in that one moment, then got dispersed.
And overall, oh no.
Oh dear.
Okay,
never mind.
We'll be fine for now, but when the next wave comes in with the Baron buff, this turret sure to fall. They're still holding on here. You have a Sivir. It is very good as teleport comes in.
Yeah, they should be able to get rid of the rest of these minions, though, as Doran's going to get bonked into. With that Arctic Assault, Showmaker finds some chains. Permafrost is going to land as Kana looking for that backline, but Peanut's already taken down the Silas. Pace with the ulti running, is now running away from Kana, who does have the ulti. Is the crush combo going to be there as Canyon moving on in, doesn't have ult. So not going to be able to do too much more, as I believe Pace also managed to get that red buff, adding insult to injury. They got what they wanted. Top inner turret does fall in favor of Gen.G. And as this Baron buff wears away, they are looking at a huge gold lead.
So as I was getting into earlier, one is Showmaker not having the greatest of series thus far. And secondly, D+, when this team is at their best, their game sense is really, really impeccable. But engages like this just don't seem to be quite working out, right? We have what initially looks like a risky setup, pulled apart by Doran. And then Gen.G going even further as I've been looking at the fight here. Not going to be the case yet. Picture-in-picture showcases that, but even here, this is a full tank Cassante that again gets a multi-man lineup.
Yeah, well, Showmaker seems to have found him yet again. Let's see what Doran's going to be able to do to get out of this one. The answer is not a whole lot just yet, as Showmaker picks up the Vi ultimate. Peanut now lurking off to the side. This is soul point for D+ gear as Chovy diving on in, getting some poke damage. Doran softened up, but now Pace is going to turn up. In goes Kana, gets a gnar, but it actually doesn't do anything at all. He gets cease and desisted, and he has to say yes as Doran dives into the backline. Deft has to flash, and the team fight has been ripped to shreds. Def not going to be able to do anything here as the Vault Breaker is enough to get Peanut in. And Showmaker finds himself the last man standing alongside Kellen. Pay's going to rip through him, and then Kasante picks up the KS to finish it off.
What a fighting sense here for Gen.G. Peanut really showcasing his form here today. Getting the split-second interrupt on Kana, trying to hard force. And again, gonna echo D+, their game sense generally is something that really impresses me. And right now, they just don't look to be on the same page.
No, they're being read like a book. Look at this, like, they knew exactly what Kana wanted to do before Kana even started to do it.
Look at this interrupt from Peanut.
Yeah. Oh, goodness. That was...
It's the Q and then the C.
That might have even been a mistake. Because he Vault Break it away from the Gnar, and then Kana flashed in front of the Vault Breaker and got interrupted.
I'm calling calculated.
No, I think
I'm giving it to him.
We should definitely call calculated, but if it's not, then that's really sad.
Hey, you know what you have to be as well to be a great competitor?
What's that?
Lucky.
That's true. That's true.
But overall, Gen.G, beautifully done in terms of fighting. Doran, with this Jack show that we haven't really talked about yet, in these elongated team fights amidst multiple people, almost unkillable by so much pace. For Pace and Chovy. And now, I don't know how you come back for D+. I think that fight might have been the nail in the coffin.
Well, Canyon is looking for the opportunity. He spots the fact that Pace has a QSS. There is no Mikhails, but he has cleanse QSS now, so just need a Mikhails, and then he's got triple cleanse for a team fight. And that's when it becomes extraordinarily difficult to do anything to the Zeri. As Peanut just going to look to force a fight here. Hop out from Kana. Narbar in a good spot. It's just this conversation about Narbar that I keep having with myself. I just don't know how relevant it even is at this point in time.
But I'm glad you're keeping track of it.
Yeah, I really am.
Doing it for the community, Atlas.
There's the big Gnar. Look at him.
Thanks for telling us.
Yeah, cool dinosaur
He's
guy.
smuggling.
Yeah.
Get him, Gnar.
I want him to press the B button so that we can have a look at him playing with the helicopter. Nah, he's back to mini Gnar. Gen.G going to come on over and grab themselves a free Baron by the looks of things. 9,000 gold in the lead is going to afford you that right. They will tidy it up extraordinarily quickly.
I gotta say, Atlas.
This is not the 3-0 I was expecting this evening.
3-0?
Sorry, 2-0.
Well,
I'm so used to
I know.
DK Gen.G and best of fives.
Yeah, because if you told me up front Gen.G's gonna win, I would have said sure, makes sense. Gen.G is a great team. This is a big test for them, and their passing flying colors does make sense. But them basically clapping D+ for anything but like the first 15 minutes, 20 minutes of the first game is somewhat shocking. Yeah. And Gen.G showcasing that all of us, I think, had them on third place for the LCK. D+ and T1 just looked on a whole nother level. Right now, that isn't the case. There's, barring some major missteps from Gen.G, not a lot I think that DK can do here. Canyon is looking for a flank on Pace, but he doesn't flank. He still has cleanse, he still has flash, right? Pace is like, haha.
Yeah, they don't seem too worried about it as Kana gets forced into Mega Gnar yet again. Deft might be able to get a red buff. As Gen.G just going to push down this bottom inhibitor. Not looking like there's a whole lot they can do about it as well, as Kana's going to get his Gnar off into this wall, but it's Doran. He's so extraordinarily tanky. Peanut as well. Not too bad in his own right. Showmaker grabs a cease and desist. As Pays might... Oh, there we go. They turn it on to Chovy. Let's see whether they can actually do some damage to Pays, though, because he is the one doing everything here for Gen.G. Peanut going down very, very low, and the Prowling Projectile does land onto the Vi. Doran just frontlining beautifully, and Pays is just huge. I mean, what's he supposed to do? Doran popping off in the backline as well as the wallop goes entirely wide. And if they don't kill the Zeri, they cannot win the fight. And Pays shows them exactly why. That's a quadra kill in the end, and they'll say goodnight to this game. 2-0 for Gen.G. We use statement quite a lot, but this is absolutely that. After so many were saying this team was third place, they're now second.
And they didn't get second by beating one of the lower tier teams. They got second by beating their direct competitor in a stomp of a 2-0 Atlas. Beautifully done here by Gen.G. Truly firing on all cylinders in game number 1. First half of the game doesn't go that well. In game number 2, they adjust. Peanut is not quite in the position for the first gank of the game. And from that point onward, every single play he went for worked out. And man, this Gen.G, clearly, when you give them the drop that they want, when they get to play with their Zeri, they are a force to be reckoned with. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but maybe
we're getting another PaZe interview.
Oh, no, I don't think that's not the vote.
Isn't it?
I
mean, he played pretty well. I reckon me and Media got a bit of an idea going here.
Well, I do love me some PaZe interviews. They are my favorite.
I also think that when you bring someone into the LCK, and it's on his 15th day of LCK against the guy who's playing his 3,600th game, and then you 2v2 kill them?
Yeah. Well, if you'd watched Challengers, you knew he'd be capable of this, which you did.
I did. No,
so you knew.
But no, I saw him beating Challenger bottom lane.
Yeah, and they were not very good.
Yeah, that's a completely different thing.
I am joking around. What I do really want to highlight is that this makes me completely reconsider as well how the next T1 Gen.G game is going to look. Because T1 still looking a league of their own, but I know that's far into the future, Atlas, but this Gen.G is clearly not the Gen.G that we saw on the first day of the LCK.
Well,
and that makes me excited.
They're also not against T1, and T1 are also undefeated against all of these teams right now. Right now,
I know.
Both D plus Kia and Gen.G have both faced them.
Can't I be excited already?
You can. No, I mean, I'm excited as well, but I still think that we should be putting T1 a little bit ahead. And I think in spring, that makes sense. I'm almost getting excited for summer already, when everyone gets all of their teamwork together, right? Like, you've got KT needing to, you've got Humble Life Esports needing to, and it looks like in this game, Gen.G have absolutely started to sort all of the things out that we were seeing. We were seeing some disjointedness. We were seeing some more lax play out of the top side of the map even from Gen.G. Not in this series. This series was all guns blazing. Most of them being PaZe's guns.
And coming into the series, we talked about the 2v2. Showmaker and Canyon. And Canyon, I think, had a servable series. Not the best team fighting on Sejuani, but Showmaker, really, really rough performance here. Got caught off multiple times. Moments like this, very, very unfortunate for the entirety of D+. Their team fighting just not coming together this time around. And it's in these moments that it's important to remember that, yes, the bot lane is different, but this type of team fighting style was done under the helm of Peanut. This is what Gen.G played for the entirety of summer, and this is what they won their first LCK title in a really long time with.
Yeah. And this was D plus Gear using all of their cooldowns on Chovy because PaZe had QSS and Cleanse. And then there's just no way to kill the Zeri. He really does make Zeri look like it's a few patches ago, because we haven't seen that many ridiculous Zeris.
I was personally extremely excited for the debut of this player, and
Doran also apologizing for denying the Penta a little while back.
Well, this is the beautiful thing. He doesn't have to be afraid anymore, because it's not Ruler reminding him that is his Penta.
Wow.
Yeah, unsurprisingly, a wonderful game here from Gen.G in a much more dominant fashion.
Any boom boom damage voters? Any
You would?
Oh, I'd be straight in there. 100% PaZe vote for me. I think if anyone else...
I feel like I'm getting too predictable if I vote for PaZe here again.
I'm looking forward to seeing what the gentlemen on the desk have voted for, and it's now time to go over and hear exactly that. Take it away, boys.
Thank you, casters, for your wonderful casts on the day. I'm Valdez. With me is Peanut Voter 1 and Peanut Voter 2, who,
Two Peanut voters right here.
Did combine their votes to make one vote for the English cast, analyst desk. And yeah, I mean, huge surprise. Gen.G coming in with the 2-0. They were just able to pretty much stomp in both games. So what was your guys' thoughts on this?
I thought the draft was obviously some changes made from game one. Like the draft's otherwise thematically pretty similar. I really like the Wukong ban actually from D plus Kia because it was a big problem for them with the Sivir pick. They knew we were going for the handshake once again. And you can spell shield like one frame of that Wukong ultimate, but you're not going to be able to get away from it most of the time. The LeBlanc, on the other hand here, which was an interesting choice, didn't really work out very well for Chovy despite the win. Valdez and I were thinking maybe Ari. Huni didn't like it as much, but I thought overall it was a risky pick. And in the early game it worked out well, but not great otherwise. This game was mostly about Gen.G's macro and Peanut, who just dominated the Rift.
I mean, I really like the D plus Kia, like the adopter from the first game, like with the value was like way too low compared to like enemy team. I think I really high value that they actually realized that they changed it, but I think it was the bigger problem was the in-game, the how to play the game. And but like again, like I really would like to highlight again the Peanut play, which is, you know, he was like everywhere, like where he needed to be, and then making sure the Salas and the Gnar, like those two to champion were making sure they're not high value even though it goes later.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that it was a really good game for individually from a lot of the members on the side of Gen.G, including Pays, which was mentioned many times. Not only just boom boom damage memes, but also just a great Jerry play overall. As we are going to jump into highlight number one right away.
This is a really interesting macro play here from Gen.G. So the second Canyon stays, notice Peanut is backing on the bottom side of the map. The second he shows, Peanut stops his back, and they make the call since they're pushing bottom super hard here to actually start proxying the minion wave. This forces a rotation down from Showmaker, so Chovy actually gets to shove this wave in. So Showmaker is forced to drop a wave. Deft is being zoned out of minions here. This is a really good read from Peanut to stop that back the second Canyon shows. And it's just one of many plays he makes this game. So we fast forward again, he's tracking where Showmaker's health bar is at. Chovy's harassing, goes for the Q flash here over the wall. Beautifully played, instantly destroying Showmaker. The entire early game, Peanut was everywhere all the time.
Yeah, I mean, basically, I think the Peanut needed to know like where he need to be, and then it's like around like also the object control. It was like really, really good. Like he immediately know that Sejong was the top side. He realized that the drag is also free, and like bottom pressure was free, mid pressure was free, and then to be able to like keep knows that like what he need to do after like incoming in the 2 minute, like he was know exactly where he need to be, and that's why he was be able to just like finish the mid kill, and then like another one he was be able to help the bottom solo kill as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's what Peanut was doing last year, right? On the Poppy all the time. It's like, I'm going to dive. I'm just going to be everywhere all at once. It's really, really difficult to deal with this pressure. It's just relentless. And he was able to showcase that here in this game as well. We can take a look at highlight number 2 as well, which is play up towards the top fight, which actually nets them Baron.
I mean, I'll say that first of all, like, I think Gen.G was like actually using like a lot of the current like same, well, like they haven't based it for a long time. So DPLK knew that like they were like kind of greedy, but the big blunder was a Mega Gnar, like a cancel on the TP because he used on turret. But I mean, that was like really, really, I don't know, I would say like big blunder. Like I think if Mega Gnar came in clutch, I think it would have been pretty good chance for, you know, for D plus Kia. But after this Baron's gone, like the same thing again, as well. What happened in the game 1, they just get the Baron with the very little composition, and it's like really hard to make the comeback as opponents.
Yeah, I mean, TPing to the turret there, I mean, it's one of those mistakes that like could happen from clicking on the minimap, but also I think if he comes there, maybe you can turn the play, but it's still a greedy choice because the communication wasn't there from the outset.
Yeah, so a pretty dominant game from Gen.G. The 2-0 they did get. There is something we do have to talk about, which is our predictions. Literally, not a single person voted for Gen.G in this matchup, not on our side, and also not on the Korean side either. Nobody voted for Gen.G. I mean, I kind of want to ask you guys, like, what is the deal with this? Why do we feel like Gen.G was able to turn the tables so easily on this narrative? Because not only was it a win, it wasn't really a close series either. I mean, Gen.G kind of just rolled over them.
I mean, I still think like the D plus Kia, I felt it like even against the T1 series and even today, I think they were like really the game plan leaning to Canyon all the game or even middle game. And especially I think the other laner were not like proactive enough to be able to lead the game, lead the snowball. I think those things were like kind of lack of it. And also like, even though it's like, it looked like small mistake, but there's a lot of, like especially for today, like Showmaker got caught on the top and then they lost the Baron. Like those kind of major mistake, it becomes like really, really big blunder. And that's how they lose the game, not able to keep up their snowball. I think they also choose like as a pick and ban, like kind of like difficulty of the pick and ban, and that's why I feel like they're kind of losing when they should not be.
I think that the Lucian bans against Deft were really smart. I think Deft's best champion this season has been the Lucian. Was great for him in Worlds qualifiers and Worlds, etc. And the guy is taking those leads and snowballing games so well. I think all of D+ Kia's wins were realistically about those snowballs. Even the wins they took against T1 were sometimes about clutch team fights, but generally speaking, Deft was a huge part of each and every game. And on the Sivir, he felt very muted in this series. Got outplayed by Pays in that Zeri lane and just was collapsed on several times. Like, Deft felt invisible in the series for the first time this year so far.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, Gen.G, as we know, a fantastic team. Pays and Delight really coming into their own. I think D+ gave them a couple of chances, a couple of opportunities, and they were able to latch onto that really well. So great job to them. Let's take a look at the POG for this one, as it will be Peanut. After all, you guys did vote correctly.
No doubt.
0.5 from Wolf, 0.5 for me.
There we go. We are just, we make a whole together, Huni, and we get the right POGs. We were Kyle voters earlier. Now we're all about the Peanut here in game, the fourth game.
4 for 4 today.
Yeah, we had Chovy in game 1. Bit of a rougher series for him, unfortunately, in this, or rougher game here in game 2, that is to say. But overall, like, Deft here in this game really just shut down. And I think, yeah, some of these fights we're watching here just later.
This one.
And, yeah, it's sick interrupt on the Kana. There's not much to say about like how the later parts of the game went besides Peanut actually carrying this fight incredibly, but Deft just really not empowered in this series by Showmaker, who was struggling, of course, in both games, not empowered by Canyon, who was going topside in this game, wasn't shadowing him, not protecting him.
Yeah, I mean, especially also he didn't really make any single mistake this game as well.
So only one media Pays. I'm pretty surprised, but a lot of top voting.
Oh man, interesting. Yeah, I mean Doran, there were a couple times where he was just way too aggressive, but he actually did have some nice moments. I think, you know, I'm okay with that one. The Pays vote is whatever.
I mean, if you had a like secondary vote, like, yeah, I would have thrown on the Pays.
Me too.
Yeah, because like he got the solo kill on bottom, and then his performance is like he didn't really make a really big mistake, and then he was like really good.
Yeah. Also, there was that one vote for Delight, which
makes sense.
He had a good game. There was that one Wild Growth. Remember, we were watching. I was like, wow, that was a great Wild Growth.
Yeah.
Guys, we have the interview ready. I'm going to hand it over to Jisung for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisung for the POG interview translation. After a big clash between Damwon D+ Kia and Gen.G. Congratulations, Chovy and Peanut. You guys took down D+ Kia and got your 4th straight win of the season. You are now in the 2nd place of the LCK. How do you feel, Chovy? We've always thought D+ Kia is a very strong team, so now that we beat them, it feels amazing. Yeah, I mean, we beat D+ Kia a lot last year too. Every time it was a 3-game series, but this year, well, I was pretty worried about it, but the first match was a 2-0. I think it's a good sign for us. It feels amazing. Peanut, this is your 3rd POG in a row. How do you feel? I mean, everyone did great, you know? I just got lucky to win POG, and right now, like, jungle champions, you know, look like they're carrying the game, so I got really lucky to win POGs. Peanut, just like you said, Gen.G was undefeated to D+ Kia since last year. However, they were on a really good momentum today. So what did you focus on? I mean, even since last year, we were always, you know, keeping our eyes on D+ Kia. We knew they were strong. Even this year too. Every time, I know this sounds so basic, but Canyon, he's just so good. He's always popping off. But today we got just lucky. We were so lucky to beat them. And Chovy, Gen.G this time around first picked Zeri 2 games in a row and then let Yuumi through. Our bot laners has a very good understanding of that champion matchup. But To be honest, I'm a mid laner. I don't know much about it, so sorry about that. And we had some crazy team fight in game number 1. Let's take a look at this replay. Chovi's Kali just dominating the entire team fight. After you got a pick onto Showmaker, you guys got Baron, and then this was the follow-up Dragon team fight. How did you find an opening to reach Sivir here? So looking at the opponent's comp, I think Kasante was just like focus on me, always wanting to ult me, so we actually really wanted to split them apart in order to, you know, get our hands on the opponent's DPS. And Gen.G, you guys mentioned in the player comps that our team fighting is so good, and I think that kind of shows it all. I mean, I like did my full combo, but still Sivir didn't die. I was like, exhaust is too OP, but thankfully my teammates were there to clean up the kills. And Peanut, let's get back to game 2. We had another Sivir locked by Deft, which means Vi will not be having a great game against Sivir. I was also worried about that too, and Maokai was banned in game number 1, but Maokai was let through in game 2. But I didn't really want to, you know, buy what they were trying to sell. I knew that they were making me pick Maokai. I was like, no way, I'm just going for Vi. Well, I knew that Spell Shield will be a huge counter into Vi, but still I knew that I can smite and then alter, so I wanted to stick to the Vi decision. And Jovi, last pick from Gen.G was LeBlanc. Tell us about it. I also thought of playing Ahri, looking at our comp, but I thought maybe other champions will be better than Ahri. Some things that can outlane Sylas early on, so I decided to play LeBlanc. A very strong early pick. And Peanut, you know, we had so many overlaps of your and Canyon's jungle pathing. What was your strategy early on? Well, I'm not Canyon, so I'm not sure like what he had on his mind. I'm not sure whether he was going for a cover or just like trying to dive top. But me and Doran, after watching Canyon making all the right calls, we were like, yeah, that dude is super good. He's like so good at this game. Now, your next opponent is Live Sandbox. They are also on a 4-match winning streak. Who worries you the most on the side of Live Sandbox? As a mid laner, of course, Closer. But you're still confident to take on Closer? Well, I've been in so many good mid laners early on this season, so I'm pretty confident. What about you, Peanut? Anyone stands out? Obviously, Wheeler, he's popping off these days. I'm a little bit worried, but I've been facing even stronger junglers in the past, so it's gonna be pretty much doable for us. A very confident comments from the mid-jungle duo on the side of Gen.G, and this will be the end of the interview from Peanut, Jovi, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that awesome translation. So Gen.G, they take the big win, and we now get to see where they do stand in the standings, which, with a 2-0 over a team that was doing pretty well, yep, they're going to be right up there in second place.
Yeah, this is actually huge because Live Sandbox, if they defeat Gen.G later this week, will actually go up to second place, and D+ Kia sitting down there, you know, at up to 4-2 this week, but won't be able to pass Live Sandbox if that happens. If Gen.G wins, that one's still going to be behind. So this is a really critical match for the beginning of our standings, and this does break the narrative of two-team region, T1, D+ Kia to MSI. They're the ones in the S tier. Gen.G just slapped them really hard tonight, 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think, like, for sure, Gen.G make like really, really interesting standings as well. And I can't wait for again like the upcoming week with the Gen.G against the Live Sandbox. I don't know, it's gotta be crazy.
Yeah, it should be awesome. I think that one's on Friday.
I believe so.
Sure.
Yeah, I believe it.
I think it's on Friday. But for tomorrow, which is Thursday, DRX versus Burrow, and then we do have Hollow Life Esports up against T1. What do you guys think about these matchups?
Hanwha T1 is the one that could be interesting, I think. Hanwha on the up and up right now. T1, top team in the league. Could be the better series, I'd say.
Yeah, pretty much. I think it should be kind of close, but I think the T1 had like a little bit more advantage, I would say, like by the whatever they shown did the performance until last week. But I think I would say just T1 is gotta be really looking strong again.
Yeah, we'll see if they can continue with their undefeated streak. But that's going to do it for today, guys. Pretty short day, only 4 games. But thank you for watching, as always, and we'll see you tomorrow for more.
Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we touch. Yeah, I'm falling for you. I'll keep falling for you. You are my greatest weakness. You are my Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. Baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls of
DRX come in as defending world champion spot. Looks like there's still a lot of growth that needs to happen here.
Life Esports going to have to figure something out because they're looking a little bit DRX-y to me.